Yeah, let's do it. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube is going to take you to Milwaukee. Game 2 of a 2-game set between the Brewers and the Twins. Playoff-type atmosphere. These games are crucial for both these teams. Games coming up at the top of the hour, live on YouTube. Let's get you set. Fran Charles and Sean Casey over the next 30 minutes.
Twins are in town in Milwaukee.
Yelich, a drive, right center, and it's a grand slam!
It's home run number 200 on the season for the Twins.
The Minnesota Twins are back on top.
There's one, there's two, another triple play. The second one turned by the Twins infield this year, and the Brewers take the lead.
And the rookie comes through again. This game is tied.
I don't know about you, but I'm fired up.
Let's go, Fran. Hey, Fran, I'm right here.
Let's do it. Hey, welcome to the MLB Game of the Week live here on YouTube inside Studio 42 here at MLB Network. Fran Charles alongside Sean Casey. Playoff time atmosphere, man, early on here between these two teams because both these teams, they need wins down the stretch.
This is when it's fun for the players too, Fran, right? You're in August. You're in it. You've worked this hard to be in it. These games right now, especially some day games right now, these games are fun.
All right, 2-game set. So last night's game 1 was unbelievable here. You're going to be with us for the next 30 minutes. We got a countdown clock for you, just to let you know before we get out to site at Miller Park. There we go. But let's take you back to last night and the highlights here. And there's some great back and forth action, Case. Both these teams had highs and lows. Let's start with Mitch Garver. 22nd home run of the year for Garver. What a season this guy's had.
Missed some time, too, man. This guy's come up and been really electric in that lineup. Doing what everyone else is doing in that lineup, hitting home runs and hitting them far.
All right, Yasmani Grandal, look, they got his big power bat, and they were waiting for a moment like this. Big 3-run shot in the 7th and gives Milwaukee the lead.
Huge swing. Got a good breaking ball right there and didn't miss it.
But how with Marwin Gonzalez? This is off Josh Hader, 96 miles per hour. Gonzalez comes through big time with the 3-run shot. And the Twins, yeah, look, he's been in big spots before. Twins, they end up winning it, Sean, 7-5. So look at the standings here right next to us. And check right there in the AL Central first up here. You've got Minnesota reclaiming the lead, a half-game lead over the Indians here for the top spot in the Central. You get the feeling, Case, they're going to be going back and forth the rest of the year.
Yeah, well, Cleveland's made that run. But I think the Twins are good enough to sustain it. You know, they've kind of come back to earth. The rotation's really been not that great, in these last couple months, I think. And but I think they have the firepower, Fran, to really maybe make that a great race.
And meanwhile, you saw Milwaukee. They're third in the NL Central, so they're 2.5 games back. The Cubs. But look at the NL wild card standings here, and you see they are 2 games back now of the Cardinals for that second spot. Milwaukee, it's been kind of an up and down year because we've all expected them to take that next step, but the pitching just hasn't been quite the same as what we saw a year ago.
Yeah, the pitching, I think with Knebel being out with the Tommy John and that bullpen really hurts some of those guys. Jefferson's just having not that great of a year. Hader's been hit around a little bit like we didn't see last year. It was almost untouchable. Now he's given up some runs, and you're not untouchable. So the bullpen hasn't been as dominant as it was last year, and I think that was a huge story for the Brewers last year.
During the postseason a year ago, I spent a lot of time in Miller Park, and let me tell you something. The place was loud. It was all giddy up, and it was a great place to watch postseason baseball. Look at the Twins lineup here. Mitch Garver in the lead-up spot. It really just lets you know, Case, just how much the game has changed. You're no longer talking about guys going to go up there and look at 3 or 4 or 5 pitches and just find any way to get on and then steal a base. No, we're putting thump at the top of the lineup with Garver.
20-some bombs hitting up at the leadoff spot. Obviously gets on base. I'll tell you what, Fran, when you look at this lineup, you see how deep it is. When you got a guy like Max Kepler hitting 7, you know you got a deep lineup. And I think that's the Twins have relied on that lineup so much in the thunder that they bring. And you saw it again last night with Marwin Gonzalez.
Twins also just incidentally got some great news. Nelson Cruz's name is a name you don't see there, but they got good news. They found out that Cruz is not going to need surgery. He got hit on his left wrist. Didn't get hit on his left wrist, but on a swing, damaged his left wrist. He's had issues with that all year long, that's huge that he's not going to need surgery.
That's huge because he's been a huge bat.
Right.
I mean, you kidding me? Nelson Cruz has been huge, and I've had a wrist injury before. I've had that, that tendon or whatever,
Yep.
and hopefully it's not as serious. Hopefully it's less serious than we thought it was.
Yeah, 39 years of age, but also
Yeah.
not only the elder statement, but the leader in that clubhouse, no doubt. Oh, look now at the Brewers lineup. And Brewers fans, I know, are pumped because the guy hitting third is back. He played his first game last night that he played in about a week. He had missed close to 4 or 5 games here. Christian Yelich's been dealing with back spasms on and off. But, man, he is the straw that stirs the drink for this Brewers lineup.
I mean, listen, it's a different club without Yelich. If he's not in there, it's just a different ball club. Talking about the MVP of the league, this guy is so special. One guy I want to talk about, though, is that Trent Grisham up top.
Okay.
Really good prospect, hit over 300, over 1,000 OPS in the minor leagues. Braun not in today. Grisham was in there, hit a home run the other night. So be interested to see what he does at the top of the order today.
All right, and a look now. That's today's starter here for the Brewers. And man, you wouldn't know this if you watch the Brewers regularly, but Gio kind of sneaks up on you because you go back to last August, when he came over to Milwaukee in 15 starts. It's like 5-1 with an ERA under 3.
Wow.
I don't, right?
You know what, Fran, I love that stat because when you think of Gio and all the years he had in Washington, guy knows how to pitch.
No doubt.
At the end of the
No
day,
doubt.
it's a veteran presence in that rotation. Every time he toes the slab, at least he's going to give you a great game. He's going to keep the game. He's going to manage the game, and he knows how to pitch.
You're a big guy, obviously.
Right.
He's jacked. Eric Thames.
Oh, yeah.
Hitting 7th in that Brewers
Kidding me?
lineup. He is with Jamie Hirsch, who's part of today's broadcast crew. Jamie?
You guys were in a similar spot last year in terms of trying to contend for the division, and obviously you went all the way to the NLCS. How do you compare last year's team to this year's team, and do you think that you still have what it takes to get back to the postseason?
Yeah, I feel like last year we shocked a lot of people, but we even shocked ourselves a little bit. I mean, we were just having fun, playing for each other, and just the magic that happened in August and September was unreal. And this year we know what we're capable of. But we've been bitten by the injury bug a little bit, so we're just trying to battle through that and kind of stay in contention, whether it's a wild card or the NL Central. But yeah, like the end of August all the way to September, it's going to be just every game counts, every game matters because it's going to be all the way to the last game. Like the NL Central is always close to the last day, so we're staying competitive and we're planning on that NL Central. That's like the main goal.
Well, and then you look at the AL Central, and obviously the Twins are right there, too, with the Indians. So did it feel a little bit like September baseball last night with both teams really needing to win?
Yeah, definitely. And I know them and the Indians are going at it right now for first place. And I don't know I think Twins are in first place right now, right? Yeah. Half game, yeah. So, yeah, they're battling out. And obviously they have sluggers. I mean, they hit home runs. Everybody knows that. We're all just happy that Cruz is out right now because, he's just unreal. I've seen him for my whole career, just watch this guy hit home runs. So it really is. It really is a playoff game, and we'll see what happens come September and October. We could be playing in the World Series. You never know.
All right, Jamie, thank you very much. Every time I see Eric Thames, I picture him in the octagon. I feel sorry for the poor soul who would actually be in the octagon in there with him. But great stuff from Jamie Hirsch there. And Thames had a big home run. Now, they had a walk-off the other night. There 16 home runs on the year and limited at bat. So we're on YouTube. So we want you guys to go here and hit the search key, how to be a lefty masher. And for that, we got a couple of guys I know, Case, you want to highlight here.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think the great thing about this game today, Fran, is that we have some great lefty sticks, right? I mean, the first guy that I want to talk about is obviously one of the best players in the game, reigning MVP in Christian Yelich, and just how good he is at using the whole field. I mean, he's special with his home runs to center and to left center. He's a line-to-line guy, but I think this is what makes him great. When you're a 330 hitter and reigning MVP, you use this left center gap. He uses it like no one in baseball. Look how late he's able to take even that breaking ball right there and shoot the left center. That ball's up and away, 96. No, you can't pitch to me there. Off the plate, 91, gets inside and shoots it to left. His barrel awareness is unbelievable. You play the shift on him? No, you can't do that against this guy. You can't pitch this guy because he's a line-to-line guy. So it's not just home runs in the gap. It's not just doubles in the gap. This guy is just one of the best hitters line to line. And the one thing about Christian Yelich, you can pitch him in, Fran, right?
Okay.
But he has such a good whip with his barrel, right? That he can pull this barrel inside the ball and still shoot it to left field. But the one thing is, Fran, is as a hitter,
okay,
right? You got to let the ball dictate where it wants to go. Right? And Christian Yelich does it better than anyone in the game. So that ball's middle away.
Okay.
It comes right here, right? What does he do? Okay. He lets it travel, right? Hold it right there.
Okay.
He lets it travel right about
Easy
there.
on the fingers.
But he's got great hands, right? So when he commits and he sees it, he's got such a great, watch his whip action, his wrist action, boom, and then he kind of gets that right there.
Right.
But the way he visually sets up where he lets that ball travel so well, because you know why, Fran? He knows he has great hands.
Right.
So when he lets the ball travel, he can be at wherever he is here, but still that wham, that's left, and you're seeing left center. 6 home runs to left center. I believe 22 home runs to center. So you want to talk about staying in the middle part, big part of the field? Christian Yelich does it better than anyone in the game.
39 bombs for Yelich, also 23 stolen bases. So those long legs, they can move.
Yeah, no, they can't.
Don't be deceived by that. All right, how to be a lefty masher? Let's jump over to that Twins lineup. The guy who normally hits the top spot, Max Kepler.
I mean, come on. You know, like we were saying, you want to talk about a long lineup. When you're in the Twins lineup and you got Max Kepler hitting 7, man, this guy's special too. A little different of a hitter than Yelich. You know, he's a guy that's maybe not the total complete package like Yelich, but man, does this guy have some big time power, as we've seen all year long, and him hitting a lot of home runs. But for me, he's not so much of a left center gap guy. He's more of a pull lefty, balls middle in. He's going to make you pay for it, and he's going to make you pay right center and dead center. It's pretty impressive if you look at his stats. 355 to center field with 11 home runs. To right, he's got 19 home runs and almost at a 300 clip. So man, this guy is sitting on 32 bombs. He's got an electric bat. He's a game-changing bat. So it's going to be so fun to watch this game today because there's nothing better. I know for me, as a fan, when I watch the game, I can't wait to see Yelich. I can't wait to see Kepler. Right. You know, you can't wait to see these big left-handed bats and what they're going to do.
And it's been a huge year for Max Kepler. They were hoping he would make this kind of jump. I mean, you know, mid-30s in terms of home runs. Yeah. I mean, the 3rd in the American League. He has jumped out and had a breakout season.
Yeah, he has. And I think they've been waiting for this guy. Look, right. But I think one thing about Max Kepler, you can't teach experience. It seems like he gets better and better every year he's up there.
Now, we're going to get you out to Miller Park here at the top of the hour for the Brewers and the Twins. 9-day games are taking place today. And so we're going to get you some updates. And here's J.D. Martinez and the Red Sox taking on the Indians. And it's a deep fly ball. Nice job by Tyler Naquin down there in the corner, huh?
Yeah, Naquin's been great out there. This is the guy, though, right here, Jose Ramirez. Nice play right there. Uh-oh. Well, they ended up getting one. But, man, Ramirez has really been the resurgence. As he and Lindor go, that lineup goes in the last couple of months, Jose Ramirez looks like an MVP.
The Indians behind the Twins in the AL Central. Yanks and Orioles. Orioles, yeah, they may have jumped out to an early lead, but with this Yankees lineup, it could be short-lived. Didi Gregorius drives in the big Aaron Judge.
Wow. The Yankees have won 15 in a row against the Orioles. You think they're feeling confident?
That's home run number 61.
You think they were scared?
For the Yankees against the Orioles
61?
Yeah. By the way, this guy just got back, and it's like he never left.
Yeah, he's got 26. This is 26. Just got back. He's gone. Hey, it just is 26.
The Yankees on top of the Orioles here, 4-1. Another update for you. The Rangers and the Blue Jays. Delino DeShields right back up the middle with the runners on the corners. And that's going to give the Rangers a 1-0 lead. Here's Danny Santana. And he's going to ground out. But the Rangers do get on the board here. They're on top 1-0. Blue Jays, by the way, since we've seen Bo Bichette come up, this is his 17th game. So in 16 games for Bo Bichette, a lot of great kids on that Blue Jays team here. Bichette, Vlad, Kevin Biggio. They're 11-5. So
wow.
do they have something maybe to play for in terms of the fact that they're out of it? But they got 3 big-time names in that lineup
When
now.
you're a 20-year-old kid, 21-year-old kid, your goal in life is to play in the big leagues. And when you get there, you want to not only play. Those guys, we're talking impact players.
Right.
They want to, heck yeah, they do. They want to come up and make a name for themselves. So when they come into next season, 2020, they're saying, well, man, look at the foundation we've built in these last couple of months. Now we know we can play up here. Confidence levels up. Future's so bright in Toronto, Fran. So bright.
Getting you set for our MLB Game of the Week here on YouTube Live. Twins and Brewers. If Game 2 is anything like Game 1, you guys are in for a treat, no doubt. Look back at Game 1.
Still nobody out. First and second. Here is Grandal. And a swing and a drive into right field. That is up. And she is gone.
A chance for the Twins to get back into first place here. A drive to left center field. Deep to the gap. It is gone. Gonzalez with a 3-run home run. And the Twins take the lead.
All right, man, that was a crazy ending. Marwin Gonzalez has been in the spotlight, no doubt before. Remember a couple years back in the World Series, he hits a home run in Game 2.
Oh, yeah, was that Kershaw?
Yeah. That changed the complexion of the whole World Series, and the Astros went on to win. All right, Josh Hader, we see him. He's given up 30 hits this year, 13 have been home runs. People are seeing him a little bit more now, maybe getting used to him. What would it be like to face Josh Hader?
Well, when I think of Hader, what I think of when you face a guy like Hader, I look back at facing a guy like Billy Wagner, back with left-hander coming out of the pen. I think back to just facing the guy more. You face a closer, you play him 18 times, you might face him 3-4 times, right? You face a starter lefty, you might get him 3 times in a game. Now all of a sudden you see him more. I think for Hader, it's not so surprising to guys nowadays. They've seen his heater, right? They've seen what he has, and it's not surprising anymore. And guess what? They know, Fran, almost 90% of the time, this guy's coming with his fastball. And you saw right there, Marwin Gonzalez just ambushed that first pitch. He must have said, you know what? I'm going to get this guy and get him early. You don't want him to get up on your 0-1 with the electric stuff that he has. But he's given up 20 runs this year. 17 of them are from the home run. So I think, I think for guys getting in there, it's not, like I said, if you miss a spot in the big leagues, even if you're Josh Hader with 95 miles an hour and it's out over the plate, it's going to get hit. And I think that's his location has definitely been a problem. I look back at facing a guy like Randy Johnson when I faced him. I remember the first time facing him, I was like, ooh, that's nasty. I was like, get me out of here ASAP. And then next time I saw him, I was like, hello, give me time to go. And
he got that call, Case?
But then you start to face him a little bit more, and you start to say to yourself, you know what? I'm not as intimidated as I used to be. And I think that's what guys are starting to find out about Hader, that, hey, listen, I can look for that heater, and if he makes a mistake, I can hit it.
And we take a look here at Josh Hader. We're just over 12 minutes away from sending you out to Miller Park, and the guys who are going to call the action, led by Rich Waltz. But you know what? Look, the Brewers, that's the thing about not only the NL Central, but the wild card race, is that they are in it, no doubt. And regardless of how you're playing right now, the NL is so crowded and congested that if anyone gets on a hot streak, they can emerge.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. Everything's so tight, and whoever gets hot right now in this last month and a half is going to take it.
And I mentioned Rich Waltz will be behind the mic. He'll be alongside Justin Morneau and Dan Plesac, who join us now with a look ahead. Guys?
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with former Twin Justin Morneau. A wild one last night, the first game of this 2-game series.
It was entertaining. It was the emotional swings of a pennant chase, and it's only the middle of August. So it was one of those games where the Indians tied it up late, the Twins blew the lead late, and then all of a sudden it looked like it was going to be a big deficit for the Twins. And then all of a sudden Marwin Gonzalez comes up, he hits a big 3-run home run off Hader. It was just one of those emotional games, and it's still early in the pennant chase.
Two teams kind of reeling right now. The Twins at one point had an 11.5-game lead in the Central. The Indians have caught them. The Twins have the lead again. Right now, the Brewers, they're trying to find their way. What's been the biggest difference between the Twins early on and the Twins the last couple of weeks?
I think the starting pitching was pitching deeper into games early in the season. We've had a few good starts back-to-back now, but for the most part, the starting pitching was dependable. It was lights out for the first half, and then all of a sudden, they ran into a rough patch. Some of the performances they were getting from Martin Perez early in the year tailed off. He was back on track last night, but it's one of those things where your starting pitching takes you as far as you're going to go. This team has continued to hit home runs, but the pitching is really going to be the key for them down the stretch.
And I know a lot of Twins want to know, do you have an update on Nelson Cruz? When do you expect him back?
He should be back when he's eligible to come off the IL at the end of this road trip. So good news. It's surprising if you rupture a tendon that you're actually going to be able to come back quicker than if you had to go through the rehab process or have surgery or whatever it is. So he's actually positive about what happened, and now he's started swinging a bat yesterday. He said he feels good. He should be ready, and the Twins need his bat in the lineup.
On another positive, the Twins have a very favorable schedule towards the end of the season. Do you think that's going to help them win this AL Central?
I think it will, because they have 3 teams in their division that are rebuilding, and they have a lot of games left with those teams. So we'll see how it plays out. You obviously have to play the games. Those teams that don't have a whole lot to play for in September are always dangerous to face. The Royals, we've seen it in the past, when they've been through this rebuilding process of how they can go after teams and they can upset the playoff race. So you have to play the game still, but they do have a very favorable schedule.
Should be a wild one from Miller Park. Back to you guys.
All right, TP, and more for Dan and Justin coming up at the top of the hour. When Gio Gonzalez takes the mound, Gio's going to be making his 16th start in a Brewers uniform again, 5-1 in 15 starts with an ERA under 3, and those are just quietly good numbers, because you wouldn't necessarily expect that. Not that you would expect it from Gio, but it doesn't seem like he's been lights out for him, but he's been really good.
Well, he was in the minors with the Yankees for a little bit.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, now he's back up, and obviously he knows what he's doing, knows how to pitch, and I think if I'm a teammate of Gio Gonzalez, I'm happy to see him on the bump.
And the Brewers need starting pitching. I mean, they need pitching across the board, but man, they need good starting pitching right now. They need some length to give that bullpen a little bit of a
There's
break.
no doubt about it. They need their starters to show up these next month and a half, and hopefully Gio can do that for them today.
Hey, real quick, Dan and Justin talking about Minnesota. Back on June 4th, Cleveland, they were 11.5 games back.
Right.
Now they're right there. So if you're a Twins fan, you're thinking, oh no, maybe the roof's caving in on us here. But if you're a Twins fan too, you got to realize at the beginning of the year, if we would have told you, hey, you're going to be in the mix, you're going to have the lead in the AL Central in the middle of August, you'd sign up for that.
You take it. I mean, if you're a Twins fan, you take it all day, every day. And I think one thing when I look at the Twins too, they by far from here on out have the easiest schedule.
Okay.
So I think that helps them. That helps them down the stretch, no doubt about it. Cleveland's coming. They're playing great baseball. But I tell you what, the Twins and their fans, knowing what they know now, middle of August, they take a day in and day
And one
out.
of the reasons why the Twins have had such a great year, we've talked a lot about their thump, but that's today's starter, Kyle Gibson, who's done a really nice job. And so has Jake Odorizzi, a first-time All-Star, and he is with Jamie Hirsch.
Okay, so I'm a Minnesota girl, and there are a lot of Minnesota sports fans, like, myself growing up, who kind of have this sense that there's a bit of a sports curse there. And here we go again, and, the 11.5 game lead you guys had is gone. How do you keep that panic that we're starting to see from the fan base from coming into the clubhouse?
Yeah, I actually talked about it just the other day. My quote was, we understand what's going on here, but we're not Minnesota people. We're all here to play and we're here to win. So all the old curses of missed field goals and that sort of thing that resonates with people still to this day doesn't apply to us. So from our standpoint, we're here to do a job, and we're back in first place right now, and that's where we want to be to finish the year. So from our standpoint, we're not panicked. We're not trying to do anything different. We're just trying to play good baseball and continue to play well into September and make a run in October.
What is the biggest difference from your perspective between this team last year and this team this year?
I think the mentality is a little bit different. We got off to a great start this year as opposed to last year. We kind of struggled out of the start, and I think it's a big thing for a long season when you get off to that. We built up a big lead early on, and we were able to go through a lull and still be where we want to be right now. So, the Indians have played great since pretty much June, and they did what we did at the beginning of the season, and that's just going to make it a little bit tougher on us, but it's a good thing to be trying to win a division constantly going into September, because you're going to be playing good baseball as opposed to maybe letting up a little bit at the end. This team's really special offensively. Our pitching side is, I think, more underrated than people think, but just to watch our guys hit is a pretty enjoyable thing to do once every 4 out of 5 days for me, and then I get to be a part of it every fifth day.
That's awesome. And real quick, we are on YouTube today, which is awesome. So when you think about what you go to YouTube to watch, what are your favorite videos?
Pretty much whatever keeps my kids happy. We go, I think us and a billion other people watch the Baby Shark video plenty of times to calm down crying kids. That seems like the play nowadays. Just whenever they can calm down and maybe they're a little overexcited, we throw something on there to calm them down just a little bit. But there's so much content on there that it's hard to just pinpoint. So shout out to my kids.
Okay, it's Jake Odorizzi, do, right?
Exactly. My youngest doesn't even know it, but it entertains him, so I'm all on board.
Awesome. Thanks for the time, Jake.
Thanks, Jamie.
Jamie, thank you very much. And in case Jake Odorizzi, he said he likes watching that lineup do work. I'm sure he likes the addition of Sergio Romo closing out games.
Wow, it's a great addition for those guys. 19 to 20 closing out games this season, but veteran presence, right? Yeah. You know, when you watch Sergio Romo on the mound, he's not scared of anybody. He just isn't. So when he takes them out at the end of the game, you're like, all right, we feel good about this. It's a great pickup for him.
Just one earned run given up by Sergio Romo in his last 17 innings. Let's take you back to the final out.
Punched to short right center field. Arraez is out there, makes the catch. There have been 71 other wins this year, none bigger than the one in Milwaukee tonight.
Buckle up, because it's only going to get more interesting as we go along, as the Twins take over first place again.
Well, Sergio, it's been a couple weeks since you joined the Twins. What are your early impressions of your new team?
Wow, super fun. I know I say the word fun a lot. I'm gonna say the word fun a lot. Well, I'm just letting you know that's my thing. That's literally the word that I feel that best describes my time here. I've had a lot of fun. My teammates are a lot of fun. They have a tremendous amount of energy, and the best part about it is that they're just asking me to come in and sprinkle my own on top. You know, they're not asking me to do anything different, but to just be myself. So, and I mean, I've told you before. My battery is a little bit bigger than most, you know. So the amount of energy I have throughout the day, it's big, but it's just a compliment here, and it's for me, it's fun.
Yeah, you use that word fun and energy, and I can tell right away that is what you bring. I've asked a couple guys around the clubhouse today to describe you and what it's like to have you in the bullpen, and they just kind of shake their head. They're just kind of like, oh, he's great, he's fun, he has energy. How do you describe Sergio Romo?
Oh, my goodness. I couldn't. I don't know what it'd be like to be someone else in a bullpen with myself. I know I'm super fidgety. I know I'm super like energetic, and I'm hyper. I'm not gonna say I got that ADHD thing going on. So, but I'm quirky and everything. So in the bullpen, I don't know. I don't know if I talk too much. I don't know if I'm annoying or not, or I don't know if I get on their nerves or not. But I do still try to have fun. I do still try to keep it loose in there and crack jokes and play a couple pranks every now and then, within reason, of course. You know, trying to respect the game and whatnot. Still, you know. But it just still enjoy this. I feel very privileged to be able to do this every day, and these guys are my teammates, and they're fun. I think they get it. You know, they're good and they can play, but I think they get it. They're just kids playing a game, so it's easy to be smiling around here, no doubt.
Great job by Jamie, too. I mean, and when you look at Sergio Romo, you see the fire on the bump, and then to see him there, you know, I mean, interesting juxtaposition.
Well, you love it. He said he brings energy and fun. And who would want to do that? Like, just appreciate getting out there and playing baseball.
22 is back. Hopefully that back is healthy. Christian Yelich, he took it personally when people said, oh, no, you're going to regress. You're going to come back to the mean. He's like, no, I'm not. I don't believe in regression. And a couple weeks ago, he said to reporters, so how's that regression thing working out? I mean, this guy is deadly serious about what he does.
Oh, you kidding me, man? This guy, you know, one thing about Christian Yelich that the Brewers fans get a chance to see, watching this guy night in and night out, I think you really appreciate the player that he is. And we talked about it earlier with the way he uses the gaps and the whole field, man. This is a once-in-a-generation type player that you really enjoy watching every night.
All right, so we're going to get you out to Miller Park coming up, but we also want to let you know the other MLB Game of the Week. They're going to be live on YouTube, and coming up next Wednesday, we're going out to the desert in Arizona for the Rockies and the D-backs. Rockies have kind of taken a bit of a slide here, but the D-backs still very much alive.
Yeah, they've been hanging around all year long, right around 500. You know what I mean? They're trying to, the D-backs all year long, but trying to make that push. You know, they're just they're lingering. But man, they got to give Tor Laveau and that crew over there some props for sticking around.
What do you think in terms of the Brewers here? They need to get on one of those runs, win 8 of the last 11, or 10 of 13.
They need consistency. They need Yelich to stay in that lineup. I hope that back, whatever's going on, is not too serious, because without him in that lineup, that team's so different. But it's got to start clicking. The bullpen's got to be a factor. Those guys got to step up towards the end of the season here, and we'll see what happens.
This is a great 2-game set. Twins and Brewers, a game 2. It's our MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. And for Sean Casey, I'm Fran Charles. And that countdown clock getting close now to 5. We're going to send you out to Miller Park. Enjoy the game on YouTube.
Here's the pitch.
Drives it deep. What a play. Are you kidding me?
Earlier this morning, a little overcast and some rain in Milwaukee. But you know what? This is the best tailgate scene in Major League Baseball. Clouds and rain, no problem. They've got it covered here at Miller Park. And a terrific matchup for the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube. Playoff hopefuls and a lot on the line. Brief 2-game series. The Minnesota Twins, the Milwaukee Brewers. Little interleague baseball for you today. Hi, everybody. I'm Rich Waltz, and welcome to Milwaukee. This is a great matchup. The Twins, a half-game lead right now in the Central. The Brewers are a game and a half back in the National League wild card. And they met last night. It was a thrilling game. Look, the Twins have hit a lot of home runs this year, 230, but the biggest was last night. Marwin Gonzalez, a 3-run homer, and that was the difference as the Twins beat the Brewers. All right, some YouTube business to do. If you're new to YouTube and MLB on YouTube, we have terrific matchups. We've got 7 more of those in August and in September. You can watch for free on YouTube, but if you want, you can also subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel. It gives you the bell icon, pop-up stuff in your channel guide, and you'll be sailing from there. Terrific booth here in Milwaukee. Dan Plesac, Justin Morneau. I don't think we can start this without going back to last weekend and that epic showdown between the Twins and the Cleveland Indians with first place on the line. Gentlemen, take us back there.
Well, this is the wild one, right? This AL Central was over. At one time, the Twins had an 11.5-game lead. But, Justin, the Indians are coming. They came and won 3 out of 4 at Target Field.
They did. They're the hottest team in baseball coming in. They won 3 out of 4. The Twins still have 6 games left with the Indians, 3 at home, 3 on the road. This battle looks like it's going to go down to the wire. Shane Bieber was fantastic, as he's been for most of this year. I mean, they came in and they sent a message to these Minnesota Twins, but as we've seen so many times, Marwin Gonzalez come up with a big hit, a World Series hero. He's been in these big moments. This game on Sunday, he came up, but there was an absolutely perfect relay made. Throw out the runner at the plate, and then all of a sudden, as quick as the Twins thought they had the walk-off, Carlos Santana comes up and hits a grand slam. Gives the Indians a tie in the division, and all of a sudden, it's a fun race going down the stretch.
Fun for sure, Dan. The Central for the rest of this season will be a great watch.
11.5, and right now the young Indian pitching has been really good. Shane Bieber, my nephew Zach Plesac has pitched very well, and they're expecting Corey Kluber back in a few weeks, so that good rotation for the Indians might get even stronger.
All right, let's take a deeper dive into both teams. Justin, let's start with the Twins. Some guys have emerged this year that have really helped. Everyone's hitting home runs, it seems, but Luis Arraez and Max Kepler have both had great seasons.
And they're doing it in different ways. You know, Luis Arraez always hit in the minor leagues. He has great command of the strike zone. He hits left-handed pitchers. He hits right-handed pitchers. Since he's come up, he's really been a spark plug. And on a team that hits so many home runs, he does a great job of working the count, making the pitchers work, and then taking advantage of the pitches he's able to hit.
He is an on-base machine, and that sets the table for the bangers. And one of them has emerged. Who knew that Max Kepler was going to hit 32 homers to this point?
Well, I'm not sure anybody knew about the 32 homers, but they signed him to a contract extension in the offseason. They have belief in him. His advanced metrics said that he hits the ball as hard as anybody in the league. Now he's starting to hit the ball over the fence, and he's a dangerous threat in the leadoff spot. He's a little down in the order against a left-handed pitcher today, but he is a dangerous, dangerous hitter.
When you're hitting home runs, it helps to get guys on base. Arise gets on base, and Kepler, oftentimes from the leadoff spot, will drive guys home. On to the Brewers, Dan Plesac. If I were to tell you that Christian Yelich was going to have a good year, you'd say, uh-huh. If I were to tell you that Keston Hiura was going to be an impact player, you would say, maybe not.
Maybe not so fast. Not very often you see a second baseman hitting in the 4 slot. But Keston Hiura, former first-round draft pick out of UC Irvine, he's hit in all stops in the minor leagues. Very rarely do you see the guy that has bat-to-ball skills like this guy does. He hits good fastballs, he's a good breaking ball hitter, but more importantly, he hits good pitching late in games. He's one of the reasons why they're not afraid to put him in the middle of that order. Christian Yelich, reigning National League MVP. He's off to an even better season. Most people think it's a 2-man race. Cody Bellinger, Christian Yelich for the NL MVP in 2019. Look at that graphic. 47 bombs at Miller Ballpark since he's put on a Brewers uniform. The Brewers have gotten a lot of bang for their buck with a trade for the Marlins.
And winning back-to-back MVPs in Major League Baseball, the National League or the American League, is not easy. But look at Yelich, MVP year on the right, and this year, better on base, more slugging, and total bases, he's going to eclipse that mark as well. The challenge for the Brewers today, and anybody else facing the Twins, keep them in the ballpark. The Bomba Squad, they're calling them in Minnesota. And with more on that, let's go down to the field and our Jamie Hirsch.
Yeah, guys, hitting home runs is just what this Twins team does. It has become a part of the fabric of their identity, and Eddie Rosario is one of those sluggers. Earlier this season, he told the media, we like to hit a lot of bombas. We are the Bomba Squad. A bomba is bomb in Spanish, of course, and since about half of the Twins roster speaks Spanish, a nickname was born. But guys, this is getting ridiculous. The Twins actually set a new franchise record for team home runs last week. Yes, we're talking early August, and they're on pace to shatter the Major League record as well. It's also not just one guy who's doing all the damage. 5 players have already hit 20, and a few more are very close. The Twins could actually become the first team in Major League history to have 8 players with 20-plus homers. And as you see here, it's guys that you wouldn't really expect going into the season to produce. Max Kepler at 44 home runs, more than double of what he had as a previous career high. I mean, this is an amazing story around baseball, and specifically for the Twins, and it's in all kinds of situations as well. Last night, we saw it again. Not 1, but 2 more home runs. And again, here, especially in a hitter-friendly Miller Park, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another bomba or 2 today, Rich.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Miller Park is ready to go in a terrific matchup here. Our MLB Game of the Week on YouTube. We've got Twins, we've got Brewers, with a lot on the line.
They've been bringing the boom, as in the boomstick.
Solid pitching, timely hitting, very good defense.
Not today, says Lowe. Deep right field, Christian Yelich.
When you're hot like he is, you can hit home runs with one hand.
Yelich lines a base hit to left. Here comes Kane. Brewers win. Christian Yelich hit a rocket.
And the Twins have done it again.
And Polanco with a cycle.
And the last cycle for them, Michael Cuddyer back in 2009.
He is the first Twins switch hitter to have hit for the cycle.
Probably the most consistent in his at-bats every time up there.
Beckett goes, 3-homer night, Kepler.
This guy is having himself a night. Second time in his career, Max Kepler's come to Cleveland and hit 3 home runs in a game.
And there's his first Major League home run.
Keston Hiura and hits a rocket on out of here.
Moustakas drives one deep right center field.
This ball's crushed.
Mike Moustakas does it again.
Ground ball to third, might be 3.
Out there, out at second, a triple play! Unbelievable!
Sano to the bag. There's 1. There's 2.
Another triple play! Unbelievable!
Kane going back at the wall. Oh my goodness, he did it again.
Lorenzo Cain robs Escobar of a home run.
Nelson Cruz with 3 missiles tonight.
Stay hot, Nelly.
Nelson Cruz can come down on a baseball with as much authority as anybody in the game.
The hottest player in all of baseball is Nelson Cruz.
Welcome back. MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Certainly a postseason atmosphere last night with a Twins road win. Minnesota, one of the best in baseball on the road. And the Brewers need a win here to try to keep pace in the National League wild card race. Two young, bright, innovative managers. Craig Counsell has had an outstanding run here with the Brewers. He'll turn 49 next week. This is year number 5. Of course, got one game from the World Series last year, losing to the Dodgers in Game 7 of the National League Championship Series. And Rocco Baldelli learned at the foot of Joe Maddon and Kevin Cash down with the Rays. And of course, Baldelli in his first season, and his lineup looks this way. For the Minnesota Twins, 72-47 are these Twins. That's right, they got Mitch Garver in the leadoff spot. He's had a breakout year. Jorge Polanco hits second. Miguel Sano is at third. Eddie Rosario, 2 for 4 last night. C.J. Cron at first base. Marwin Gonzalez had that 3-run homer last night. Max Kepler was on base a couple times. Jonathan Scope gets a start at second. Kyle Gibson is on the mound. Gio Gonzalez gets the baseball for Milwaukee. Dan Plesac, what do you expect to see?
Well, it's a little bit different, Gio Gonzalez. I think when you think of Gio, you think of that big, overpowering curveball that he had early on in his career. He's not the same guy. More changeups, commands his fastball, more two-seam fastballs than ever. He's kind of adopted that four-seam fastball up in the zone, Rich. So don't look for as many curveballs as we used to see from Gio. More changeups than curveballs.
And the Bomba show starts right out of the chute for the Minnesota Twins. They don't mess around. It's either Kepler or Garver in that leadoff spot. And against the lefty, it's Garver. 22 home runs and a .610 slugging percentage for the Twins catcher.
And the offense was always there with him. You know, he's improved dramatically behind the plate defensively. He went into the offseason last year saying that's what he wanted to improve on. And what he's been able to do in split time has been impressive.
And Gonzalez, who obviously doesn't throw as hard as he used to, misses in. The count is 2-1.
You know, you think about Gio Gonzalez at the top of that rotation with Steven Strasburg and Max Scherzer with the Washington Nationals. He was one of their go-to pitchers.
In the air and out of play.
Was Gio kind of experienced what we saw a lot of veteran trying to find a place to play, signed a minor league deal out of spring training with the Yankees. Had an out in his contract. Brewers were looking for some starting pitching. And Gio Gonzalez has answered that for them. He's not a guy that's going to go very deep into games anymore, Rich. He's pretty much a 5-6 inning pitcher, knows how to manage a game. That's kind of what he does right now.
Garver to right, and it's gone. And the Bomba show on the first hitter is in full force. 23 now for Garver. 231 now for the Twins. Unbelievable.
And that's why he hits leadoff. You have that immediate power threat to start off the game. It doesn't allow that pitcher to settle in, find the strike zone, find his rhythm and everything else. Immediately he's uncomfortable knowing if you leave a ball up in the zone to the leadoff hitter, it can be 1-0 just like that.
Two-seam fastball, 89 miles an hour. And what a tandem between Garver and Jason Castro. Have any idea Rocco Baldelli, when the season started, when they left Fort Myers, had visions that his catching tandem would be as good, might be the best in all the baseball right now. Take a look at that. Garver's had a monster year,
and he got so much. He gained so much experience last year. You know, Castro was out with a knee injury, so Garver was basically the everyday catcher, and he learned what it meant to handle a pitching staff at the big league level. He learned himself as a hitter. He evolved last year, and now we're seeing the results of that. Everything he went through last year, knowing that he needed to get better receiving wise, and it's an impressive tandem, and it works out so well with a left-handed hitter and a right-handed hitter. It makes those matchups happen that much easier.
And here is Polanco, Jorge Polanco, for the Twins. Swing and a miss. You mentioned earlier that the Twins locked up Max Kepler with a contract in February. Polanco as well. And he's hitting with power. as is everybody in a Twins uniform. 17 home runs, slugging close to 500, and Gonzalez with a fastball that misses up.
And I feel like some of it's been discounted, the amount of, because as a team they've hit so many home runs. But you can't forget that they are leading all of baseball. It's not like it's something that's insignificant. See Polanco strike out, but it's one of those things where it's something you're not really used to seeing from the Minnesota Twins. It was typically a first to third, steal some bases, take the extra bases, put pressure on the defense. Now it's the run threat is almost non-existent. They don't steal a whole lot of bases, but if you make a mistake to them, you can get down 1-0, 2-0, 3-0 in a hurry with their ability to hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Of course, Nelson Cruz is on the IL right now. We'll actually visit with him in a couple of innings. Even without him, this is still an impressively thick lineup. Miguel Sano is a large human, and he takes a breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-1. 6'4", 272.
That might be a little low.
That sounds well. If I'm going to miss, I'm going to miss low. I don't want to miss high on that.
Just like that pitch right there.
Well, we've seen a little bit of what Gio is now, Rich. Your fastball is 88 to 90 miles an hour. The home run that Garver hit was a two-seam fastball that was away. First pitch to Sano was the changeup, the curveball. He's not the overpowering pitcher that he once was. There's another changeup. One of the things, he's changed his style. We talked to Craig Counsell before the game in his office. He talked about his usage of his pitches and how he knows how to manage a game. His stuff might not be what it was, but he's figured out how to use it, how to incorporate that four-seam fastball for strikes, and there's another changeup. He's very unpredictable, and he has to be at this point. As Craig Counsell was telling us earlier, Rich, there aren't very many starting pitchers in the game right now. They're, you know, at that 89 to 90, he's 90-mile-an-hour tops.
He's had a terrific career, first in Oakland, then 7 years with the Nationals, a couple of all-star teams, had an outstanding 2017, and arrived here at the end of last year. Fastball up. Gonzalez making 5 starts to a 2.13 ERA at the tail end for the Brewers. Also got the ball in the postseason as well. Got a 3-2 on Miguel Sano, just underway. Mitch Garver opposite field, and a 1-0 Twins lead. That is a strike. And a great spot, inner half, right at the letters. And a pair of strikeouts for Gio Gonzalez.
Back-to-back four-seamers in. I think Miguel Sano might have been looking for that changeup away. He went 2-2 fastball in and just missed, and doubles up. Might have been a little bit of a friendly call. Yasmani Grandal, one of the better pitch framers in the baseball right now. That high strike zone. You see more in play now. Pitch kind of ties up Sano. You can see that he's looking for something out over the plate and a good fastball in.
And that's where Gonzalez has been able to get both of his strikeouts. Polanco swinging, Sano looking, but both were at the top of the zone. And here is Eddie Rosario, who is a very steady Minnesota Twin. His last 3 years, 17, he hit 27 homers, 18, 24 homers, and he's popped 25 this year. Towards the line, Grisham can't hold it, and he meets the wall. It's a long strike, and it's 0-2.
He hit that hard. There's not a lot of padding on that part that he ran into right there. It's a tough play for an outfielder. Try to gauge where you're at on the field, and that metal railing isn't going anywhere. You're not going to win that battle.
Ouch.
That'd still be on the ground.
A little bit of that right shoulder going into that screen there.
But Eddie Rosario's, it's hard to say your cleanup hitters overlooked, but with the big years from Max Kepler and Nelson Cruz coming in, I mean, the power numbers up and down the lineup, he's been steady throughout the year. He's that threat. He wants to be up in those big moments.
That one's hit and deep, came back, and that's gone. Goodness. Opposite field, Eddie Rosario, 2 runs, 2 homers. This is how the Minnesota Twins roll.
opposite field. It's not like they're just a pull-happy team and they're up there swinging for the fences. They've actually cut down their strikeout rate from where they were at last year. So they're up there, they're attacking, they're aggressive to pitches within the strike zone, and they try and put their best swing on it every time up there.
Another high fastball. We've seen a lot of fastballs from Gio. 88 miles an hour, four-seam fastball. Kind of up middle third.
And a milestone there, his 100th career home run. And here is C.J. Cron. Jamie Hirsch had the projections for not only the individual Twin players, but also as a team. The Twins are on pace to shatter the Major League mark by a bunch. We might want, in the middle of this game, Jamie to amend those projections and aim a little higher.
It's over 300, which is absolutely amazing if you think about it. I mean, from what we're used to seeing, especially with this team.
Well, the Major League record coming into this year is the Yankees of last year, 267. Twins coming into this game on pace for 313. Cron's got 19. Big right-handed bat who had a breakout year with the Rays last year takes outside.
And I don't think you can attribute it only to the baseballs. As we see, Gio, the pitch that Rosario hit was up in the zone. Now pitchers are having to pitch up in the zone, but when you make mistakes up there, those result in home runs. You know, when you make mistakes lower in the zone, they're ground balls, they're line drives in the gap. But if you make a mistake at the belt and you don't get it to where you want to, the ball's going to fly over the fence. And that's kind of the trend in baseball as the strike zone has gotten more north to south. Guys are having to pitch over the plate, and if you do, you see home runs like we've seen from this team.
Obviously not what Craig Counsell was hoping to begin the day with Gio Gonzalez. His rotation thin right now. It gets a little deeper when Zach Davies is back in a week. And here is Marwin Gonzalez, who takes a strike.
He was the big hero last night. First pitch he saw for Josh Hader, 3-run home run. That was a game normally the Brewers, you would put that one in the win column. It was the 13th home run allowed last night by Josh Hader. One of the reasons the Brewers are kind of hovering around that 500 mark. The bullpen that was so good last year is a little thinned out and depleted. Jeremy Jeffress not having a stronger year, and they really miss Corey Knebel, who they lost for the year with Tommy John surgery. So what was a strength last year, Rich, was the bullpen. It's been a little bit inconsistent, particularly last month and a half.
And when your rotation gets thin, that exposes that bullpen.
Normally, a good rotation, you'll see a good bullpen because that's less innings that you have to eat up. Last year, the Brewers at the trade deadline, which was surprising, they went out and acquired Jonathan Scope and Mike Moustakas. A lot of people in the industry were wondering why they didn't go out and acquire any pitchers. Their theory was general manager David Stearns thought if they went out and they acquired some more hitting, games that they were up by a run or two, they'd be up by 3 or 4, turned it over to the bullpen. The bullpen was dominant. Brendan Woodruff, who was so good in the postseason, he's on the injured list right now, was a big part of that bullpen, but he's in the starting rotation along with Adrian Hauser. So what was a strength last year, right now it's kind of a soft spot for Milwaukee.
Gio to Marwin, and Gonzalez swings and misses. But the Minnesota Twins have done it all year long. Nothing different here in the first inning. Mitch Garver leading off opposite fields. Eddie Rosario with 2 outs opposite fields. And the Twins have grabbed a 2-0 lead. Now our attention turned to the Milwaukee Brewers. 62-58, a game and a half out in the wild card race. Young Trent Grisham getting his first taste of the big leagues in the leadoff spot. Yasmani Grandal was in the 2 spot. Christian Yelich having another MVP type season. Keston Hiura still a work in progress defensively, but very, very productive in his rookie year with the bat. Mike Moustakas, an outstanding year. Lorenzo Cain is slumping right now. Brewers would like to get him going over the last month and a half. Eric Thames gets a start at first base. Orlando Arcia, the shortstop, and Gio Gonzalez is in the 9 spot, and they'll be facing a very durable and effective right-hander in Kyle Gibson.
You know, he's a strike thrower, and he has to be. He's not a guy that's going to strike out a lot of guys. Look at the numbers, 11 and 5 on the year. 2-seam and 4-seam fastball, changeup slider. Needs hitters to expand the strike zone. His last one against the Indians was probably his worst start of the year. He walked 6, which is a career high. Be interesting to see how he bounces back, Justin, off that one, coming into a very hitter-friendly ballpark here at Miller Park.
And I think that 2-0 lead before he even takes the mound should have an impact on how he approaches this game. Obviously, he's going to want to attack the strike zone a little bit more, see how he pitches with the lead. A veteran guy, he should understand this shutdown inning, how important it is with how well his team is swinging the bats. Get him back in there as quick as you can. Keep that momentum going and keep it on your side.
You saw Rocco Baldelli, many people feel manager of the year candidate in the American League, certainly with what the Minnesota Twins have done. Here's Trent Grisham. Ryan Braun getting the day off. Grisham, one of the top prospects for the Brewers, first round pick back in 2015 and only 22, and earned his way to the big leagues with a hot run in San Antonio, AAA affiliate for the Brewers. Grisham in the box. Gibson, this is low with the fastball.
Kind of interesting if you watch the way he grips the bat. I'm not sure if we can get a shot of this. He almost grips it like a golf club. First year in pro ball, the Brewers really wanted to try to get him to change his grip to a more stronger grip. You can almost see both thumbs off the bat.
Smokes that into center field for a leadoff hit.
Struggled in 2017 and 2018, and this year, Rich, when he went to spring training, he just decided he was going to go back to the way that he felt comfortable, holding it more like a golf club, keeping his thumbs off the bat. So far it's worked. It's earned himself a promotion up to the big league level.
Well, Gibson, the numbers at the big league level are promising.
If he keeps swinging the bat like that, he's going to keep getting opportunities. You know, a lineup that's been inconsistent. It's a deep lineup, but it's been inconsistent for these Brewers so far this year. But Gibson just trying to get strike one, just trying to get comfortable out there on the mound, and right away dealing with trouble.
Ball in the dirt, gets away from Garver, and Grisham now in scoring position with Yasmani Grandal at the plates.
As he kind of yanks this breaking ball down and in, you see Grandal getting ready to go ahead and try to pull something right there. Just yanks this one down in the ground, and really it's a tough pitch for Garver to keep in front of him.
Garver, who's improved his receiving skills over the last season. And we were seeing more and more catchers go kind of back in time to that more athletic positioning, going down to a knee. JT Realmuto has done that with the Phillies. Garver has done it here with the Twins. They feel it puts them in a better position as an athlete to get in and out.
And Garver's a big guy. He also feels that it helps him get the low pitch, the low strike, to be able to steal those pitches in the bottom of the zone. I feel like it maybe gives the umpire a little better look over his shoulder, a better view of it, and he's able to present the ball for that home plate umpire, and to get those low strikes and to swing the counts in his favor. He's really focused on that. He spent time in the offseason. He's continued to work at it as this year's gone on.
Grandal takes a strike. Yasmani Grandal has always been a terrific on-base hitter. 30-year-old. Great run with the Dodgers. An all-star this year, an all-star in 2015 with Los Angeles. Counts 3-1. Trent Grisham, leadoff hitter for the Brewers at second. Yelich is on deck. And Gibson misses away. And Milwaukee trying to answer back after giving up 2 solo homers in the top of the inning. Has their MVP, everybody's MVP, come into the plate, and runners first and second.
Well, if you're Rocco Baldelli right now, you have to be a little bit concerned. 6 walks in Kyle Gibson's last start, gives up the leadoff single and the walk to Grandal. And this is the part of the order in this ballpark that you really try to stay away from, with Yelich and Hira on deck. 2 runs that we've seen in this ballpark is nothing. You would assume Yelich will be swinging early, trying to ambush Gibson.
Yelich had a double off the base of the left field wall last night in his return to the lineup after an absence of 4 or 5 days with a sore back. Brewers had an off day. We've got a couple more off days, so day game after night game. Craig Counsell confident that Yelich back is good to go. The count 0-1. 39 home runs, tied with Cody Bellinger and Mike Trout for the major league lead. And Yelich fouls that pitch back.
He might have got away with one right there. He hasn't missed that pitch too many times over the last 2 years wearing that Brewers uniform. But a little bit late on him, might have been looking for something else. Kind of got beat in the zone. He started him off with the first pitch fastball. And that one trying to go in, ran back over. Now he's got himself ahead in the count. He's in command of this at bat. Now he's got to find a way to put him away.
Oh-2 got him. Breaking ball. Down goes Yelich. Big punch out for Gibson.
Good hard slider right there, and that's the MO. When he's throwing the ball well, that's the pitch you're going to see. After back-to-back fastballs, this good, hard, tight slider. 83 miles an hour, really good. He spins the ball. You can get a good look at it right there. It appears to be fastball. You can see Yelich way out in front of it right here. He gets that front foot down, pulling the string, and a great pitch there by Gibson.
But the only way he's going to get chases on those pitches is if he's ahead in the count. The key for him is being able to throw strike one and strike two, and then he's effective with that slider. If he's 1-0, 2-0, the hitters aren't enticed or have no reason to swing at it because they're ahead in the count. They're in control. They have no reason to try and protect the plate.
Now Hira. Word was out last year, anyone that watched this kid in the minor leagues, that he could flat hit. UC Irvine, Big West Conference. And Hira, in 56 games, has lit the National League on fire. Slugging .587, on base at a .372 clip. Swings at a breaking ball there.
I think one of the things that's impressive from a pitcher standpoint, I've had a chance to watch him several times, Rich. I think what makes him so good is he's not afraid to take that ball that's on the outer third and drive it to right center field. He's a good fastball hitter, and for a young hitter, you see a lot of young hitters when they get called up to the big leagues, they're primarily pull type hitters. He has almost a little bit of an inside out swing, and he's very good two-strike breaking ball hitter.
Pulls that ball in the hole and into left field. A base hit. Grisham around third and coming home, and Milwaukee has one of those runs back.
And because of the fact that, as you talked about, he uses the whole field, you can't shift on him like you would a lot of power right-handed hitters.
This isn't that bad of a pitch. It's on the corner about knee high, but he has great plate coverage. Hits this one right past Polanco at short. As we touched on in the open, very rarely do you see a rookie that has a couple of months service time in the big leagues hitting in the 4 spot, but the Brewers are very confident in his bat-to-ball skills. He can barrel it up, as they say, and he's a terrific young hitter.
Brewers have been 1 for their last 23 with runners in scoring position before that hit. And here's Moustakas. He's popped 27 homers, 25 doubles. In the 5 spot today, Grandal at second, Hira's at first. Infield shifted a bit for Moustakas. These are two defenses that are aggressive with the shift.
Moustakas very familiar with Gibson from his time with the Royals in the AL Central. Quite a few at-bats. They're both very familiar with this matchup here, so see which experience usually favors the hitter.
Moustakas an all-star this year, his 3rd all-star team. No swing. Rob Drake down at third base. Tim Timmons working the plate. Roberto Ortiz at first. Mike Malinsky is the second base umpire. Gibson's control usually very good, but his last start, 6 walks, a career high. And a walk to Grandal in this inning. A couple of base hits. hold on the ground. Scope pivots. Polanco fumbles. Everybody's safe.
This has been one of the issues for this Minnesota Twins team. If there's one knock on their game, it's they probably made a few more errors than everyone would like. There was a missed bunt last night. Polanco at second base there, maybe trying to be a little too quick and turn a double play on a ball. Maybe wasn't hit hard enough. But that's an out you have to have. You cannot give big league teams extra outs. The most important thing in a double play is to make sure you get the first out. When you don't do that, you set yourself up for a big inning.
The error goes to Polanco on a low throw, but certainly catchable. And the bags are loaded, and here's Lorenzo Cain. Gibson 16 pitches into this inning. And Cain trying to recapture what he had last year.
It's had a down season, Rich. You touched on. You look at the average at 248, 8 home runs, hitting a little bit further down in the order early part of the year, hitting near the top third of the lineup for the Brewers. He's been in chase mode a lot, swinging at a lot of pitchers' pitches. Pitchers throwing a lot of breaking balls, particularly in counts like this one. Pretty good fastball there from Gibson, 94 miles an hour. I think sometimes hitters get into a slump, Justin. They try to hit and swing their way out of him. And I think at times Lorenzo Cain the last week to 10 days has been a little bit guilty of being a little bit over aggressive.
And it's tough as a hitter. Sometimes you go up there and you say, okay, I'm going to see if I can take a few pitches, see if I can, you know, shrink that strike zone down. And then every time you do that, it feels like you're 0-1. You fall behind in the count. So then you end up going backwards, it feels like. And to be able to control the strike zone as a hitter, to be able to be disciplined, stay within yourself, that's when you have success. And it's hard when you're going through it, when you're not getting any hits. You feel like the only way to get out of it is to hit. And sometimes it can be a good at-bat, a walk, a sac fly in a situation like this, putting the ball in play, doing something productive and something positive to build on.
Infield up the middle, back for 2. Bags loaded, a run across. Already a back and forth affair, it feels like. Twins got 2 on 2 homers in the first top half. Brewers have answered with 1. Cain, a chopper towards short. Polanco, Scopes turn in time, and Gibson gets himself out of trouble. But the Brewers put a run up on a couple of hits, leave a couple. Just an inning in the books here. Our MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, and the Twins have a 2-1 lead. Nelson Cruz recently hosted a couple of teams at Target Field for a game of Batilla, which is Dominican for stickball.
Batilla, it's a type of Dominican game that it's like a bottle of water, and you just flip it and they just do different stuff. A sink, a cut, it goes up, it goes down, and the key is try to hit it. And we use it as a tool to follow the baseballs and have better eyes, hands coordination. Like we start hitting with the head of the toy. We make our own bats, and Batilla, I guess, was another resource that we don't have any baseball, so we started using it as a baseball, and it become really popular, and also help us as a hitter to follow the breaking pitches. Because you don't know exactly, not even the pitcher know what they're gonna do. Sometimes you do if you're really good, but most of the times you don't know where they're gonna go, and you just have to follow because it's hard to beat it or put it in play. I play Batilla every day around the school, in front of my house, everywhere you can find a place to play, we play.
Why is it important for you to bring this game here to Minnesota?
Well, it's something different for the kids. It's part of our culture as a Dominican, and I just want to show it the way we live as a kid, you know?
Batilla. Hi, Nelson. How are you? Thanks for joining us.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
How old were you when you first started playing that in the Dominican?
I maybe 9, 8, something like that.
Yeah, and you still use it for hand-eye coordination?
I use the bottle of Coke or beers, Dominican beers. It's small, so it makes it a little bit harder to hit it. So I guess you want as hard as you can, so you can be able to see the ball and see the speed of the baseball.
Nelson Cruz joins us now. First order of business, how's the wrist? I know you got some good news the other day. You're on the IL, but it sounds like you should be back pretty soon.
It feels great. I was taking batting practice. I mean, I take some soft up and tea on the cage today, and it feels more loose than I guess early in the year, all over in the year, and I guess that translated a little bit more bat spin. So hopefully that's good news.
Hey, Nelson, it's Dan Plesac. Nice to talk to you, Boomstick. Hey.
What's up, buddy?
When you're sitting in the dugout, guys are going deep like that. Is it tough being a cheerleader?
I love to play, but if I don't play, I have to be the best cheerleader of the team.
Hey, Dilly, it's Justin Morneau. So at what point in your career do you feel like you evolved into a leader? So many, they've talked about your impact on this clubhouse, and so many of these young players say they look up to you, they've learned from you. Is there a certain point that you remember, or have you always thought of yourself as a leader since you've come into the league?
I think we have guys, when you're a veteran, that's part also of your job, you know, to use the young guys, and try to explain the way to prepare for every game and how manage situations in the game. It's not in the book, but they don't teach you when you're coming up from the minors. So I guess just to be able to teach him and help him out, I'm just welcome and happy to do it.
Do you feel like a game like last night, the big home run from Marwin Gonzalez, can kind of get you guys back on that winning mode?
Yeah, definitely. I think anytime you come from behind, especially against tough pitching like we have last night on the mound, it's huge for us. We've been getting big hit all year long, and last night was an example of what we do as a team.
A walk to Kepler, Jonathan Scope at the plate. Minnesota hit a couple of solo homers. Mitch Garver and Eddie Rosario in the first. Nelson Cruz is our guest. Max Kepler a good lead at first. Rocco Baldelli told us today that you've been such a big influence, not only in the lineup and on the field, but also in the clubhouse with some of the younger players. I want to get your impression on the guys at first base. Max Kepler, who is really blowing up this year. What did you see in spring training, and what have you seen from Kepler this season?
Yeah, I mean, what you see now, that's what I saw in spring training. I was like, he's a guy who he homers, and he should be have better batting average and a lot for homers, because if you take and watch his batting practice, it's impressive the way he can hit the ball with authority every single pitch, line drives all over the field. So definitely you see a guy that definitely is mature. He understands the strike zone, and he learned about his swing, so he knows what he's supposed to do on a daily basis.
And was he one of the guys in the offseason? I know you had options maybe to sign with a couple other teams, but you said you saw something in this Minnesota team and you wanted to be a part of this. You could see sort of maybe that other people didn't see of these young players evolving. Was he one of those guys that you saw and said, hey, I want to be over there with those guys? These guys have a chance to win. Obviously, you're happy you picked the Twins now, but there's a few young guys. I'm sure he was one of them, right?
No doubt. I think, I mean, the whole lineup, even the guys that we got in the whole season, like Jonathan and CJ, Marwin, you know, I mean, the whole group that we had together, and the guys that was here last year, you know, like I say, it seems like even the young guys, the ones that they come up from the minors, they see what we have as a team, and it's easy to get contagious, you know. And I mean, all the guys stepping up and having a great year.
Without question. All right, this is National League
play
here. And a nice bunt by Gibson. Good execution. That'll bring Garver to the plate. One last question. Tell us about Garver, because I think on the national scene, his name is not known, but you have a catcher who's popped 23 home runs and played the way he has. You really have something.
Definitely, you know, not only the way he hitting, when he up there calling the pitches, you know, we're confident that the fingers that they put on there are the right ones, and the pitchers and the staff, they trust him. And I mean, he's been the guy that we realize every day to be up there, and not only that, you know, he can hit homers too.
Well, take care of that wrist. The news is good. Hopefully we'll see you within a week.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, Nelson Cruz wrist issue. Garver takes in. Normally, Dan Plesac, when you get an injury like that, you can call a doctor or an expert. We just have to look to the other side of the booth because Justin Morneau had that very same injury to his wrist.
And it was funny, you know, very rarely would you ever hear that a ruptured tendon would be a good thing. But as he said it's bothered him off and on for the last couple of years, but a lot this year. I had it in 2011 in the second half of the season. In 2012, it was there in every swing I took in the cage, off the tee, soft toss, batting practice. It hurt. And then all of a sudden one day, sometime in late June, early July, it ruptured and the pain was gone. It was the weirdest thing, but there was some instability. The strength wasn't quite the same, but for me it was my top hand. For him it's his bottom hand.
Garver rolls it. Moustakas on the run in time, and the inning ends. We'll pick up the medical update after this. Hey, we're going to celebrate the 15th anniversary of the movie Mean Girls, and we'll do it the Brew Crew way, as they decided to adapt one of their favorite scenes.
Hey, wait. Sit down. Seriously, sit down. Why don't I know you?
You? I was acquired from the Dodgers.
What?
I used to play for the Dodgers.
Wait, what?
I was a catcher for the Dodgers in Los Angeles.
No, I know who the Dodgers are. I went to Harvard. So you've never seen a real tailgate party before? Shut up. Shut up.
I didn't say anything.
The Dodgers? That's really interesting.
Thanks.
But you're like really good.
Thank you.
So you agree? You think you're really good?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh, I love your tattoo. What does it mean?
They call me Yasmanian Devil because my nickname is Yaz.
It's adorable.
Oh, it's so fetch.
What is fetch?
It's slang from England.
Could you give us some privacy for like 1 second?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you should know, we don't do this a lot, so this is like a really huge deal.
We want to invite you to eat with us before every game the rest of the week.
Oh, it's okay.
Cool. So we'll see you tomorrow.
On Fridays, we wear pinstripes.
That's really good to see more Brewers on Tap content, exclusive behind-the-scenes interaction with the current Brewers and alum, just like Dan Plesac. Subscribe to the Brewers YouTube channel now.
You know what's cool about baseball now, Rich, is we get to see more of players' personalities and what you're so used to seeing Yasmani Grandal with the mask on and the gear on, and to see players the other side that as a lot of times as fans you don't get to see their personalities, their laugh, their smile, their characteristics, and I think it's a great thing that baseball's doing now.
And I think for so long in this game, showing emotion was discouraged. You know, we see a lot more celebrations with hitters and pitchers coming off the mound after big strikeouts, and it just shows the different personalities that are across this game. And I think it's good for everyone to see that guys aren't robots out there. They're out there, you know, as baseball players, but there's also people behind those that have so many different personalities and how they blend together in a clubhouse.
Twins a 2-1 lead, bottom of the second in Milwaukee. Glad you're with us on YouTube. Eric Thames fouls that pitch out of play, and that's one of the cool things about our format here on MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, is we get to go places and see things and hear things that you normally don't get in a standard Major League telecast. Thames lines it in the gap, left center field. That's well hit. Rosario cuts it off. Thames around first, doesn't run well, but gets in with the double.
Really good job by Thames. He was thinking double right out of the box. This is the bullet right over shortstop. Another two-seam fastball, sinking fastball away that he drives right over shortstop. You can see with his shift on. Sano basically playing straight up shortstop, and he challenges the arm of Rosario, but a great job by Thames. He was thinking too right out of the box and makes it fairly easily.
Well, everyone who's led off an inning has been on base. Orlando Arcia, and then you've got Gio Gonzalez behind him. And top of the order, Trent Grisham.
I know the Brewers would like to see a little bit more consistency out of Arcia. You see that first pitch breaking ball that he waves at. At times he gets in that swing mode. Last year he was sent down to the minor leagues. They love his glove work. He's a terrific shortstop, fielding, throwing. He can do just about everything. At times when he's swinging the bat really well, he reminds you a little bit of Javi Baez. I know it's probably not a real fair comp as great of a player that Baez is, but they have kind of the same swing. Javi Baez has really cut down that swing with 2 strikes, and when Arcia is going well, he kind of tapers that swing down a little bit. When he starts hitting the ball to right field, to right center field, that's really when he's on the top of his game.
He's hot right now, but not with the bat, with the glove. He's gone 40 games now without an error. He's really picked his defense up at short. Thames at second. Got the pitcher on deck. And a little tapper. Polanco on the run makes the play.
It's a nice play right there. It's a hard reader as base runner. He probably, if he could do it again, he'd probably try and make it to third. Polanco's not going to spin and throw that ball to third base, having to charge it as hard as he did, but a real good play right here. He's able to make the exchange on the run. Very athletic play. Perfect throw. Now you've got the pitcher up. So this National League game for our Twins and our American League viewers, the way it works, it's just so different. You got to be careful here. The pitcher, you're not exactly sure. He's already in scoring position, so it's not like you're just going to throw him fastballs down the middle and hope that he's going to give you a free out on a bunt. There's a good chance he's actually just going to swing right here and try and drive him in. So
let's see if he does just try to push him 90 feet up. Now Gonzalez, when he does run into one, can hit it a ways. He's got 3 career homers, but he doesn't have a hit this year.
One of the keys, you're looking at C.J. Cron. That first pitch, you'll see him creeping in. He's only about 45 feet away. He's in from the cut of the grass on the infield. He's creeping in, and a good job there by Gio. You know, as you touched on, Rich, he's a pretty good hitting pitcher. You get in a spot like this, Gibson's not really one of those guys you think of as a swing and miss type of guy. That's a very uncomfortable at bat. A swing like that might push C.J. Cron back even just another step, which might be the difference. A ground ball, you can see him kind of making his way back now towards first base.
Gonzalez checks his swing. No swing.
And maybe he was a guy who spent his entire career in the American League. This might be more of a bunt situation, but a guy who's been in the National League for quite a few years now, the last part of his career. He knows how to handle the bat. He's taken at bats regularly, you know, when he starts every 5th day, and then the batting practice in between. So he's probably a little more comfortable than, say, Gibson would be in this same situation in the batter's box.
Shallow center. Kepler makes the catch. And so Thames, who opened the inning with a double, still at second. And Trent Grisham comes back to the plate. Yeah, there is mystery, especially an American League team, and not only for their pitcher hitting, but facing the pitcher. One of the biggest hits by a pitcher this past week, probably Will Smith, that line drive to right that knocked in 2 to help the Giants beat the Phillies. And that was his first, I believe, his first major league at bat.
It's not that easy.
No, certainly his first hit.
That's when the hitters look at it and go, I'm 0 for my last 25. You go up there, you haven't had an at bat in 10 years, and just go up there and get a hit, and make it look easy.
On the flip side of that, Justin, spending my life pitching in the bullpen, nothing worse than you're going through a stretch where you can't get anybody out. Then in a blowout game, you'll see a position player on an opposing team have a 1-2-3 inning. And you sit there shaking your head thinking, I would pay right now. I would buy for a 1-2-3 quick inning.
Does it ever go through your head? You know, we saw it, especially in the last week and a half, of guys, position players coming in and throwing the ball like 50 miles an hour.
Slower than hitting speed. That's the key.
Did you ever, because of a double switch or losing the DH or act of God, get ABs in the big leagues? How many ABs?
16. 1 for 16.
Okay.
One base hit Dodger Stadium off of John Cummings, left-handed reliever of the Dodgers. I was playing for the Pirates.
I've seen
then.
that, and you smoked it down the left field line.
Yes, I did.
I've seen that.
And it was a legit hit too. And I remember getting to first base.
You play it like once a week on
oh, of course you
right?
have to. I still have the bat, the ball, and I remember it well. I remember getting to first base and had that big golf clap at Dodger Stadium, and Eric Karros was playing first base, and he said to me, he goes, "Geez, how old are you?" I think I was 33 at the time, but I spent the first 7 years of my career in Milwaukee in the American League, so I never hit. And so that was my first hit. He goes, "How old are you?" I said, 33. And I remember Tommy Sant, they ran down to ask to see if I wanted the jacket, you know, and I was like, "No." And I remember all Eric Karros said, "Hey, if they hit the ball, just run that way," and he pointed towards second base.
Trent Grisham right now. Brewers trying to tie this ball game up. Kyle Gibson, who wobbled in the first inning, gave up a leadoff double here in the second. Grisham, a solid single. A nice block there by Garver. The count to 2-2.
And that's such a big pitch for him to left-handed hitters, being able to throw that slider down and in. We saw it on the strikeout of Yelich in the first.
And there's a good look, Rich, at that grip that we talked about, almost like a golf glove. Like a golf club, he holds it. Normally, you know how you would have your thumbs wrapped around the bat? You see the thumbs kind of straight up? Kind of looks like a Phil Mickelson grip right there.
Both
little
thumbs.
interlock with
Both
the thumb
thumbs.
straight up.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like you, Rich, when you're hitting that 60 wedge right over those bunkers out at Sahali out in Seattle. But you never go in bunkers, do you?
I'm a tennis guy.
Oh, okay.
I stay out of the bunkers. I don't know that I've seen that before. The thumbs, both thumbs straight up.
Yeah, it's very unique. He hit this way before the Brewers signed him, and he had his first year hit well over 302 stops, and they tried to make some adjustments, and he finally decided this year when he went to spring training that he was going to go back to what worked for him. It's unusual grip, but it works for him.
This is just game number 11 in his big league career. That fastball is in. Gibson thought he had a strikeout. You could tell it was in, and by a good margin. Tim Timmons had the call. And that's the second walk for Kyle Gibson, and now you get Grandal up.
And this pitch clearly off the plate inside. I think maybe Garver's, the way he framed it, the way he presented it, tricked Gibson into thinking it was a better pitch than it was. You know, he's got that movement on that fastball, run back towards the plate, but that ball was a good 6 inches inside. Now he's got to make some pitches to Grandal.
It's amazing too when you're out there on the mound, Justin, as a pitcher, you throw a pitch like that. You walk in off the inning, you'll think, I want to go upstairs, I want to look at that 3-2 pitch. I think it was a strike. And when you slow it down, you see clearly it was in off the plate.
Chopper Polanco's over there, the shortstop in the shift on to first. And Gibson pitches out of trouble here in the second. For in-depth perspectives on the game, don't forget to check out YouTube Live's game commentary, which features MLB, the Twins, Brewers, and a select group of YouTube creators. They'll add to your thoughts during the telecast, unique viewing experience. You can view the live game commentary on your mobile phone, computer, your device, also in your living room, on your smart TV. All of Dan Plesac TVs are smart TVs.
All of them.
And we'll be keeping an eye on the discussion throughout the telecast. Let's check in down below with Jamie Hirsch. Hi, Jamie.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm really happy to have Devin Smeltzer joining us here. He's a pitcher for the Minnesota Twins with quite the story. You're an inspiration to a lot of people. Childhood cancer survivor turned big league pitcher. Can you share with our viewers a little bit about your backstory?
Yeah, so right before my 10th birthday, I was diagnosed with bladder and prostate cancer, and I went through exactly a year of treatment. So August 5th of 05, I was diagnosed, and August 12th of 2006, I went into remission. So ever since then, been getting after it and, you know, trying to give back as much as possible.
So you were 9 years old back when you got the diagnosis of cancer?
Yep, bladder and prostate, I was 9 years old.
And you're all healthy, remission, everything checking out clear?
Yep, complete remission. I think it was 2013 was my, like, actual considered remission. It was a certain amount of years after. Yeah.
Well, that's great news. And now here you are, you're a big league pitcher. I know the last time you met with the Brewers back at Target Field was extra special for you. Your first big league start, and you threw 6 shutout innings. What was that experience like for you and your family?
I've been throwing that game in my head for so many years, so being able to just come out and take it all in and enjoy it and No, I was very calm, and I've said it since then. That's the most calm I've ever been in a start. So I think all the mental innings that I've thrown throughout the years, I just was able to embrace it and just execute.
And now you've made a few more starts since then. You're kind of in and out of the starting rotation for the Twins. What has your approach been with every start? What have you learned?
I've learned a lot. These hitters don't miss much, so I have to execute what I have. And I'm not a big flamethrower, so I have to pitch with my stuff and use my head and just take it day by day. And when they call me up, I'm going to give everything I can to help the team win, because that's pretty my role this year.
Well, the Twins are about to hit. We've already seen a couple of bombas so far today. What is it like for you as a pitcher, knowing that you've got some serious power behind you out there?
It just gives you the confidence that you can get in the strike zone, pitch with your stuff, let them put it in play. You have a great defense behind you, and you're going to get the run support.
Thanks so much for the time, Devin.
You bet. Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Jamie. Devin Smeltzer. It's a terrific story. Jorge Polanco's at the plate. Gio Gonzalez misses down low. Polanco, Miguel Sano, Eddie Rosario for the Twins, who already have popped 2 homers, solo shots by Mitch Garver and Rosario. Polanco struck out in first. Gio Gonzalez has been navigating his way around the strike zone after giving up those 2 homers in the first inning.
As you touched on earlier, Rich, you look back at his career, was a 15-game winner with the Oakland A's. He was 15-9, won 16 games in 2011. In his first year with the Nationals in 2012, probably his best year in the big leagues, 21-8 with a 2.89 ERA. So he's got some pedigree behind him, and he's a different Gio Gonzalez. Goes about a little bit different ways. A few more changeups. We don't see that big curveball and the big heater, but still a solid pitcher.
And what was it Craig Counsell told us guys before the game, talking about Gio, that he had watched him from afar, but when he joined the Brewers, he was impressed with his pitching acumen, just his feel for pitching.
And I think when you have a young staff like the Brewers do, they need to see somebody go out there and do it. A pretty good pitch on another changeup that's away and pop up to Yelich in right field. And a lot of times when you have young pitchers like Woodruff and Hauser, that they get a chance to watch a guy throw a bullpen, watch the way a guy goes about his work in between his starts, watch his mannerisms on the mound. And I think most guys, and Justin, you could touch on it from a position player standpoint, if you could take all those experiences early on and take that knowledge and physically be able to do it at the end, it'd be an easy game to play.
Yes, everything I mean, as your career goes on, the stuff you wish you could tell your younger self. Now, it was a little different stage in my career. I'd already had some time in the big leagues, but having Jim Thome on our team and seeing what it took for someone who was 39, 40 to prepare every day to play in the big leagues, I learned so much from just watching him work.
Miguel Sano, way out of here. My goodness. The onslaught continues for the Twins. 3 solo homers and a 3-1 lead.
And that fastball he struck him out with his last at bat, he made the adjustment right there, tried to challenge him with a heater. He's able to pull his arms in, and he's been on fire. He made some swing adjustments about a month and a half ago, but the biggest thing for him has been his strike zone discipline, not chasing pitches, not getting himself out. Well, take a look at this. That's almost the exact same pitch that he struck him out on the last time up. Now he makes the adjustment. And he's got as much swing. He's got as much power as anybody in the big leagues. I mean,
Goes to open up a checking account here, Rich.
In the check deck, baby.
At the Associated Bank, the check deck. Making a deposit. 4-bagger.
This is quite a show. Here's Rosario, who homered to left. If you spent time around baseball, whether it's the minor leagues or the major leagues, you've probably seen this group called the Men of Steel. They are a softball exhibition team that come in, and they're all 6'5" and jacked, and they hit balls like 450 feet, and it's all an exhibition.
Look at Gio right there.
The Minnesota.
Rich, that is the most humbling feeling, because you know the sound, you know the trajectory, and it normally isn't good.
I think it was funny to me. A lot of times as a pitcher, you won't want to watch those home runs, right? But sometimes you give them up and you just want to see how far they go, because sometimes they're just impressive.
You know, it's been kind of what baseball is in 2019. Gio Gonzalez strikes out the side in the first, but gives up 2 home runs. He has 4 strikeouts through 2 1/3 innings. The problem is 3 solo home runs.
Well, he's facing the Men of Steel.
That's true. There was an interesting line about a week to 10 days ago. James Paxton, 4 innings, 9 hits, 7 runs, all earned, no walks, 9 strikeouts. You know, we've seen that in the game, though. It's becoming a little bit all or nothing.
Half swing, run down by Kane in right center field, and Rosario is out, and C.J. Cron is coming up.
Trying to get a handle on, you know, there's the
your
Associated Bank, right? Miguel Sano made a one-stop deposit right over the check deck.
I think they sent it back. I think the check bounced in Milwaukee.
Insufficient funds, right? There's a good look at the big fella right there.
But I mean, this is what this team does to you. They're aggressive in the zone. Their chase rate is as low or, you know, near the top 10 of the league. They don't get themselves out too often. They have an aggressive approach, but they're, as we talked to manager Rocco Baldelli before the game, he said, we try not to give them too much. They have all the information available to them, but we just want them to be aggressive in the strike zone, attack the pitches, and go after it. And they've done that very well and better than anyone on the home run side in baseball this year.
You know, it's amazing when you have a good hitting team, Justin, like the Twins, how you could take a big ballpark. A lot of people, when that ballpark opened up at Target Field, thought it was a very pitcher-friendly ballpark, kind of like what Tom Glavine, Smoltz, and Maddox did, making Fulton County, Atlanta look small. It's amazing how a good hitting team can turn a bigger ballpark into an average-looking ballpark.
Yeah, the perception of that place has changed, and it has as much to do with the hitters as anything, but I think we're seeing that throughout baseball. But this team is just built from top to bottom to drive the ball out of the ballpark. I think the biggest concern that a lot of people had was who's going to get on base, what's the on base percentage, is it going to be all solo home runs? But they've done a good job of getting on base, of evolving as hitters. These young hitters have taken such big strides of developing into power threats up and down.
C.J. Cron pulls one to short. Arcia gathers and throws him out. How do you keep the Minnesota Twins in the yards? Miguel Sano, all 272 pounds of him, 415 feet later. It's in the check deck, and the Twins are up 3-1. Christian Yelich is picked right up where he left off in his MVP season of 2018. He's looking for back-to-back MVPs.
Still making a lot of noise this year is Christian Yelich.
Swinging at a fly ball to right and deep. Get up! Get up! Get out of here! Gone for Yelich! How about that guy, folks?
Being told he's the 6th player in Major League history to homer in his team's first 4 games of the season.
Man, oh man, what a run. 2-0 delivery, here it is. Yelich lines a base hit to left. They're going to score the winning run. He's in there, and the Brewers have beaten St. Louis.
Christian Yelich was the baddest man on the baseball field.
Yelich a drive, left center field, it is gone. Fly ball and back in the deep right field, gone. Second of the night. Swinging a drive to left center and deep. No, not again. Get up, get out of here, gone. In one night, Christian Yelich just hit his 3rd home run in this game.
This is turning into a sweet little run. Now it's Christian Yelich with the bases loaded.
High drive, deep right center. It's gone. A grand slam for Christian Yelich.
He's blown away his peers.
Yelich a drive, hit back into left field. It is gone. We are tied. That didn't take long.
Curtain call for Christian Yelich.
Christian Yelich, an MVP last year, his first year in Milwaukee. They love him now, and they should. And he's got a shot at a back-to-back MVP. Yelich leads it off in the 3rd. Keston Hiura, Mike Moustakas for the Brewers. 3-1 Twins on top. Kyle Gibson on the mound. Rich Waltz along with Dan Plesac, Justin Morneau, Jamie Hirsch. Yelich takes out. And Justin Morneau, to talk about Yelich and his swing, you go to this guy, the hitting coach for the Brewers, who managed Yelich for 2 seasons in the minor leagues with the Marlins. And in this age of launch angle and everybody tweaking their swing and changing their swing, I asked Haynes, And look, I saw all of Yelich's at-bats as a Marlin. I asked him, have you seen a change in the swing with Yelich? He said, no, same swing. He really hasn't changed. The only thing that's different is he's catching the ball out in front more than he did as a young hitter with the Marlins. And obviously it shows.
And when you catch it out front, it allows you to elevate the ball a little bit more.
Catches that in front, but pulls it on the ground to C.J. Cron.
I think one of the things that, you know, we as hitters try to do is you want to track the ball, you want to see the ball. But coming into this ballpark, you know, he wasn't rewarded as much. Hitting in that ballpark in Miami, that's big, especially to, you know, center, left center, right center. It plays huge in Miami. Well, you come here and all of a sudden you take that whole field approach that he has, and now he's getting rewarded with doubles and homers, and the confidence you can just see. I mean, you thought last year he might have peaked, and he's gotten better from last year to this year. I mean, he's right up there with the numbers that Trout's put up, and I mean, he's top 3 in baseball right now of anyone you'd want on your team, and he's been rewarded just for having a solid approach, using the whole field. And when you use the whole field, it allows you to hit all pitches as opposed to being a dead pull hitter. It's a real challenge to be able to stay on anything off speed.
Here's Hira, RBI single to left. Now, we talked about shifting against a guy like Hira. The Twins are shifted a little more now. They've brought Schoop almost behind second base. But as Dan pointed out, he's got mad power to right center.
He does. And getting back to Yelich, Rich, you had a chance to see him early on with the Marlins. Was there anything that you saw in his career that you thought, hey, would translate to a guy that would be a 30-plus home run guy?
Yes, absolutely, yes. And many people didn't see that from the outside. Here, another shot to left. You know, the old adage in baseball oftentimes for a hitter like a Yelich is the power will come once you get to the big leagues. You know, nowadays guys arrive and they've got the power. Well, with Yelich, he knew the strike zone so well. He hit to all fields. The exit velocity off his bat was always in the top 5 to 10 ever since he was a rookie. So the fact that he's hitting home runs now, Don Mattingly, of course, managed him there. Mattingly knows a thing or two about hitting. He was a great hitting coach, and still is. And obviously a left-handed guy who had powers. And he said, don't worry about him. The power's going to come. One of these days he's going to wake up, and all of a sudden you're going to see that 30 home runs. Brewers trying to get something going here. Hira is 2 for 2. Moustakas reached on an error back in the first. Milwaukee got their run in the first on a Grisham hit, a wild pitch, and the Hira single. Pop up. Sano. Have you seen a bigger third baseman in baseball? I mean,
the only one I can recall would be Pablo Sandoval, but bigger, kind of, I guess, the wrong way bigger. I mean, this is a large man, and he's got himself, Justin, you would know. He seems like he's in better shape now that I've seen him in a couple of seasons. I thought he was getting it a little bit on the heavy side last year and the year before, and he looks terrific right now.
Yes, and he really focused that on that in the offseason. It was unfortunate he had an incident with his Achilles and ended up getting infected, you know, in the offseason. And he came in, he spent so much time focusing on that condition and his strength and being ready to go, and he missed a whole bunch of time. But he's just grown up, I think. You know, there was expectations from him. There was a documentary made about him as a young 16-year-old kid, and the Twins signed him out of Dominican, and there was all these expectations that were put on him, and I think he put them on himself as well. And now he's comfortable. He's got Nelson Cruz in the clubhouse. He's surrounded where he doesn't have to be the guy. All the focus isn't on him.
Kane back into center field. Hira will stop at second. Brewers have had good swings against Kyle Gibson, and they have a powerful left-handed bat coming up right now in Eric Thames.
Well, that should make Lorenzo Cain feel a little bit better. He bounced into that double play to get out of the first inning. The average down into the low 240s. Gets a fastball, a little two-seamer down, 93. Hits a bullet right back up the middle. Brewers are kind of waiting for Lorenzo Cain to break out of this. He was such an important part, hitting at the top of the order last year, and It's been a totally rough go for Low K up to this point, but there's a lot of schedule, a lot of season left. Brewers a half game out of the second National League wild card spot, 2.5 games behind the Cubs in the NL Central.
Now Thames to right field, and it's going to fall for a hit. Hiura around third will score easily. Kane into third base, and Eric Thames is 2 for 2. It's a 1-run ball game.
Good swing right here. Try to challenge him inside this ball. Stayed on the inside part. Not really a bad pitch. Maybe a little higher in the zone than he was looking for, but just able to hit it in the exact right spot around the shift. The second baseman playing in shallow right field, driving in a run, and the frustration, I think, of the last start for Gibson and this start not going as well as he would like. He's been handed a couple of 2-run leads. Hasn't had the shutdown inning in either one of those innings. When the Twins have scored, the Brewers have answered right back.
And that's one of the benefits of the modern day approach of hit the ball in the air. It's hard to hit the ball through the shift, but if you can hit it over the shift, even if it's not a 450 footer, but you put it in the air, you get it over the shift. Thames bluffs, and a swing and a miss by Arcia.
There's another one. Same pitch, St. Gibson, same thing last time. First pitch breaking ball to Arcia, gets a little jumpy. Runners at first and third and 1 out. A little bit prone to swinging at the first pitch. I think if Gibson's smart, he'll stay with that breaking ball, do him a favor, giving him anything on the inner half of the plate. You see almost kind of leaking or bailing away, try to keep something down and away.
Little tapper.
And Gibson in the past was known almost exclusively for that 2-seam fastball, and it looks to me like he's inside conscious. He's just waiting for him to throw that 2-seam running into his barrel. He's trying to clear his hips, clear his front side, and give himself room for his hands to work to be able to pull that ball. And I think Garver and Gibson have recognized that and tried to stay away from it.
Only Blake Snell has a better K rate, strikeout rate on breaking balls than Gibson. Gibson is second in baseball at 50%. Snell's at 55%.
The only thing you have to make sure right now, if you're Garver, you're going to call for that breaking ball down, make sure to block it. Got Kane at third base, a good base runner who get a good lead.
0-2. There's the breaking ball, and Thames is going to take second base. Speaking of the breaking ball, we're talking about strikeout rate, K rate with that breaking ball. Snell's on top. Some other good curveballers and breaking ballers. Corbin. Luis Castillo is a bright young star in Cincinnati. Clevenger in Cleveland.
I think Mike Clevenger's taking the biggest jump up. He's turned himself from a 5th, 6th inning relief pitcher guy, long guy, to a front of the rotation. One of the many reasons why the Indians are breathing right down the neck of the Twins right now.
But I don't think that was based on his stuff. That was just based on there was no spot in the rotation for him. Because I remember I faced him when he first came up, and I went, how is this guy not in the rotation? How is this guy not their #2 starter? I mean, his stuff, he comes right at you with above average stuff.
Now, he had him 1 and 2. First base is open, and Gio Gonzalez is on deck. So
you continue to go breaking ball. You're this far in the count. This is where you have to feed on a guy like Arcia being over aggressive. You touched on it, Rick. You had the base open right now. I think you just continue to go break. Looks like they're going to go fastball in.
There's the fastball, and he pulls it foul.
You know, that might set up the breaking ball away, but when you have a guy that looks over anxious at the plate, as Arcia does right now, you're almost doing him a favor, throwing him anything straight. Particularly, he's a launch angle type of guy that likes to lift the ball up in the air.
Doesn't chase.
That's a great take.
And there's a good way. There's 2 ways you can approach this, because if you're able to retire Arcia here, then you have the pitcher leading off the next inning. The problem is if you give up a hit right here, you're going to be faulted because the pitcher's on deck. So it's almost like you're not going to give in. You're not going to take a chance. But if you're able to get out of this and have the pitcher in the leadoff spot the next inning and strand 2 runners on base, it's a best case scenario.
3-2. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, and that's a strikeout. And so Gibson with the breaking ball gets the strikeout. Milwaukee gets another run back on 3 hits. They leave 2. And after 3, a 1-run lead for the Minnesota Twins, who won last night in comeback fashion. And of course they did it the way they're doing it right now. Marwin Gonzalez home run last night.
You just have to wonder, Justin, if that one fastball ended, he hit foul, he topped one over third base, sped him up just enough to make him a little bit more vulnerable to that breaking ball away.
Craig Counsell's resume, impressive stuff. Of course, he had an outstanding major league career, 16 years, was a key part of 2 world championships and 2 postseasons for the '97 Marlins, and of course those 2001 Diamondbacks. Grew up a Brewers fan. His dad worked in the front office, and he has improved this team every step of the way. And of course, last year, 1 game away from the World Series, losing to the Dodgers in Game 7 in the National League Championship Series. The Brewers this year, we kind of laid it out. Injuries, you can project wins and losses, you can project home runs. It's hard to project injuries, and the Brewers have had a ton of them in their bullpen and in their rotation. Still in the wild card, though. Dan, you pointed out just a game and a half behind the Cardinals, with the Nationals holding that top spot.
Well, you look at the Brewers right now, and listen, they feel like their best baseball is in front of them. They're getting back to the injuries, and I think, Rich, one of the bigger injuries that goes unnoticed, the guy that was so big in their bullpen last year, Corey Knebel, was lost for the year with Tommy John surgery. And he was one of those guys that Craig Counsell, he could use he liked to call his guys out-getters. He could use Knebel in the 6th, 7th. They sent him down in July last year. He was being inconsistent, lost his mechanics and delivery. They brought him back up, and they really had a 3-headed monster in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Knebel was throwing great, Jeffress was throwing great, and Josh Hader was throwing great. So the Brewers felt like if they had the lead on you in the 7th inning, it was pretty much lights out, and that's not been the case this year.
All right, that's the bullpen. Now, here are the starting pitchers. And Zach Davies is supposed to come back for the Cardinals series, but you lose that talent from the rotation and the bullpen, and that's a challenge. And the guy that's met that challenge joins us now, Craig Counsell. Craig, how are you?
Great, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, what have you seen so far? Both these pitchers don't seem to be real sharp, but they're both battling right now.
Yeah, look, the Twins are a good home run hitting team. They're a great home run hitting team, and they've taken advantage of a couple of Gio's pitches up in the zone, and I thought Garver hit a pretty good pitch down in the zone, but he's throwing the ball pretty well. The strikeouts are there, so that means the changeup's been really good today, so we just got to keep getting through. We're doing a good job offensively. We just kind of haven't broken through with that big hit.
Hey, Craig, it's Dan. How about Keston here? Looks like he's having a pretty good day so far, 2 for 2 at the plate.
Well, he's a heck of a young hitter, just brand new in this league and about 200 plate appearances in, but really a middle of the lineup guy, as you can see. He's doing a great job.
Out to short, Arcia whips it to first. Last question. You get Davies back for the Cardinals, and we've talked about having to patch it together with your bullpen and your rotation. What will he mean to your ball club to get back in there?
Well, we've had some off days. I've been taking advantage of just going with 4 starters. Zach's had a really nice season for us. Jordan Lyles, who we acquired from Pittsburgh, has done a nice job solidifying in Brandon Woodruff's absence. But Zach's been at times, one of the better pitchers in the National League. So getting him back is going to be a good thing for sure.
All right, thanks for the visit. Good luck the rest of the way today.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
All right, Craig Counsell. We appreciate the visit. Marwin Gonzalez bounced out. And here is Max Kepler. Kepler takes a strike. He walked back in the 2nd. For both of these teams, there are some guys whose names have not really blown up nationally. And this is one of those names. More people should be talking about Max Kepler. And not just for his numbers, but his story. This is a guy who was born in Germany. Kepler, his parents were both in the Berlin Ballet.
Very athletic family. I remember when we signed him as a 16-year-old, he came in because he was an international player, wasn't subject to the draft.
Don't tell me he danced right away. He didn't do a ballet when he walked in the clubhouse, did he?
No, I just remember seeing this young kid, this 16-year-old kid came over, and he actually went to school in Florida. He moved from Germany, and he has just developed. And you think he hasn't had the reps of a kid in California or Florida or Texas or wherever, one of those warmer states that they play baseball basically year-round.
So I think everyone saw that potential, and it's been talked about, at least in Minnesota, for a few years of when's he going to find this, and now we're seeing it.
Yeah, he has. Now, his mother was from Texas, his dad from Poland. They were both dancers in the Berlin Ballet. And at 16, when he was signed as an international sign, and he played baseball in Germany, you're right, he came over as a junior in high school, and in Fort Myers, Twins training home, he was just a regular high school student, and nobody really knew that he was a professional baseball player, and yet he's a high school junior in Fort Myers.
And they built a new high school right behind the Twins complex, so it was like he had, I mean, I can't imagine a better situation as a young kid wanting to be a professional baseball player and already being a professional baseball player, having this great facility right in your backyard from your school.
You know, from a pitcher standpoint, there's a
Schoop into left field. And Kepler is going to get to third easily. Scope's not stopping, and he's in there with a double. Jonathan Schoop.
You know, last year, Jonathan Schoop, I thought it was a strange second half of the year. The Brewers acquired him at the trade deadline last year. And he really wasn't an everyday player. Turned himself really into more of a utility. They used him against left-handers as a pinch hitter. And I think getting a chance, Justin, for him to be back in the lineup every day. This guy and Manny Machado, you could have made the case they were the best shortstop second base combo in the American League for a couple of seasons. And I think getting a chance to play every day, this guy's a really solid player, and the fans of Milwaukee didn't get a chance to see how good he is.
All right, this is an interesting spot here. You got the infield in, you got the pitcher up, second and third, and one out. Kepler, a good athlete at third. Dan Plesac, Justin Morneau. How do you play this if you're Rocco Baldelli?
Well, you're going to, with Mitch Garver on deck, the home run power he possesses, they're not going to be going on contact right here. I'd be surprised if they were going on contact. Normally with one out, it's a time where you might take a chance, but not with Garver on deck.
And if you're Gio right now, you're going to try to channel that inner Gio from 4 or 5 years ago. Right now, you're thinking strikeout. You have to get greedy. A lot of times during a course of an inning where you're kind of let the at bat or the count dictate what you want to do. But if you're Gio right now, you have to really be thinking punch out. You've got a guy that's very inexperienced with Gibson. I'd be surprised if they put some type of a squeeze play or sacrifice bunt on, a safety squeeze.
Takes down low.
And the other thing that happens if you're able to retire Gibson, especially on a strikeout, and you have those runners at second, third, then you can be a little more careful with Mitch Garver, who absolutely mashes against left-handed pitching. We saw the whole opposite field home run already leading off the game. So this is such an important out. Obviously, the pitcher up there, you have to get him out.
2-1. It's outside. And now, I mean, you don't want to face Garver with the bags loaded. That's the worst case scenario, and you can see it on the face of Craig Counsell.
If you're Gio Gonzalez right now, you have to be shaking your head. This is bad to Gibson. He is really just taking a couple of really close pitches. You know, this is a spot right here where I think if you're Gio Gonzalez, you almost have to go to the 3-2 breaking ball right now. If he feels he can throw that curveball for a strike, I think that's the pitch.
Gibson is 4 for 19 in his career, so he can run into one. 3-2. It's out, and he takes it, and they're loaded. And here comes Garver.
Everything that could have happened right there, that is the absolute worst case scenario.
An odd sequence of pitching there from Gio Gonzalez. You fall behind the pitcher 2-1. You run the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes. You have that good curveball in your back pocket. He elected to go with another fastball. That fastball he threw that one there was almost like it was. He threw it like he really was trying to nibble. He pitched Gibson like he was a everyday position player, and he's painted himself in a corner right now with the bases loaded here in 1 out.
Now, Mitch Garver's having an outstanding year, and this was him as a leadoff hitter. He leads off against lefties, and that has started what is a 3-homer day already for the Minnesota Twins.
His OPS is over 1,100 against lefties. He's a guy, you know, it was interesting because in the ballgame last night, they almost exclusively pitched him away. They stayed away from him. They tried to say, okay, if he's going to beat us, he's not going to beat us on the pull side. Well, he comes up in his first at bat, makes that adjustment, Now, the second time up, they showed him a fastball in, maybe to try and get him off that away. I'll be surprised if they try and challenge him in right here. He's probably looking out over the plate, want to get his arms extended, big part of the field, see if he can run into another one here.
The pride of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Mitch Garver played at the hometown university for the New Mexico Lobos, hit .390 his senior year. There have been some players out of that state. Did you know Ralph Kiner, born in New Mexico? Alex Bregman is an Albuquerque kid as well.
Pacheco. This ball is well short of the plate. That's how you get the reputation as being one of the best defensive catchers. Obviously, his receiving has been well documented, but when you're able to do that, save your pitcher a run on a big misfire. Now Garver's strike zone has just shrunk to about the size of a coffee cup, and he throws it in there. He's coming out of his shoes.
Infield, an extreme shift. 3 guys on the third base side. Milwaukee's bullpen active.
That was something you never saw last year. Jeremy Jeffress up in the 4th inning. He was primarily one of their top out-getters, 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Craig Counsell also not afraid to use him to close games. Shows you the importance of this game, too. The Brewers have a day off tomorrow. They go to Washington, D.C. to play the Nationals Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you'd think this is a game where Craig Counsell is going to throw all his chips in. Like to go to Jeffress and try to keep this one close.
Kepler's at third, Scope at second, Gibson's at first. 2-1. Gio Gonzalez laboring here. The ball strike ratio really not where you want it. 39 balls, 37 strikes. That's upside down. Garver takes. Now the bag's loaded, and a power bat in a great count.
He went 2-0 changeup. He went 2-1 changeup. Now he's kind of, as you said, packed himself into a corner. What do you do? Do you challenge him with the 3-1 fastball right here, or do you go back to that changeup and give him a third look at it?
Out of play. Counts full.
Pretty gutsy pitch. 3-1 changeup, bases loaded, 1 out. I think if you're Garver right now, that would give you a pretty good idea. I guess the pitch, if you have the guts to do it, if you're Gio, is to come with a fastball in the inner third. He was able to lock Sano up with a 4-seam fastball the first time he faced Sano.
The only problem is it's 89. It's not that 94 anymore, so you have to really locate it well if you're going to decide to throw him a fastball right here.
Always good to have a Plesac in the graphic there. That one fouled back.
It's 3-2. Change up there.
That's a changeup right now that Garver would like to have back too. That one was up, out, outer third of the zone. Lowest opponent batting average with changeup among starting pitchers. Zach Plesac. I didn't teach him that. Another look at that changeup, 81 up. Still waiting right here to see if they're going to try to bust him in with a 4-seam fastball away.
Bag still loaded. Count still 3-2. 1 out. And he got him.
Another changeup. Terrific sequencing of pitching and gutsy from Gio Gonzalez. 5 consecutive changeups to Mitch Garver.
And all very well located right around the edges of the strike zone. Didn't give in. Was able to feed off the aggressiveness of the hitter. Those changeups that start over the plate, those are the tough ones. You know, it starts, you see it over the big part of the plate. It's hard really to judge whether that ball is going to be an inch or two below the zone as a hitter. That fraction of a second you have to make up your mind, and he wasn't able to hold off. Maybe swung the ball 4, but well located. Now he's got to finish this inning off right here.
Now Polanco, and Grandal has to slide out to smother it. The inning opened with a ground ball out from Marwin Gonzalez, and then it got sideways for Gio. A walk to Kepler, who's walked twice, double by Scope, and then he walked the pitcher Gibson to load him up. That's textbook.
Sitting at 81 pitches. Be very surprised if we don't see Jeremy Jeffress to start next inning.
Polanco pulls it foul.
You know, we were talking earlier about Gio. You go back to those years where 15, 18, 20 game winner. It's amazing how at a certain point in your career, I don't think 5 years ago you would have said to Gio Gonzalez, bases loaded, 3-1 count, you're going to throw 5 consecutive changeups. He would have probably looked at you like you're nuts, but when you're in survival mode, he no longer has that 94 to 95. But as Craig Counsell said, he's a survivor. He doesn't panic. He knows that he can't go about doing it the way that he used to, but he keeps finding ways and figuring ways out, and he's very competitive.
Lined into center field. That's a base hit. Kepler will score. Scope right behind him. Gibson ventures to third, and Polanco stretches the lead to 5-2.
That's that big 2-out hit that the Brewers missed yesterday. Left a lot of runners on base in last night's ball game, and this team can do it. It's not only the home run, they also hit very well with runners in scoring position as a team. And Polanco maybe doing his homework from the on-deck circle, seeing how many changeups were thrown to Mitch Garver, and he's able to take advantage of it, hit it in the right spot, score a couple runs. And now we'll see a double switch as manager Craig Counsell comes out of the dugout with Gio Gonzalez scheduled to lead off the next half inning.
Craig Counsell making the move. And for you American League fans, this is always thrilling, the double switch.
You know, as a young player, we had our meetings. I never watched National League Baseball growing up. I never played it.
Right.
So I came up as a rookie, and they're saying, okay, guys not starting the game. Be ready for the double switch. And I didn't want to admit that I had no idea what a double switch was. So I was just kind of sitting there in the corner of the meeting going, okay, I'll ask somebody that's not going to make fun of me after this what that means.
MLB fans, tune in as the stars of today meet stars of tomorrow. Javi Baez, the Cubs, Josh Bell and the Pirates. The MLB Little League Classic presented by Geico, Sunday 7 Eastern on ESPN. That's live from Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Major League Baseball always live with MLB at Bat. Follow your favorite team's action with game tracking, video highlights, up-to-the-moment stats, standings, news, and more. Get the #1 app for live baseball. Download MLB at Bat today. And we know that baseball fans watch games on a variety of devices, from smart TVs like Dan Plesac to tablets and phones like Justin Morneau. And you can find some terrific baseball on our MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Look at these games. Braves, Rockies, Mets at Nationals on a Wednesday afternoon in early September. The Rays and the Blue Jays, Indians, Angels. Back to Dodger Stadium for the Rays and the Dodgers. And the Cardinals at the Diamondbacks will finish off the schedule. Jeremy Jeffress in. You see the ERA up at 4.75. And the whip a little high at 1.33. He arrives here trying to quiet down the Twins. Speaking of MLB at Bat and the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, one of the cool things, and we know that a lot of people will follow a game and have a laptop or a tablet, iPad nearby. If you go to the scoreboard page on the MLB at Bat app, it's just one click away from getting you to the game. A reminder. You see there's a banner there that says the YouTube Watch Live Twins Brewers, one touch, and you're transported to another place in time, which is Miller Park in Milwaukee. There are a lot of Minnesota Twin fans who have made this trip for the 2-game series as well. They enjoyed themselves last night. They're enjoying themselves today. Sano crushed one to left for his 21st into the check deck in left center. One of 3 homers for the Twins.
I think we might have to call Mr. Sano the loan officer, right? Doing some one-stop bank shopping.
It's so easy these days, isn't
right?
it?
Just get up in the box, look for a fastball in.
Here's
drive
the
through the teller window and say, listen, I'd like to make a deposit. A 4-bagger with swagger in the check deck. Miguel Sano.
3 solo homers. Garver, Sano, Rosario. At the corners here, and an opportunity to add on, which in this ballpark against a team like the Brewers, you need to do that every opportunity you get.
You know, going back and looking at Jeffers from last year, what a year he had. 8-1 with an ERA of 1.29. Made the All-Star team. I think most impressive, 76 and 2/3 innings, 49 hits allowed. So it's been a little bit different, Jeremy Jeffress, so far this year. And in those 76 innings, 89 strikeouts to go along with it. Monster year last year.
Do you believe there can be a hangover or a carryover for a guy being used that much out of the bullpen?
I do, because the year before he pitched 64 innings. But last year it was 76 very high leverage innings. And I think that's the wear and tear that you're seeing with Josh Hader right now.
Well, then you also add the playoffs on top of that, losing in the NLCS. I mean, they had some high leverage.
That's the hidden toll for a lot of pitchers that get to the postseason.
His velocity was down in spring training, caused some concern for the Brewers in spring training, which is normal for a reliever. Power breaking ball right there, which is normal for a guy that was a lot. He was pitched a lot, high leverage all season long, and sometimes you pay the price for that the following year.
Jeffress finishes Sano, but the Twins add 2 more. Jorge Polanco's 2-out, 2-run single. And Minnesota right now with a 5-2 lead, headed to the bottom of the 4th. Now, if you're the Brewers and you're chasing down wild cards, you want to play wild card teams. Guess what? Look at the upcoming games for the Brewers. It's all right in front of them, isn't it?
It is, and I think what the Brewers are hoping with the day off tomorrow, that big 3-game set this weekend against the Nationals, they're hoping to have Brandon Woodruff back sometime in the 1st or 2nd week of September. He's a big part of their rotation. Been lost. Craig Counsell touched on it. Jordan Lyles has been really good. They're going to get Zach Davies back. The starting pitching, surprisingly, hasn't been the problem. The problem has been twofold for the Brewers. Inability to hit with runners in scoring position, and their bullpen just isn't as rock solid as it was last year.
And Chase Anderson, who threw last night, is a guy that they're counting on as well down the stretch.
You know, he's another guy. He's a 4, 5, 6 inning pitcher at most. He's thrown the ball very well lately, but I think a lot of times what has hurt the Brewers, what we saw from Gio Gonzalez so far, high pitch count. The Brewers starting pitchers not able to get into that 7th or 8th inning. And Rich, they quite frankly go to that bullpen early and often, and they're going to have to try to get some more length out of their bullpen.
All right, well, let's go to the source. Let's hear about the rotation. Chase, welcome to the show. We were talking to Craig Counsell, and you guys have really had to patch it together at times with your rotation and with your bullpen, but it sounds like help is on the way for you guys.
Yeah, I think so. I know we got Brent Suter that's rehabbing, trying to get back, help us out here, and Zach Davies will be coming back soon. So hopefully we can get Chacin and Woodruff back in September, and you know, we can be strong for the finish of the season.
You guys have a feeling now what it felt like for pitchers to face you guys last year. Here are the starting pitchers on the injured list. Davies back for the Cardinals series. That's a lot of talent. Last year, your offense just bludgeoned people. This year, it's the Minnesota Twins. What was the pitchers meeting like going into this 2-game series, scouting this Twins team?
Yeah, we know they're built around the long ball, and they've proven that this year with the amount of homers they've hit. And you know, the goal is to face these guys and keep the ball in the park. I felt like if I didn't walk Kepler yesterday, that the homer to Garver doesn't really happen, or I sequenced that a little bit different that at bat. But you know, they have a really good team. They're in first place in their division for a reason, and I know the Indians are right behind them. But our goal is to try to keep the ball out of the air against this team and off of the fence, because this team can really hit the ball a long way. So you know, it's shown again today.
On the double switch, Hernan Perez is going to get the at bat. Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Chase, it's Dan. Last year, you guys were 5 games out about this point of the year. It looked like you were on the outside looking in. Do you have a little bit more confidence knowing that you were able to run down the Cubs last year, and only being a couple games out of first, you guys are still well within reach of winning this division?
Yeah, no doubt. I think last year, you know, we had such a good team down the stretch, and you know, getting some guys healthy is going to help that out. And you know, with Christian Yelich in our lineup, you know, we're always a chance to, you know, he's always has a chance to impact the game. So I think if we continue to stay close, and I know our starting pitching needs to go a little bit deeper into games, and I feel like that we have a chance to do that, and I know I can get past the 6th, 7th, 8th inning, and hopefully can help this team down the stretch and give the bullpen a little bit of a breather.
Do you think there can be a carryover effect with all the innings and pitching deep into the postseason as you guys did last year?
Yeah, I think a little bit. You look at what Hader has done for us since he's been called up to the big leagues. This year he's kind of getting a little exposed more than he has in the past, and his heater up in the zone is almost unhittable. If it gets down, it's a little bit more susceptible to get hit. And then our bullpen really carried us towards the end of the season last year. And we're going to count on those guys again this year. This is how the matchups work, the analytics work, and we know numbers 3 times through the lineup as a starter usually go up a little bit more than they do the first couple times. So. Our goal as a starting pitcher, and my goal as a starting pitcher, is to hope get us into the 6th, 7th inning and hand it over to those guys. And Matt Alberts is having a really good year for us. So we just got to get hitting on all cylinders. And I think with the team we have, we're capable of doing that. So looking forward to the rest of the season.
Trent Grisham at the plate. To be a successful major league manager these days, it seems you have to have a nice blend of your finger on the pulse of the analytics, be progressive with things you do, but have some old school stuff. That kind of describes Craig Counsell. What's it like playing for this guy, because he's incredibly well respected around the game and well liked by just about everybody as well? Yeah, no doubt. Counsell's been awesome. He's been here since I've been here, so we have a little bit of a history together, and it's been a lot of fun playing with him and playing for him. I think he does have a little bit of an old school mentality. He knows how to read a game and manage a game really well, and he knows when to keep you in and when to take you out. And I respect every decision he makes, and looking forward to hopefully being here for a few more years and trying to bring a World Series back here to I know his hometown in Milwaukee, and we would love to do that. Chase, I think this game has got a long way to go. I think there's more runs for both teams to be scored. Thanks for the visit. Good luck the rest of the way. Good luck in the wild card, Chase. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. All right, Chase Anderson, the Milwaukee Brewers, went 5 innings last night. Minnesota would come back to win that ball game on the Marwin Gonzalez 3-run homer. Kyle Gibson delivers, and a swing and a miss there by Trent Grisham, highly touted youngster, getting his first taste of the big leagues. This is game 11 for him. He has singled and walked in this ball game.
The dreaded equalizer, straight changeup there from Kyle Gibson. You have a young hitter in Trent Grisham. Looking fastball, 2-1 count, selling out. That pitch serves a couple of purposes. Slow a young aggressive hitter like this down. Now you make that 92-93 look 95-96 if you're Gibson.
Drive to right and deep, but curling and foul.
You can see there's something there with this kid, just like with Hira. I mean, they've got some established big league hitters in this lineup, but they've also got some of these young guys, good draft picks and first-round picks in their lineup today. That not only does today look good, the future also looks bright. These look like a couple of hitters that you're going to be able to build around. There's some bat speed there. There's some whip. There's that sound coming off their bat. I mean, they look like they have a good idea when they step in the batter's box.
Well, Hira's 2 for 2 with a run scored, and he's knocked in a run. Grisham's been on base twice. Kyle Gibson's 2-2 into the bat. And it stays 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Another changeup. It'll be interesting to see what Gibson elects to do here. He went changeup, curveball, and he hooked that curveball just foul along the foul pole on right field, and he came back with another changeup. He's going slow, slow, slow is the general idea. You try not to throw 4 of the same equal pitch as far as velocity back to back to back. Might be time to try to an elevated fastball away, or that good 2-seamer down and away. Something down running away from Grisham.
Pop-up will find the seats. For the many Twins fans that made the trip here to Milwaukee, may have stopped by a few of the tailgates on their way in. This is an incredible tailgate scene, the best in Major League Baseball. This is setting up to be a really nice stop. A win last night, a loss for Cleveland last night, and the Indians are down 5-1 right now in the bottom of the 7th at home against Boston. Twins had first place for so long, except for Monday, and now they're back in first place and they're trying to stay there. Gibson wins the battle against Grisham, And we check in with Jamie Hirsch. Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I had a chance to talk to the Twins pitching coach Wes Johnson before the game about Kyle Gibson and that approach going into this game. You alluded to it earlier in the broadcast that Gibson is really known as somewhat of a nibbler, and in fact, he only throws 35% of his pitches inside the strike zone. That's something they are aware of. It's something that they are working on, and as you mentioned earlier as well, his last outing, he threw a career-high 6 walks. So pitching coach Wes Johnson told me that a lot of time his guys tend to conserve energy come August, and they don't always throw their best stuff early on in games. So he was working on him with Kyle on getting him to throw his best stuff. He said, don't worry about going deep into the game, bring your best stuff right away, and we will come get you when you tire out. It seems like Gibson settled down a little bit in terms of throwing first pitch strikes. He's done that now to 11, now 12 of 20 batters that he's faced so far. So we'll see if he can settle down a little more here, guys.
Jamie, good stuff. Thank you. Grandal has bounced out and walked, and he takes outside. Wes Johnson is somewhat of a pioneer, pitching coach at Arkansas.
And I think there was a lot of questions raised outside of the organization. You bring in someone without major league experience, but he has managed to unlock quite a few guys. You know, they brought in Martin Perez, the starter last night. They were able to capture some of that velocity. He was 96 miles an hour consistently in the ballgame last night.
And I think that's a trend that's going to continue. I think you're going to see more college coaches go straight to the big leagues as hitting coaches and pitching coaches.
It takes a special individual to be able to come in and have the confidence to be able to command the room when everyone knows your background. Now, not saying you have to have played Major League Baseball. He's been around the game a long time. He understands how the body moves. I mean, he has been able to unlock so much potential out of a lot of these pitchers. So it's a good move, but it's going to take a special person to be able to step into a major league clubhouse and feel comfortable taking control of a pitching staff or a bunch of hitters.
3-1 to Grandal. And it's a strike. Part of that is the incredible advancement in player development in the college game. Places like Arkansas, any SEC team, Vanderbilt, ACC schools. The technology that the college coaches are using, the ability to develop players who spend a year or two in the minor leagues and get to the big leagues, that's changed a lot over the last 8 to 10 years. And Grandal has walked.
And I think with the difficulty of selecting pitchers, especially early in the draft out of high school, has really affected the way teams draft and they scout, and a lot you've seen a lot more, I feel like, arms going to college to develop more, so teams get a better read on them. They have a lot more data against better competition. You know, it's hard to read a guy pitching in the middle of the country who might get 2.5, 3 months of baseball outdoors when the weather finally warms up. You get a good read on a guy pitching at Florida State or a guy pitching at Vanderbilt or wherever it is, and then these teams feel a lot more comfortable drafting these guys, and you have to have the right coaches there. And I feel like the coaching and all the tools they have to use they're really taking advantage of them. You see guys a lot more ready to get to the big leagues when they are drafted out of college.
Yelich now a back injury for a hitter, Justin, as you I'm sure can
yeah, I had one of those.
I didn't really want to go there, but I figured I'd mention it. It's not easy, and Yelich's lower back has had some of those issues before, not major, but it's kept him out of a stretch of games. Last night he was 1 for 5. That one was a double off the wall and left. But he's not a guy that spends a lot of time in slumps with that swing and his knowledge of the strike zone.
And his approach and his willingness to use all fields. We saw the double last night. The ball game was a bullet off the left center field wall. And guys like that are hard to pitch to because there's not one way you can attack them. You can't just say, okay, he's got a hole right here, we're just going to expose that. As long as we execute, we're going to get him out. Well, he's not one of those guys that you have to mix your patterns, you have to mix your pitches, your location, everything you do is a challenge in trying to get him out.
You know, it swings and misses. This was the first at bat, Gibson versus Yelich.
Well, pretty good sequencing of pitches right here. You see the fastball in, 94 miles an hour. He doubles up and he comes back with another fastball, little two-seamer that runs. But I thought this was the best breaking ball he's thrown so far today. good two-strike hard slider, 83 miles an hour. But don't think that Christian Yelich in the back of his mind doesn't remember that. He might be looking for that pitch down and in.
1-2. Backs him off with the fastball. Remember, we told you last inning, only Blake Snell strikes out more hitters in the major leagues with that breaking ball.
He spins it, and he spins it really well. I think one of the keys, when he stays on top of the ball, you often hear that from pitching coaches, like, stay on top of the ball, get your fingers on top to get that good rotation. This is another spot right here set up for that hard breaking ball away. When he gets it down and he gets it down and in, it's a hard pitch to lay off of.
And I think it's hard sometimes to tell how big a pitcher is. Gibson's all of 6'6", and he's got that downward angle, and that's why you see so many chases on that breaking ball. It's looks like it's coming towards the zone, and as a left-handed hitter, that danger zone is down and in. That's where you want to hit the ball. It's the easiest spot probably in the strike zone for a left-handed hitter to hit a home run. So you see it coming towards your barrel. Unfortunately, with such a tall guy, he's able to get that downward angle, that downward tilt. And you see so many hitters swing over the top of it and chase it like we saw. And Yelich was a strike in the first at bat. Not too many times he's going to miss that pitch.
Grandal will be moving with 2 outs on a 3-2 pitch. Kyle Gibson to Christian Yelich. Yelich center field. Kepler is there and makes the catch. And Kyle Gibson has had traffic all day long, but leaves yet another Brewer. And the Twins holding tight as we go to the 5th. A 5-2 Minnesota lead. The Brewers had an incredible run last year, getting 1 game away from the World Series. But to get there, they had to win 19 of their last 25. Let's go back to 2018.
Christian Yelich having his best season in virtually every significant category.
Yelich into the gap, right center. Keep on running, Christian. It's a triple, and it's a cycle for Yelich. That is what an MVP looks like. Magic number of 1 to clinch a postseason berth. The Brewers have a lead, 2-1, bottom of the 9th inning.
He struck him out, swinging, and the Brewers are going to postseason.
Time for a 1-game playoff for the National League Central Division.
Back up the middle, and Lorenzo Cain looks at his bench as he drives in Arcia, and the Brewers grab a 2-1 lead in the 8th. Broxton is there, and they're the champions. Swing a line drive, base hit right field. Mike Moustakas lines a single to right, and the Brewers have taken game 1 in the division series.
In the air to center, and deep, and very deep, and out of here. First Arcia, then Broxton. It'll be Cain, and that's that. 1 step from the World Series.
There are no 2 better words in a postseason series in Game 7.
Swinging a drive into right center and deep. It is off the wall and gone. Yelich just hit one out of here. Swinging a drive into right center and very deep and big-time home run for Bellinger, and the Dodgers have the lead. Here comes Kershaw, and he struck him out, and the Dodgers are going to Boston.
Such a great year for this team, unexpected. To do what this team did, everybody deserves credit.
What a ride it was in 2018. Obviously, the Brewers want to get back in the postseason, a 1.5 games back, and the National League wild card going into play. 5-2 ball game, and a good one here. Nearly a full house for this afternoon tilt. This is a brief 2-game interleague series. Last night, a full house and a wild game, and a Twins win on a Marwin Gonzalez home run. 3 homers for the Twins today, and a 5-2 lead. You can see the Twins fans mingled in with the Brewer fans as Eddie Rosario settles in.
This trip, you know, you have certain series you look forward to. For me, it was Seattle was the closest major league city to where I grew up. I used to go down to Seattle, watch games, but the Brewers series is one of the ones that I always circled on the calendar that I look forward to, because when you came here, it was about half Twins fans in the stadium. There was a rivalry, and then when they came to our ballpark, all the Brewers fans came over, and being a National League, American League rivalry, it maybe you wouldn't expect it, but Minnesota, Wisconsin, there's rivalry across all sports. You know, and it was a fun one for me to come. And you know, people from Minnesota, they're maybe a little more laid back here. They're on vacation. They're letting loose a little bit, and it just makes it enjoyable to come on the road and have, you know, seeing your team's uniform, you know, filling up the stands. It's a fun series and it's a fun rivalry.
And on the flip side of that, when I came up with Milwaukee in the American League, the two biggest rivals were the Twins and the Chicago White Sox. Nice play by Jeffress right there. Doesn't panic the old PFP in spring training.
We've been talking about the Brewers and their struggles in terms of health, but you know, let's not overlook what's gone right for these guys, especially the young bat of Keston Hiura, who is absolutely tearing it up right now. Moustakas, an all-star this year, and Yasmani Grandal has been a really nice addition to this ball club as well.
There are a lot of positives, but I think if you really want to sum up where the Brewers are at in a nutshell, and Craig Counsell, we touched on it in the meeting before the game. Bullpen depth isn't as good as it was last year. Milwaukee felt like if they had the lead, they had several options that they could throw at you, and all the options were guys that could strike people out. Kaneba was terrific. Jeremy Jeffress, who's in there now in the 5th inning, came into the 4th inning. We would have never seen Jeremy Jeffress in the 4th inning of a game last year. And you add that to Josh Hader in the 9th inning, they were nearly unbeatable.
And those are the issues that we've kind of addressed with what's gone wrong this year. And look, every team, if they have a year where things go wrong, would love to be a game and a half out of the wild card in mid-August, which is what the Brewers are right now. This is Marwin Gonzalez, C.J. Cron, or Chris Cron. Either way, his dad was a terrific player as well, and a minor league manager. He's at first, got hit by a pitch. Gonzalez struck out back in the 1st and bounced out in the 4th. 5 hits for the Twins. That's it. But 3 are homers, all solo shots.
1 and 2 out hit by Jorge Polanco, driving in a couple runs, so they've made the ones count that they have got.
It was nasty in Milwaukee this morning. Rain. Pretty significant.
The beauties of having a nice retractable roof.
And the roof they closed quickly to keep the field dry. Sunshine dancing around this fine city right now. This documents some of the issues that the Brewers have had. Jesus Aguilar now a Ray. Travis Shaw now in the minor leagues. Injuries for Chacin and Knebel.
At first base, really, with the exception right now, Eric Thames, but first base was kind of a black hole. Aguilar, who was so good, made the All-Star team last year, had a miserable month of September and an awful postseason. That translated into a slow start this year. Travis Shaw, they weren't sure if he was going to play third, a little bit of second, a little bit of first. So what are your power spots? At first base has been a problem, but they're hoping that Eric Thames he's had a pretty big, he's 2 for 2 so far in this one, can help bring some productivity to first base, but it's been a problem for Milwaukee.
Gonzalez behind in the count 1 and 2. Cron's at first. And the time called.
And you look at the numbers from Marwin Gonzalez, they don't jump out on you. They're right around league average. His OPS, all that. But he's come up with so many big hits. He got off to a little bit of a slow start, signed a little bit late in spring training, and now you're really seeing what value, what he brings. His versatility obviously is one of his strong suits. They've played him all over the field. He's been playing right field since Buxton's been out. Kepler shifted over to center, but he's played third at the start of the year when Sano was out with the injury. He's kind of all over the field, and then what he's able to do down the stretch, his experience playing in the World Series, big at-bats, big situations, and now it's really starting to show his true value.
Brewers play him to pull, and he swings and misses at a sharp breaking ball. And that's the 2nd out of the 5th inning. And here comes Max Kepler. We've certainly led the show off talking about his 32 home runs, his slugging percentage well over 500. His on base is good as well. We haven't seen him make contact because he's walked twice, which is another part of his game.
He's one of these guys that I've watched for the last couple of years, and Justin, you have a chance to watch him on a daily basis, but to me, as a pitcher, when I'm watching a guy in a lineup, I take a look at him. To me, he has baseball player written all over him. Just his body language, his mannerisms, the way he handles himself. He's very athletic. You watch him play in the outfield. He can go get the ball. He's an accurate thrower. He stands in the batter's box, and he's a guy that, as a pitcher, he gets your attention. He just looks like he's up there to do some damage. He's recognizing the strike zone a little bit better this year. I think he's realized now that he's strong enough that he can hit the ball away out of the ballpark.
Shallow left center, long run there. And Cain goes gap to gap as well as anyone, makes the catch. And that's as quiet an inning as the Twins have had in this ball game. 5-2 halfway through our MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, with the Twins trying to sweep this brief and very important 2-game series. All right, we're back for episode 2. It's the favorite show of Dan Plesac. It's the MLB Newly Bros game. This time Javi Baez, Jose Berrios prove just how much they know about each other. Fun fact going in, these guys are brother-in-laws.
Hi, this is Jose Berrios, right-handed pitcher for Minnesota Twins.
Hi, this is Javi Baez for the Chicago Cubs. We saw each other, playing around. We used to play baseball, but he's a year younger than me. Está difícil, pero
porque ni yo sé.
It's a hard one. I'm just gonna pick one. Just pick one. Daddy Yankee.
Let's see.
I'm pretty sure I can sing a little bit.
I think you got a couple.
Yeah.
Well.
Oh,
o sea, I put in the name. I think that's. ¿Tú tienes el nombre de ella, ¿verdad?
Sí.
No, she say the face. You got it in the shoulder.
Yeah, I got her.
Yeah. Almost.
Yeah. It's the same.
I wish. No, well, 8 and 5.
Oh, it's close. It's coming. All right.
And by the way, Berrios' record right now is 10-6. For more YouTube exclusive behind the scenes Minnesota Twin content, subscribe to their YouTube channel now. Kyle Gibson has been a survivor in this ball game. Keston Hiura was 2 for 2, driven in a run and scored a run. And Hiura, right center field, deep at the track. Gonzalez makes the catch.
One of the signs of a good hitter right there. He takes that pitch that's away and he doesn't try to pull it. Very advanced with the bat. I know the Brewers are going to have some patience with him defensively. It's not necessarily catching the ball, it's actually throwing it. It's a good look at that swing. Good inside-out swing. He tries to hit this ball to right center field in this ballpark that's very hitter-friendly. He could find himself having a great career. Christian Yelich has certainly turned his career around hitting at this ballpark. Terrific young hitter. You're getting a good look at him.
Moustakas now.
Before a game start, Rich, we have to play it down the middle and not root for one team or the other. But I was rooting for Mike Moustakas. I want him to go deep so I can break out my cell phone call for the Moose.
There's still plenty of time.
There's time. He'll probably get at least 2 more ABs. Maybe one of those high fly balls, the left center field, makes its way into that Brewers bullpen.
Moustakas is a Southern California guy, 30 years old.
You think he stays up at night, Justin, thinking about a lot of guys can't wait till they hit free agency?
Boy, he's gone through it, hasn't he? Sets a Royals home run record. Tries free agency. Turns down the bid, $17 million. No takers out there. Brewers take a flyer on him. Has another phenomenal year last year with Milwaukee. Hits the free agent market again.
It's amazing to see. You know, there was a time when you'd have a guy with World Series experience and won a World Series, been played in 2. They'd be knocking down the door to have him in your lineup. It's been surprising the way it's played out. And he had a good year last year. He's had another good year this year. You're really hoping that he's going to get an opportunity to get a 3-year deal. I know it's very uncommon for a guy 30 years old or older to sign those long-term deals now, but he brings value. He can play all over the field. He's does everything well.
Pitches out, and he's part of what is a really significant Southern California flavor on this team. Ryan Braun, for the longest time, obviously a Brewer. Christian Yelich is a Southern California guy. Keston Hiura is a SoCal guy.
And on the flip side, the Minnesota Twins are an international team.
It's not a home run, Dan, but it's a solid shot. It's going to get to the wall. Moustakas is in with a double. I mean, you can trot it out right now, right?
Not yet. We're going to save it for later. Got the Park Rangers number on speed dial on my cell phone. Going to have to settle for, I'm not sure how this is going to be scored. A 2-base hit or a base hit in the air, but I'll tell you one thing. Moustakas was thinking too right out of the get-go here. This ball gets underneath the glove of Marwin Gonzalez. Watch Moose right here. Getting all 4 of those hoops on the ground. He's low flying right here. Little head first, belly flop. Winning player.
And in scoring position, and the Brewers have had a lot of guys in scoring position. That's the 10th base runner already that Gibson has allowed. Lorenzo Cain now is bouncing to a double play and singled.
These are 2 guys coming into this game that had a combined 70 at-bats off of Gibson, 35 each, with both of them spending a lot of time in the AL Central.
Pitch count is getting up there for Gibson. This will be his 85th pitch. You wonder if Rocco Baldelli is going to have to get somebody up in that bullpen.
Well, because this is a National League game, there's the Brewers pen. The Twins pen right now is pretty quiet because it's a National League game. Gibson's due up second in the 6th. So that all plays into pitching changes as well. Cain hit a bullet back up the box into center field for a hit. His first hit of the series. He was 0 for 5 last night. Count, a ball and a strike.
For Gibson right here, you want to be aggressive. Marcus Thames, Eric Thames on deck. 2 for 2 with a double and a base hit. Normally you have a base open, you might be a little bit careful here with Lorenzo Cain.
How much did you let the score dictate how you pitched? And obviously a 3-run lead, the last thing you want to do is bring the tying run.
It's a little bit different, Justin, in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning when you're in the middle part of the game right now. As pitch count is up at 87. I think you're at a point right now where that base open, I'm thinking I'd like to get an out right now. Last thing you want to do is have the tying run and things come up. We're only in the 5th inning. I think if this was later on 7th, 8th, or 9th inning, you look out and you have a righty or lefty warming up, you kind of pick your fights, pick your spots. If you knew you had a lefty warming up.
Slowly hit.
That's another nice play there by Polanco. He made a play earlier, just about the same play. Picks it up right off of his shoelaces. Throws a strike over to C.J. Cron. That's a big out for Kyle Gibson, too. Eric Thames is 2 for 2 on the day. A potential could have been 1st and 3rd with 1 out, and Thames coming up at a nice play by Polanco.
And I think that's the thing that'll drive you nuts as a player. he's able to make those two very difficult plays coming in. And then double play ball we saw earlier, he kind of just clanked it and wasn't able to make the play. It's like, to be a good Major League shortstop, to win a Gold Glove, you have to make not only the spectacular plays, but you have to make the routine plays every single time. And we saw it last night and today, a failure, but he's...
Thames off the glove of Polanco, and the Brewers have a run. 3 for 3 is Thames. Moustakas scores, and it's a 5-3 game.
Kind of a hard thing to do when you have 3 fielders on the right side of the infield. Twins playing the shift with Schoop, Polanco, and Cron on that side. Right here, right off the glove of Polanco. Almost comes up with a terrific play right here. Certainly is going to be scored a base hit. A big day so far. 3 for 3 for Eric Thames as the Moose trots home for the 3rd run for the Brewers.
Ben Gamel is going to get the at bat here. This is the 8th spot in Milwaukee's order. So Arcia out. He came out in that double switch when Perez came in. So Gamel in the 8th spot, and it's Perez who's on deck. When the Twins shift and move just about everybody to the right side, that leaves Miguel Sano alone on the left side. And that's a big man out there at what we would say 275, 280.
Left covering almost the entire side of the field. He has as good an arm at third base as anybody in the league. He had Tommy John surgery a few years ago. Known for his arm strength. His range, his footwork has improved. He's focused on that, but that's a lot of ground to cover. We talked to manager Craig Counsell about that before the game. He said they prefer to move their third baseman over on the shift into right field when they do that, but this is a little modified.
Gamble check swing, and he went around. Tim Timmons, the home plate umpire, had that call. Gibson gives up a run, finishes the 5th. Not sure if he's done for the day or not, but he and the Twins still on top. 5-3 lead here in Milwaukee. We've been talking about the Bomba Squad, and the Twins recently set a franchise record for homers in a single season, and they are on pace to obliterate the Major League single season record. Here's a look and a listen.
Twins, they're a standout. They're kind of a sleeping giant, and nobody gives them any credit right now.
The drive to left field, and Schoop has another home run, the 8th home run for the Twins.
The approaches by the Minnesota Twins hitters were phenomenal, and no one's more aggressive in the game.
Make it back to back to back. Cruz, Rosario, and Cron deep to right center. Kepler goes deep. 5 home runs for the Twins last night, and 5 more this afternoon.
This team really never is out of a ball game. They can change the course of a game with one swing of the bat.
Blasted to center field. That is gone for the 2nd time this year. The Minnesota Twins have hit 8 home runs in 1 baseball game. Deep to center. He's done it again. Solo homer to right. 2-run homer to right. Solo homer to center. Max Kepler, 3 homers.
Oh my goodness. He just waylaid another one.
Yeah, he's got 3. Nelson Cruz with his 3rd home run of the night. I find this hard to believe. It's the first time in his career that Nelson Cruz has hit 3 home runs in a game. Deep to right. He has done it again. His 2nd 3-home run game in 9 days.
He's up behind the ear, right field. First pitch swinging, and there's the new record. Twins now as a team, 226 home runs.
So move over Killebrew, Allison, Hall, and Batty, and make way for Cruz, Kepler, Rosario, Garver, Sano.
The offense has been ridiculous. Their offense has killed it.
They have in that sequence, and I think I heard Tom Hamilton, the Indians announcer, being so, as he's a Hall of Fame guy, he's going to be there. But his call of that run by Kepler against Bauer, 5 consecutive at-bats with homers, Kepler against Bauer? How does that happen?
You know, we talk about sample size, right? But I'm going to tell you this, 5 ABs, 5 bombs, that's ownership. 1 AB, 1 bomb, 2 AB, 2 bombs. I'm thinking, okay, guy might get a little lucky. But when you go 5 consecutive at-bats and hit a home run against a guy like Trevor Bauer, that's amazing. I mean, it just goes to show you there are some guys that probably have nightmares facing Trevor Bauer, and that's the beauty of the game of baseball. There's no rhyme or reason why some guys, elite pitchers, Justin, you could probably touch on this, guys that normally you wouldn't want to face, you see the ball well off of, and then some soft tossing guy coming out of the bullpen, you're like 0 for 12, you can't buy a hit.
Well, not to interrupt, but this guy has nothing to do with soft tossing.
No.
And he's not fun to face. Ray Black will put triple digits up, and the Brewers are hopeful that he adds to their bullpen. Not to interrupt the story, I want to hear Justin's reaction to that as well. Black misses inside. Justin?
Yeah, and it's funny, you never really know how it happens. Sometimes those aces, those guys that nobody else, they challenge you a little bit more. They throw you maybe sometimes more pitches over the plate. They come after you, and it's not a comfortable at bat, but it's a fact that you know at some point in the at bat they're going to give you their best stuff, and you have to be ready to hit it. There's no rhyme or reason, and some guys will go, how do you hit that guy? And then there's some guys that just own you, and you have no explanation for it. It's a comfortable at bat. You look up, and all of a sudden you're 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 going, everybody else got 2 hits. I'm the only one making the outs today. But it's just the way the game goes, and that's the beauty of it.
Ray Black, it's almost a modern medical miracle that he does throw 100 after all the surgery and the shoulder issues that he had early in his career. Labrum surgery is never fun for a pitcher, and oftentimes it changes a pitcher's career. But this is a guy that's all about perseverance, and Black got to the big leagues with the Giants, here now with the Brewers. This legal reminder, copyrighted telecast presented by the authority, the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without the express written consent. This is Gibson's spot, and Adrianza is going to get the at-bat.
Another versatile player, switch hitter, guy who can play all over the field. He brings value. The Twins have a lot of movable pieces on this roster where they really try and give guys as many days off as they can. They try and get everyone involved, which is harder to do a lot of times in the American League game because there's just not as many opportunities to pinch hit. You see, when you're in the National League, you get a chance to come off the bench. You get an at-bat nearly every day. You're going to go out there, you're going to stay fresh. It helps you keep your timing, and they've done a nice job. Obviously, they've had some injuries all around the field, but getting contributions from everyone, and this is another one of those guys that's so valuable on this team.
Black throws in a strike.
That's not fair.
No.
You're looking for 100, you're looking for 99 at the letters right there, and then he just drops that in. A little, like a plus breaking ball right there. Took a left turn once it got to the plate.
Adrianza's hot, 6 for his last 8. Another breaking ball. Even before he had the shoulder issue in high school, Ray Black had Tommy John surgery his senior year, so he missed that. And then the shoulder injury happened in the spring of 2012. He missed all of 12 and all of 13. And he was always in the minor leagues that a legendary guy where people would hear word of mouth that there's a guy that touched 104 on a radar gun. So when he arrived with the Giants, there were a lot of people that were interested to see this guy.
It was interesting. We met with Craig Counsell before the game, and he says that it's amazing that a guy that throws 100 miles an hour, nobody really knew much about it.
Right.
Like, how do you go unnoticed when you throw 98 to 100? But there's so much velocity in today's game. You could virtually go to any bullpen of the 30 teams, and you're going to find 3 or 4 guys that are residing in every bullpen that are 97-mile-an-hour plus guys. I mean, we're in the day and age of
velocity and spin rate, and that plays. And I'm not sure how long we're going to continue to keep finding these young arms, because we're going through them one after another after another. We've gotten to an age where now we've almost built in, we're going through the lineup a third time. That's about it for your starting pitcher, and yet we're going through record numbers of bullpen usage. And we're seeing some teams like the Brewers, they're paying the price for the inability of their starting pitchers to go deep enough to give that bullpen a little bit of a break.
Counts 2-2. Adrianza drills it to right, and Yelich can't get it. It's over his head, and it hops off the wall, and he's thinking 3, and he'll have the triple easily. 7 for his last 9.
And when a guy throws as hard as he does, you have to be efficient in your swing. You have to be direct to the ball. You can't try and overswing. You let him provide the power. And you see that right there. I think it's a lot easier to get a ball at 98 or 99 down in the zone than it is up at the zone. You saw that right there. A real simple swing, just takes his barrel to it, lets the bat do the work. And there's nothing like coming off the bench and having to run a triple. There's not really anywhere to run behind. You know, a lot of the stadiums have their cage built in right underneath behind the dugout. You come off the rack and you're legging out a 3-base hit. Thankfully for him, it was a stand-up triple, but nice at bat right there.
Infield creeps in. Garver at the plate. There's 98. Part of the mystery of Black, I mean, he was more legend than he was showing up on scouting reports and videotape. He had those major injuries. The shoulder injury knocked out 2 years. Giants actually released him in 2017. But then got back in the organization and got to the big leagues in 2018 finally. Grandal for a look, and it's into the seats. It's 0-2 on Mitch Garver, who set the tone with an opposite field home run to open the ball game. The Twins they make no bones about it. They don't run. They steal a base once a week. 25 total on the season. And they show you that card right away, because it's either Garver leading off against a lefty, or it's Kepler and his 32 homers leading off against a righty. There's no pretense.
Talking to manager Rocco Baldelli about that, it's not an organizational philosophy, it's just the personnel that he has.
Pop up, foul territory. Thames ran into the rail and ran out of room.
We had talked to him in the meeting yesterday, and he said it more depends on who he has. He says if he has 4 Byron Buxtons, then they'd have 150 stolen bases. But
and hopefully they'll have a Byron Buxton back here in a week or two.
Hopefully, because he means so much. I mean, he can go 0 for the season and still have a positive impact on this team. He's so good defensively. When he gets on base, it's a headache for the other team's pitchers. I mean, he impacts the game in so many ways. The biggest challenge for him is keeping him on the field. He plays the game hard. The problem is he's run into some outfield walls. It's cost him some time over the past few years, and you need him on the field. He just has that element that in the playoffs especially, we've seen one stolen base can change the course of a series or a game.
As a BB right to Moustakas at third, makes the catch, steps on the bag. That's a nifty way for Ray Black to get out of trouble here in the 6th. Bottom of the 6th coming up with the Brewers and the Twins. And it's Minnesota, a 5-3 lead. In-depth perspectives on the game. Don't forget to check out YouTube's live game commentary. Features Major League Baseball, the Twins, Brewers, and a select group of YouTube creators. They'll add to our thoughts during the telecast with a unique viewing experience. You can view the live game commentary on your mobile phone, computer, also in the living room and your smart TV. And we'll be keeping an eye on the discussion throughout the telecast. Look, the schedule coming up for the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube is really good. Playoff hopes in all of these matchups. But we won't dwell on it too long, because there's something very important we need to get to here at Miller Park. And that is, gentlemen, put your money on the table.
I got chorizo.
Oh,
chorizo.
I was going chorizo.
Number 1 won last night. I don't know if that impacts here.
Very rarely does it go back to back. I'm going to go with number 5.
That's chorizo, isn't it?
That's chorizo.
That's my pick.
You're going. We can't have the same one.
I'll go Italian. I'll go 3.
All right, I'm going to go 4.
All right.
Paul Molitor.
Money's on the table.
Yeah, I'm going to go 4. Paul Molitor. Let's go, Molly. The igniter.
And they're off and running. It's the hot dog and the Italian duking it out for the lead. The Italian takes a short lead over the Polish sausage.
They clear the Randall Simon mark, which is always a good thing.
They make the turnaround home and down.
Looks like Molly struggling there in the rear.
Way out in front.
That's my guy.
Come on.
That's my guy. Oh, he celebrated too early.
That's what happens.
That's a photo finish.
Right, got to the 3/4 pole.
That's a photo finish.
Thought the race was over.
There's an inquiry.
Posing.
There is an inquiry.
Oh, on the board it says back-to-back winners, back-to-back days.
Yeah, so that didn't work out so well for me. The Italian had the lead. Sam Dyson coming out of the bullpen for the Twins. Here it is, photo finish. Look at, see, you can't celebrate early.
Wow. Ooh. Closest of photos.
You can't celebrate that early. That cost.
See, he picked up the cameras there over towards the right. Cost him. Rich, it cost you a W. I know W's don't mean much in the game of baseball anymore for pitchers.
It cost me cab fare.
That just cost you some cash.
Cost me cab fare to the airport is what it did. 5-3 ball game, bottom 6. That's one of the great traditions in baseball, the sausage races. And on Sundays, they have the little wieners, the little sausages. It's actually a relay. Now, many people, Twins fans, I'm sure, were disappointed, and there was some criticism that the Twins didn't pick up a starting pitcher at the deadline. What they did pick up, though, were 2 really good bullpen pieces. One was Sam Dyson, the other is Sergio Romo. And they had the 8th and the 9th inning last night and locked it down. So that's a good sign for the Twins.
And they feel like they got the best reliever that was traded when they got Sam Dyson. There was not a lot of movement on this year's trade deadline. With the Mets kind of messed everyone up by making moves that they didn't expect anyone to make. And he came in, he struggled through his first 2 appearances. Then they went on the IL with a little shoulder issue. Pitched last night. Asked him how he reacted this morning. He said he feels good. So it's good to see him back out there on back-to-back days.
And that's always one thing that drives you nuts when you're acquired via trade, especially when you get traded in the middle of a pennant race in a first-place team. Went from the Giants at the time. The Giants were making a big run. Were they going to keep their pieces? They chose to keep Madison Bumgarner. They moved a couple of their relievers, Dyson being one. And as you touched on, Justin, his first 2 outings were kind of like, they were like the nightmare of getting traded to a new team, pitching so well with the Giants. But this guy, when he's on, Twins fans are going to be very happy he's going to be in the back end of that bullpen. He's a quality reliever, not afraid to throw strikes. He's going to help the back end of the bullpen.
They've counted on Taylor Rogers, who was unavailable last night, to get a lot of the big outs late in ball games. When you add a couple of veteran arms, Dyson and Romo, hopefully it'll take the pressure off Taylor Rogers. He's given up a few big home runs recently. Maybe a little bit of that same Hader situation, maybe being overexposed a little bit, being asked to get every big out late in the game. Now they have some depth down there. They have options, and it's nice to, when you don't have your closer available, to have a guy with experience like this, to have a Sergio Romo who's been a closer for a long time in this league. To have those guys down there as options makes manager Rocco Baldelli's life that much easier.
Think about it, the last 3 relievers we've talked about, all ex-Giants. Ray Black, Dyson, and of course
Pomerantz with the Brewers.
And Romo went to Miami before he arrived here. Here's your career appearances in that bullpen. Romo and Dyson add a lot of experience, and they jump on a moving train and are right in the thick of it in the 8th and the 9th inning. Dyson, an early arrival here in the 6th.
And as a guy who was traded at the deadline, the old August deadline that we had in the past, and jumped into a pennant race from a team that was, 3rd or 4th place in the standings, the adrenaline and the energy, you know, the kind of the lift you get at that time, as disappointed as I was to leave the only team I'd ever known, to jump into Pittsburgh and playing the St. Louis Cardinals right away. I mean, what it does for you as a player kind of lifts you up a little bit, gives you a new life, helps you get through those dog days, really that tough part of the season, August and early September. And then all of a sudden you're playing in front of sold out crowds and playoff aspirations and in the middle of a pennant race. It reminds you how much fun and what you play for, really what it means.
And I think it's going to be a lot easier for Rocco Baldelli to go to sleep at night knowing that having guys like Dyson and Romo has been really terrific since he's put on a Twins uniform. Listen, this division is going to go right down to the wire. The Cleveland Indians are much improved right now. Ramirez is starting to hit again. Carlos Santana has been out of his mind for the last couple of weeks. Their starting pitching is starting to get healthy. So the last 2-3 weeks of the season is going to, what we've seen baseball the last 5 or 6 years, has been a battle of bullpens. And the Twins feel like they've solidified their bullpen with some experienced relievers, Dyson and Romo being 2 of them.
2-2 pitch. Perez leading it off. One factor, and to me it plays more into a wild card spot than the division, is the fact that the bottom of the American League Central is not good, and the Twins have a ton of games remaining against the Royals, the White Sox, and the Tigers. They have the easiest schedule in Major League Baseball from this point forward. Cleveland has the 12th easiest, so Cleveland gets to play some of those clubs as well.
And by easiest, you go by strength of schedule, but there's no easy games in the big leagues. Anybody
and those teams can be tougher to play than getting up for a division rival, right?
They're loose. They're nothing to play for. You got guys getting called up. Their first taste of the big leagues. They've got full adrenaline going. They're playing with nothing to lose because you got guys fighting for jobs for the next year. You've got so many different things, unknowns of facing pitchers you've never seen. There's a lot going on there that can make it difficult for the contenders to play against those teams with lack of experience. Sometimes they have no idea they're in a pennant race. They're just happy to be in the big leagues.
Now a 10 pitch at bat, and Dyson dots the corner. I'll tell you what, Tim Timmons has had a really good game here behind the plate. Anytime a hitter has argued, Timmons has been in the right, it has felt like. And that was a great example.
This is a terrific pitch right here. Two-seam fastball, 95 miles an hour, and he brings it back, and you can see it catches that outside corner. Tough pitch not to swing at. Ball looks like it's starting out in the left-handed batter's box, and he brought it back in. Hernan Perez, known for chasing pitches. Sam Dyson was in last night's game, so quick turnover, day game after a night game. 10 pitch at bat. He should be good and loose right now.
Trent Grisham, we've talked about for the Brewers in the leadoff spot, getting his first real opportunity in the big leagues. 1 for 2 with a walk, and has looked good doing it. Takes outside. Brewers have 3 runs on 8 hits. The Twins have just 6 hits, but 5 runs, 3 solo homers.
There's another good look at it. That unique. Watch the placement of his hands, almost like a golf club. Both thumbs are up and off, kind of that interlock grip.
And that's the beauty of this game. There's not one way to do anything. Whatever works, even if it's a little unorthodox, if it works for you and you get the job done, why not? You know, there's not one way to pitch. There's not one way to hit. There's a point that every hitter gets to when you make contact, but how you get there varies from guy to guy based on their strength, their hand speed, you know, everything else, the way they see the ball, the way they track the ball. Take a look at this as he fouled this off right off the ankle. That I don't know. I don't miss that. You know, people ask me, do you miss playing? I don't miss that. I can tell you that much.
Do you still, like, especially when the cold weather hits in Minnesota, do you still get the aches and pains from the balls on your shins and your feet?
Yeah.
Or are those just residual hockey injuries from the backyard rink that you have in Minnesota?
Well, we had a couple of good shots off the shin this winter, but yeah, I think when I get out of bed in the morning, it doesn't matter what time of year it is. It's not the best time of day for me.
Grisham at the plate.
Justin
Morneau.
Terrific fastball right there too.
I did not know this, Dan Plesac, until I did a deep dive of research on Justin. He played in the Western Hockey League for the Portland Winterhawks, an accomplished hockey player. Of course, he grew up in New Westminster, British Columbia, and has an outdoor rink in his backyard with his own Zamboni in Minnesota.
Is that a fact?
That is.
And
I play on it probably more than my kids do.
Remember how back in the day Cal Ripken Jr. had everybody over to play pickup hoop in his gym? Well, Justin has everybody over, Mauer and all the players that played hockey, and even some Minnesota Wild players, to play pickup hockey, pond hockey essentially.
Joe Mauer, can he skate?
There's nothing that Joe Mauer can't do. He didn't grow up playing hockey, but if you saw him on the ice, you would have no idea that he didn't play hockey till he was 15 or one of those things. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's not fair to do anything athletic with that guy. He's beat me ping pong, left-handed, right-handed, and I was playing right-handed the whole time, but it's...
Who are the other baseball players? Any other baseball players that get out there?
Corey Koski lives about 10 minutes away. He's a guy who grew up in Manitoba, grew up playing hockey. So it's usually 3 baseball players, and then we have to find a former hockey player to come play with us because, well, most people are working because we play usually on Wednesdays during the day. But it's a good game. We a little 2-on-2 on the backyard rink of the boards and the Zamboni.
Full-size rink?
It's about a little bigger than a doubles tennis court, so it's perfect for 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 hockey.
Ice surface, pristine surface.
Oh, yeah.
Got a Zamboni.
It's a real Zamboni.
Where did you find a Zamboni as Grisham strikes out? Do you find that on cars.com or?
No, they actually have. So they make the back end of the Zamboni. I have a tractor. I have a John Deere tractor that it hooks onto the 3-point hitch on the back, and then I have hot water tanks in the warming house. I fill it up with hot water, and then it's got the true blade, and it's got. I mean, this ice is some of the best ice you'll ever skate on in your life. It's
look. Sometimes we stray from calling balls and strikes, and I apologize because we did get off the beaten track. But what a great beaten track that was to get off of, to hear that. That's cool. Sam Dyson to Yasmani Grandal. Look, when you get back to Secaucus, I smell a MLB Network feature, right?
Yes. I can't skate, so I won't be part of that feature. I can guarantee you that, Rich. I won't be part of that.
Make that happen.
I should. The problem I have is I try to run away from the cold temperatures in December, January, and February, and that's right into Justin's wheelhouse. So to get me to fly up to the Twin Cities in January for a Wednesday afternoon hockey game, that might be a tough call.
Yeah. Grandal has walked twice. He's 0 for 1.
And this, as we take a look at Mitch Garver, and we've seen a couple pitches this inning he's brought back into the zone, but we touched on it earlier in the broadcast. He's a guy that really focused on getting better defensively, and he gives that umpire a good look. He does such a good job of holding that ball there, saying, hey, this is where this pitch was, and he's been able to get a few borderline pitches in the Twins' favor so far.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Sam Dyson in for Kyle Gibson. For Gibson, 5 innings, and he had traffic and wobbled a bit, it felt like, in almost every inning. Gibson struck out 3, walked 3, gave up 3 runs on 8 hits. Dyson's 2-2 is up and in.
He's very comfortable. You can see that comebacker that Greg Maddux brought into play, that 2-seam fastball that you start at the left-handed hitter's hip to bring that pitch back in towards the inner portion of the plate. A very difficult pitch to learn how to throw and to perfect, but if you can, it's a great weapon. It really opens up both sides of the plate, particularly if you're facing a lefty.
3-2.
And you give up on it as a hitter. As a left-handed hitter, you're standing there and you think, all right, that ball's inside. You just kind of lift your arms up and then you look down, and as you give up on that ball, it starts running back over that inside corner, and then because that umpire is sitting right there on the inside corner where he sets up. Mitch Garver does a good job of presenting that ball, and then all of a sudden you look back and the ball's caught the inside corner and it's too late. But it's hard to force yourself to swing at a pitch that you see as a ball out of the hand.
Pitch number 23 for Dyson, who threw just 9 last night and worked a scoreless 8. That's going to dribble through into center field. Yasmani Grandal, who has made a nice living at this, has been on base 3 times already.
And he hit a big home run in that ball game last night, a 3-run homer to put the Twins down late. His first home run and longest of his career, a drought, 114 plate appearances, and now all of a sudden it looks like that completely took the pressure off. He looks comfortable in the batter's box.
And Sam Dyson's going to get a visit. Wes Johnson, the pitching coach. We were talking about making that transition as a college pitching coach to the major leagues. And Dan, it hadn't been done before. Now it has been done. I mean, that's to jump immediately from college to the big leagues. It's an interesting dynamic, right?
It is, and I think it plays, Rich, now more than ever, because I think it would be a hard sell to run this to a Brewer staff of like Pete Vukovich, Don Sutton, Raleigh Fingers, an older established group, Frank Viola, Jeff Reardon, Bert Blyleven, guys that have been around that really wouldn't be into buying into the new wave of as far as foreseeing, let it ride, let it eat, using the analytics. And I think he speaks the language that the young pitchers speak right now, and I think that's so important. And that's one of the reasons I think why the Twins pitchers are buying in, because that's the verbiage they know, and that's the verbiage they've grown up with.
Yelich now lined to center, has bounced out and struck out. It's a 2-run game, and Yelich has hit 39 homers. Drives it left center field. Rosario has room, and he makes the catch. And Dyson dodges one there. Grandal left on base, and the Brewers are still 2 runs shy. 5-3 Twins headed to the 7th. They're at it again. It's part of a replica bullpen car giveaway last year. Some of the Brewers reenacted one of their favorite movie scenes.
So you guys headed out to the bullpen? My scooter died and I'm late for a bullpen session.
We usually don't pick up hitchhikers, but I'm gonna go with my instincts on this one. Saddle up, partner. You're it.
You're it.
You're it. Quitsies.
Anti-quitsies. You're it. Quitsies. No anti-quitsies, no starts.
You can't do that.
Can too.
Cannot. Stamped it.
Can too. Double stamped it. No erases.
Cannot. Triple stamped it. No erases. Touch blue. Make it.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Suitor. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Suitor. Suitor.
Guys, enough. Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Guys! Fellas, you think we can listen to the radio or something?
Radio? Who needs a radio? Ready, JJ? Mock.
Yeah.
Ing.
Yeah.
Bird.
Yeah.
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 Mockingbird, don't everybody have you heard? She's gonna buy me a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird don't sing, she's gonna buy me a diamond ring. And if that diamond ring don't shine...
Hey, Suitor, look, there's some people on the right, too.
Pick 'em up.
That's outstanding. Dumb and Dumber. Very nice. 5-3 Twins on top. For more of the Brewers on Tap content, including exclusive behind-the-scenes interaction with current players and alums, subscribe to the Brewers YouTube channel now. With a Brewer alum, Dan Plesac, and a Twin alum, and a Pirate alum, Justin Morneau, and Jamie Hirsch. I'm Rich Waltz. MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, and a crucial series, even though it's interleague, for the Brewers who are in the National League wild card race, and of course the Twins, who are neck and neck and are back in first place after a day out of it in that American League Central. Junior Guerra into the ball game for the Brewers. And he'll take over here in the 7th. Jorge Polanco is the hitter.
Last year started 26 games for the Brewers, 141 innings pitched, used primarily out of the bullpen this season, as Craig Counsell refers to his relievers as out-getters. They're going to lean on Guerra the rest of the way. See Craig Counsell. This is when you start to earn your money, particularly being a manager in the National League. This is a tough Twins lineup. Guerra's going to face 2, 3, and 4. Polanco, Sano, and Rosario. His job, keep it right there. Brewers feel like they still have 3 more cracks to get to the Twins. A lot of baseball left to be played here in Milwaukee.
This was a Gio Gonzalez start, 5 runs, 3 2/3. Jeremy Jeffress with an inning and a third. The Ray Black experience for an inning. And now Guerra in the air off the bat of Polanco. Only one man over on that side would be Moustakas, who makes the catch.
Just goes to show you how important it is for the starting pitcher to go deep in the games, because then as a manager, you're able to match up. It's not like you're trying to figure out a way to just have enough pitchers to make it through the game. If the starting pitcher goes into the 6th or 7th inning, all of a sudden you can use those guys for 1 or 2 batters, as opposed to trying to extend guys and have them pitch to 4 or 5 batters that maybe the matchups aren't favorable. They're not who you'd want to have facing certain hitters. So a good bullpen is the result of good starting pitching. It's very hard to have a good bullpen that is consistently coming in the games in the 4th and the 5th inning. They just get overused.
Sano with just about everybody available over on that left side. No swing, said Roberto Ortiz. A 415-foot homer to left for Sano and 2 strikeouts. You see the shift.
I think they were able to take the starting pitcher out of this game earlier with the day off tomorrow. So it's also, you know, if they have a run of 19 straight games or whatever it is, you're able to, you know, or you're forced to use those starters a little longer than you want to. But it's been a struggle for them as a staff. Now, injuries obviously have played a part into this, but
you take a look at that graphic, 2 things that stick out: last in innings and last in quality starts. What that does, it overworks and overexposes your bullpen. A bullpen that's not as durable and strong as it was last year. Josh Hader last night blowing a save. Marwin Gonzalez, a big 3-run home run in the 8th inning. 13 home runs allowed so far this year by Josh Hader. So what was his strength? And take a look, Matt Albers sitting next to. He's had a really solid season. He's going to be one of the guys that I think Craig Counsell's going to lean on 8th and 9th inning if they feel like Hader needs a day off. Don't be surprised if you don't see Matt Albers pitching some late leverage situations.
All that being said, especially in the Central, everybody has warts, right? Everybody has
Cubs bullpen
issues,
right,
that they have to deal with. Whether you're the Cubs, whether you're the Cardinals, whether you're the Nationals, who are also in that wild card race.
Fair to say that the NL Central might be the most disappointing division in baseball, because a lot of people, myself included, thought top to bottom, throw the Pirates into that mix, that this division had a shot to have 2 maybe teams, 90, 94, 5+ win teams, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a 90-win team in the East, in the Central.
That is a high ball to center. Kane makes the catch. The roof still closed here in Milwaukee after morning rain. And Sano is out number 2.
You know, the Cubs have had some issues. They signed Craig Kimbrell late on the injured list. He should be back soon. Joe Madden has some issues in the 8th and 9th inning. I still think top to bottom, why I like the Cubs to win the Central, their starting pitching is just far superior to Milwaukee or St. Louis. When you run out, John Lester was much better. He had a couple of rough starts. Cole Hamels, Kyle Hendricks, Quintana was good last night. Deserved a better fate than he was able to get last night. A tough luck loss in Philadelphia. But their starting pitching is rock solid. Nick Castellanos has been on fire since they acquired him at the trade deadline. So I think all things to me look like the Cubs have the least of the issues of the three teams.
And there aren't as many layups in that division as opposed to the American League Central, because I think Cincinnati has hung around longer than many people expected. They're not an easy opponent.
And then they acquire Bauer, so they have Bauer, and Sonny Gray has thrown the ball really well. Castillo, one of the top young pitchers in the game. That's a team you don't want to play the next 5 to 6 weeks because their starting pitching is so strong.
The Pirates were actually doing all right until the All-Star break hit, and then everything just kind of fell off. And it's a very balanced division.
Up the middle, Perez to his right. Nice pick by Thames at first base. And the Twins are done. 7th inning stretch here. Big house in Milwaukee. Bomba Squad in the house representing Mitch Garver. First hitter. 2 hitters later. This is the first inning, kids. That's a pair of solo home runs, and Gio Gonzalez was frustrated. Brewers answered. Keston Hiura. Learn that name, know that name. He's going to be around a long time. And the Twins didn't help themselves out defensively. But Kyle Gibson, and he would give you 5 innings of this, wobbled, but he didn't fall down. And he got the out and got out of that inning. Back to our regularly scheduled home run parade. Miguel Sano, Dan Plesac needs a deposit, and the check deck getting some love on our game recap. Brewers in the bottom half. Thames has had a terrific day. He's 3 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Gibson again, though, walking that tightrope, gets out of trouble. And this, Justin Morneau, is not a home run, but that's an enormous hit. The Polanco 2-run single.
And that's the difference in the game right there. 2-out hit that the Brewers haven't been able to get too often in this short 2-game series.
Always like it when you see a big man sliding like that. Moustakas into second, but the Brewers would squeeze that run. Thames another hit. Cuts the lead down, but with Gamble pinch hitting, Gibson gets a strikeout. We told you how well he does with that breaking ball and his strikeout rate. And that's how we've arrived at the bottom of the 7th, and it's 5-3. I want to take an opportunity to wish one of our MLB Network colleagues a speedy recovery, and Scott Braun. We're thinking about you. Hope that you're feeling better, and we look to see you back out here soon. In Milwaukee, and good news too for everybody, especially the hitters, on a day game where the roof is closed. The sun was out, but it's still overcast, because when it's sunny and the sun comes through those windows up on the first base side, the shadows can be tough. No shadows here, no excuses here. And here is Hiura, and that first pitch.
Boy, the Twins, is there a height restriction? You have to be like 6'4", 6'5".
Trevor.
Another big dude right here. Trevor May, 6'4", 240 pounds. He's had a solid year, 5-3 record. Solid ERA at 3.74. 4-pitch mix, 4-seam and a 2-seam fastball, slider, curve, and a changeup. So he has them all.
And he's really developing into a power arm out of that bullpen. He hit 99 miles an hour last week, fastest pitch of his career. So he's a guy that has really adapted well to throwing the ball up in the zone and to throwing that 4-seam fastball and really getting some big outs in this bullpen that the Twins are counting on down the stretch.
1-1, and Hiura takes down low. Hiura, a product of the college game. He was born in Southern California. He's had the same hitting coach since he was 9 years old, a guy named Sean Thompson.
I thought you were going to say Dad. That's who my hitting coach was when I was 9. That's good, though. It's nice to have someone to lean on.
And the biggest issue with him, guys, is defense, because in college he had an arm injury. He was an outfielder, hurt his elbow, had Tommy John surgery, and then DH'd the rest of his career. So he is still a work in progress, and they feel like second base will probably be the best spot for him. Hands are good, mobility good. It's just instincts right now that Craig Counsell and experience that the Brewers feel that Hiura needs.
Well, you know, in a day and age where we have so much shifting going on right now, you take a look at it. Number 20 overall coming into the 2019 season. Number 1 in the Brewers system. 9th overall draft pick, played the Futures game in 2018. Smooth swing with an explosive bat. As Craig Counsell touched on, just over 200 games he's played in the field. And so it's kind of, as you touched on, a work in progress. But with the advanced shifting, there really isn't as much of a need for learning how to turn that double play, the proper footwork, particularly with the new rules where you're not seeing guys going in roll blocking anymore. You can kind of move your defenders around a little bit more, put him more in spots where he can be successful. Gone are the days when Hal McRae comes in, right? Rolling Willie Randolph into the outfield and left center field. Those days have come and gone.
And if you can hit, they'll find a spot for you.
Amen. Particularly the game now. That's the way the game is, and the way the game's played now.
But it's impressive to see his balance, how he's able, with such a high leg kick, how he's able to keep his hands back, his body back, and he's able to stay through. A lot of guys can only hit a fastball if they have that high of a leg kick. He's able to stay through and hit everything.
That one foul back out of play. Now his metrics offensively are really good. The defensive runs saved not so much, and that measures kind of your total defense from turning double plays, range factor, errors in there as well. But as we said, he's played, I think Craig Counsell told us, like 100 games at second base, and that's it in his life. So learning in the big leagues to play in the infield is not easy.
And for the Brewers and Brewers fans, remember Chris Davis, who they kind of gave up on as they found was a liability defensively, or thought was as a liability defensively. And since that trade, one shy of 200 home runs. I mean, he's taken off, and obviously with the designated hitter in the American League, you have more opportunities to get him at bats. But I think you're going to see, as a result of that, Hiura's going to get every opportunity to figure it out how to play defense at the big league level, because not too often you want to let 40 home run hitters go, and this guy looks like he possibly has that potential. I don't know if he'll get to 40, but ceiling looks very high for this young man. He looks like he's a complete hitter. He uses the whole field. He's got power everywhere. So now you just have to get him comfortable. You have to get him, all he has to be is average defensively. He doesn't have to be a Gold Glover, but he has to want to get better. He has to want to improve, and the more he's out there, the better he's going to get with every single game he plays in the big leagues.
Pitches in. That's a great at bat. That's an 11 pitch at bat. He was the conference player of the year at UC Irvine. He led the nation in hitting and slugging at 442, slugged 567. And he's only been in the minor leagues 2.5 years. His line, 317 average, 382 on base, 546 slug in 2.5 years.
I think the one thing I had a chance to do a 4-game series in early June in Pittsburgh, and very rarely does he have any wild swings where he swings at a first pitch breaking ball that's in the dirt. His approach to hitting is very advanced, and he kind of knows what his strike zone is, and that last at bat was a pretty good sign of it. May kind of threw everything but the kitchen sink at him, and there was no chance he was chasing that pitch. 3 balls and 2 strikes, and you see so many young hitters get to a point. We saw it earlier in the game with Arcia with second and third, 3-2. You chase that breaking ball in the dirt. Here is way advanced beyond that.
Trevor May. This is up to Moustakas, who doubled back in the 5th. It's a 2-run ball game. It's the bottom of the 7th. Twins won last night. Lots of big home runs last night for the Brewers. Yasmani Grandal for the Twins, maybe the biggest homer of the year. And that's saying something. They've only hit, what is it, 233 by now? And that was Marwin Gonzalez with the 3-run homer late. Garver homered last night as well. Breaking ball catches the corner.
You know, most players will tell you that they don't scoreboard watch, right? It's August 14th.
They'll tell you that.
Right, but believe me, last night all eyes are on that scoreboard. They see that Jackie Bradley Jr., they knew that the Indians had lost the lead in the 10th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr., a solo home run in the 10th last night in Cleveland. I thought that was a big win for the Twins last night, Justin. They had fallen out of the lead.
Ball in the dirt, good hustle, and Hira is in at second base.
Try to look at the scoreboard this afternoon. The Red Sox 8-1 winners already over Cleveland.
This was the moment last night. And Justin, you follow the Twins. You agree, biggest home run of the year?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, they had spent so many days alone in first place and had been playing so well. And all of a sudden, Cleveland just kept their foot on the gas pedal and just kept coming and finally caught them. But every time this team has been pushed, they've pushed back, and they pushed back last night. That could have been a devastating loss, losing that lead late.
2-2, and Moustakas chases out of the zone. That's a huge strikeout for May, because Hira was at second with nobody out. There's one out now, and up comes Lorenzo Cain. There's your final, Boston
5-1.
And now the standings up to the minute. The lead now a game. If Minnesota holds the lead and wins this game, it'll be a game and a half.
And it doesn't get any easier for the Indians either. They leave tomorrow. They have a 4-game set with the Yankees in New York, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
They actually spend a week in New York. They play the Mets after that. So this is a tough part of the schedule for Cleveland Indians. Now, even before that game last night, the Indians tied it up at the bottom of the 9th, almost as the Twins gave up the lead in this game. And I know players will tell you they don't scoreboard watch, but I guarantee you everybody in that dugout knows that Cleveland game's over and they lost already. So they feel like they can give themselves a little more breathing room if they're able to finish off this win right here. I don't know if this game's going to finish 5-3. It doesn't have that feel. But I know it seems like somebody's going to score some more runs before this day's over.
We touched on that for the Twins. Minnesota's got a lot left with the Royals, the White Sox, and the Tigers in their division. The Astros on that list as well. The Rays. Cain, a big swing and a miss at that first pitch. The 0-1 from May is out. If you're just joining us, this is I know it's interleague baseball, but this 2-game series crucial for both teams. Twins, as Justin just pointed out, with the win last night, able to recapture first place. Brewers in the thick of the National League wild card race. Twins winners last night, leading here. Cain takes, and the pitch is in. 2-1. Twins doing it in twin fashion, with 3 solo homers in this one and a 2-run single by Jorge Polanco. Brewers single runs in the first, the third, and the fifth have out-hit the Twins, but are down 5-3. And those shadows now, the sun is out in Milwaukee. You can see it lighting up home plate.
And those hitters are going to blame you for jinxing it. Because when this place, when the roof's closed and you don't have to deal with those shadows and that glare. One of my favorite places to hit in all of baseball, but it becomes very difficult to see the ball. Take a look at a very close pitch there by Trevor May, just off the plate. Good call right there. But all of a sudden you're standing there, you got that glare, you're looking into a darker background, you're standing in the light, and I'd say probably harder for right-handed hitters because that sun's right in their face. How much it affects your ability to pick up the ball.
3-1, a high chopper foul. And the count on Cain now goes to 3-2.
You think of those shadows, immediately brings to mind Lee Smith in his days with the Cubs, the shadows at Wrigley Field in the afternoon. A lot of people thought that helped Lee Arthur Smith pile up all those saves, but there's a reason he's in the Hall of Fame, Rich. He was a pretty good reliever.
Here is at second. The 3-2. Got him. Wow. Well, May walked here to open the inning. He moved up on a wild pitch, but strikeouts of Moustakas and Kane. And here comes Thames.
Yeah, this is kind of what has been the bugaboo for Lorenzo Cain. This isn't a particularly good breaking ball. You can see the rotation. It was almost one of those helicopter breaking balls. But when you throw 95 to 97, just that little bit of break down and away, and Lorenzo Cain not seeing the ball particularly well right there. And Trevor May, the beneficiary.
He set him up. He got in his kitchen on the pitch before, made him a little inside conscious, and just caused him to pull off that pitch just enough. Well located slider, the edge of the zone.
Thames, a big swing and a miss. He's 3 for 3, double, two RBI singles. And of course, he's trying to get back to that 2017 form. Last year, thumb surgery really slowed him down. Jesus Aguilar picked up the slack at first base, but Aguilar is now a Tampa Bay Ray. We've seen Yasmani Grandal at first base some as well for the Brewers.
So many interesting races going down the stretch, and you have to be able to count on certain guys, but you also need contributions from unexpected guys, guys that have either struggled in the first half. A hot finish can really change an organization's mind, or can really have an impact going forward. And it's one of those guys that, if he's able to contribute down the stretch, it makes this lineup so much deeper. You can't focus only on Christian Yelich or Keston Hiura. You know, you have to have different guys that you attack, and you're going to need those guys a little further down the lineup, a little further down the order, if you want to make the playoffs. That you have to get contributions from everyone.
That's a strike. Thames didn't like it, and that's one of the few that Tim Timmons seems to have missed. It was just outside of the box.
Here's a tough one as a hitter too. That swing pitch. Ball looks like it's a couple inches. 97 miles an hour.
But great frame by Garver.
Does a great job presenting it, right?
That ball, and he's got a little bit of moving away from those left-handed hitters, so it started out over the plate, and I think that's probably why it was called a strike. It was just off, but I mean, Garver gave him such a good look right there, and not a whole lot of added movement after he caught that pitch. As opposed to being in a hitter's count, now you're in a pitcher's count. You got to battle. You got to grind through it.
See Braun on deck. There's a possible pinch hitter. Thames hits a pop-up, should be playable. Garver, Sano, look out. And Sano, I believe, has it. Or is it Garver? Garver's got it. As long as Garver didn't get hit by Sano, things are okay. And a nice job by Trevor May to pitch out of trouble there. Brewers leave a runner. Game heads to the 8th. We've been talking about the Twins and that big lead. They had an 11.5 game division lead on June 3rd. But of course, the Indians have had an incredible run. Let's take a look and a listen.
Look at the Central team. To me right now, the Twins, they're a standout.
I'll take Minnesota. They hit 1 million home runs.
They're kind of a sleeping giant, and nobody gives them any credit. Bringing in C.J. Cron, bringing in Nelson Cruz, bringing in Jonathan Scope.
That ball's out of here. Oh, mercy. Goodbye home run into the second deck. Back-to-back-to-back homers.
How about that? The Twins running away to hide with the AL Central. Their division lead has ballooned to 11.5 games, thanks in large part to winning 11 of 14 against Central foes.
I love what the Twins are doing.
Going back to June 4th, the Indians are 41-16, best winning percentage in all of Major League Baseball.
Cleveland doesn't get the love they deserve.
Do you guys feel that? Do you feel that? That's called momentum, and the Indians have all of it. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. I've heard that before. This is not even the same team.
There's a tie for first place in the AL Central. The Cleveland Indians get it done on the road again.
So the Cleveland Indians have a share of first place. Terry Francona's club continues to roll.
The Indians have been on a surge now for quite some time.
They have come from 11.5 games back and have tied the Minnesota Twins for the top spot in the Central.
There she goes! It's a grand slam! Tana has stunned the faithful here at Target Field. The Indians come to Minnesota and take 3 out of 4 from the Twins.
So for 2019, with the Indians breathing right down the Twins' neck, There's your record to start, and since July 14th, about a 500 record. Now, one of the things that doesn't show up in that graphic with the comparison through the 13th and the 14th is with or without Byron Buxton. Without Buxton, the Minnesota Twins have not been a very good team this year. So when they get him back, and hopefully they do get him back soon, wouldn't be surprised if those numbers improve the post July 13th numbers.
And he's really is a difference maker. He's what he does for a pitching staff, knowing that every ball that stays in the ballpark that's in the air in the outfield, when you move Kepler over to right, it's going to be caught. I mean, he's, in my opinion, the best defensive outfielder in all of baseball. The balls he's able to get to.
There are the numbers. Mike McCurry is our critically acclaimed researcher on this game, and dug those numbers out. They're 3 under without Buxton.
But if you look at, we go back to those other numbers, they got off to such a good start. It's not like they all of a sudden went through a 10-25 stretch, or they started playing terrible baseball. They were hovering right around 500, and you're a good team when you set the expectations, you set the bar so high that to play 500 baseball is a disappointment. And I think combination of how well the Cleveland Indians were playing, the Minnesota Twins had the best record in baseball for the first couple months, and since then Cleveland Indians have had the best record in baseball.
That catches Crone right on the jersey, up on the shoulder area. He's at first base now. Junior Guerra into his second inning in relief. Marwin Gonzalez, Max Kepler.
Second pitch C.J. Crone's been hit by today. I think he'd rather get hit by that one than the one he did earlier. Just a little scrape off the jersey. Take your trip down to first base. But I feel like the Twins are going to, just for the comfort level of everyone involved in their dugout, and to add on 1 run, maybe 2 runs here, would really go a long ways to finishing this off for them.
Well, this is a guy that can help it. Last night he hit the big home run. I call him the Swiss Army knife. He plays about everywhere. Terrific sign by the Twins. Could play the infield if he had to, plays some outfield, switch hits for power.
I would love to see an entire team in the major leagues made up of guys like him, and maybe Ben Zobrist could be like the player coach, right? I mean, and let guys play all over every night.
It's hard to find those guys. That's why they're so valuable.
Right. And when you find a guy that can produce with the bat, as Zobrist was kind of the, I don't want to say the patron saint of that, but really was a guy that was used as an offensive weapon and was so good defensively you could plug him in places.
And the Twins had one last year with Eduardo Escobar, who they traded to Arizona and ended up signing an extension with the Arizona Diamondbacks in the offseason. They kind of replaced Escobar with Marwin Gonzalez, and these guys are in demand. The Twins feel fortunate they were able to sign him really late into the offseason and get a championship caliber player to just supplement the rest of these guys that they have here.
Gonzalez swings in and miss.
You take a look at some of the players, some really star power players. DJ LeMahieu might be the best free agent signing of anybody. He's played some second base, some third base. They played him in the outfield. Chris Bryant with the Cubs, he'll play third base, he'll play a little bit of left field, a little bit of right field. So in a day and age of shifting and maneuvering players around, I think the more versatility you bring to the table, the better package you are to an organization.
And it used to be a National League thing, right? That player had much more value in the National League, but Zobrist, of course, with the Rays, and Joe Madden unleashed him on the American League, and all of a sudden you saw the value of a guy like that, because you could put your best offensive lineup out there and move him around the grid, so to speak, to manipulate the lineup. Here's Kepler now, who's walked twice and flied out.
And with the lefty in the pen, people might be wondering why not bringing him in to face Max Kepler. Well, he's improved his numbers drastically over the last 2 seasons against left-handed pitching. That's been the difference really for him.
Drive to right, deep, down the line. It is foul. Yelich disappears, and so does the baseball. Kepler had a good look on his way down the line. Roberto Ortiz, the first base umpire, was on it.
This one just fouled. This is living on the edge as a manager if you're Craig Counsell. You have a lefty and Claudio warming up. Here's a good look at Craig Counsell pacing back and forth. I'm sure when that ball left, it was like, well, I'm going to have some questions to answer. There's a good look at Claudio. Has been very good for the Brewers this year.
Guerra's been getting lefties out. 167. If Garver didn't crush lefties, you might see Kepler in that leadoff spot against righties and lefties. But that's we talk about having a nice combination if you're Rocco Baldelli. Two power bats who profile as guys that can also get on base, and you can mix and match them depending on who you're facing. Kepler got jammed and Grisham is there, makes the catch.
And manager Rocco Baldelli has done a nice job of, guys have kind of slotted into their spots in the order, but he's not afraid to move guys around and to use different lineups and to use the matchups and use the information he's given, on any given day to try and find the most favorable matchups. I think Terry Francona is as good as anyone in baseball at doing this, of getting the platoon advantage and getting at-bats off of, for right-handed hitter off a left-handed pitcher and all the rest of it. And I think you're seeing managers try and do that as much as possible, but it takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot of thinking ahead.
Schoop takes a strike. Jonathan Schoop, 1 for 3, a double in the fourth.
He got off to a great start. He's seen his playing time diminished with the arrival of Luis Arraez, who's done such a good job as a rookie. Schoop getting the start off of Gio Gonzalez, a lefty today. We'll probably see Arraez pinch hit at some point as he's standing on the on-deck circle.
Biggest challenge for Schoop this year has been hitting with runners in scoring position and in spots where you need to drive in a run. He is one of the many talented players from, well, you say the Netherlands, but Curacao, that area down there, and you could, and they do. That's one of the reasons that their World Baseball Classic team has been to the finals the last 2 times. They have so many great infielders, from Didi Gregorius to Xander Bogaerts to Schoop, Ozzie Albies now. I know I'm missing a few others. Jurickson Profar. Who am I missing?
It's amazing for an area of population. Not that large of a place.
And it all really started with Andrew Jones with the Braves, right?
Yeah, well, I missed Andrelton Simmons. Sorry about that. He's the guy that plays shortstop. All the other shortstops have to find another position. Schoop swings and misses and strikes out. Junior Guerra, 2 scoreless innings, keeping the Brewers close here. And we'll see if Milwaukee, 2 runs shy right now. 5-3, bottom 8, Twins on top. Cody Bellinger, Christian Yelich, back and forth they go. A season-long game of MVP in this national commercial.
What are we playing to this time?
How about a game of MVP?
All right, let's do it. Let's start with 415 to right field. Got it. You're up.
415 to right field with the Kirk Gibson trot.
Woo!
Seat 15.
That's the M. Foul pole. Ooh, just missed it.
How about an M?
Go on, Belly, let's go. Show me something.
Dodger dogs all day.
Woo! Extra kraut, please. Hey, Bernie, slide for me.
Don't have Bernie, but we do have Tommy. like a V.
All tied up. Let's go.
That's tough for me.
Looks like I win MVP again.
Let's run it back.
Yeah!
More of that, please. Here's your MVP race. Now, Bellinger's cooled down a bit. Yelich, of course, had that lower back issues, been out for a short spell. But Yelich leads the National League. In fact, he leads Major League Baseball in on-base and slugging. He's tied in home runs with Bellinger and Trout.
This is splitting hairs, and this has been the raging debate at MLB really post All-Star break. I would give personally slightest edge Cody Bellinger by the slightest of margins, and you could sway me the next 3.5 to 4 weeks. You could sway me onto Christian Yelich, but I just think what Bellinger's done in a very pitcher-friendly ballpark, he's just a solid player. He can play right field, center field. He's their best defender wherever they play him. First, right, center. Terrific player.
I think there's a couple guys that have crept into that conversation as well. Acuna in Atlanta with how well they're playing. I factor in how well a team is, a playoff team. I think Alonso has to be in that conversation. He may not be at the same level as those two right now, but if the Mets are able to make the playoffs, I don't know how he doesn't get some at least top 3 votes.
Sergio Romo is in, and Polanco's throw to first, and it kicks away from Cron. And the Twins get sloppy in a tight game, and the Brewers have an opening here.
Justin, just on cue, you're saying he can make some of the best plays, and a simple 2-hopper to short, he just simply spikes this one into the ground.
And he's made some adjustments with the way he throws. That was a lot higher than his arm angle. You know, earlier in the year, they said, okay, we just want you to get to a spot where you're comfortable. And he kind of dropped down, started throwing the ball a little bit more sidearm. That one, you know, he doesn't usually get his hand up that high. He ends up showing. CJ Cron wants that one back. You know, as a first baseman, you take pride in being able to save your guys' errors, being able to pick them up if they don't make a perfect throw. He's been good at picking balls in the dirt this year. Now Romo's going to have to pick him up, maybe get you a double play ball right here.
Hernan Perez takes outside. Let's check in with Jamie Hirsch. Jamie?
Yeah, well, if Sergio Romo can pick him up, it would just be another example of a big impact that he's had on this team. Words like fun and energy are used by all the guys in that Twins clubhouse to describe him. And when I asked him to describe himself, he said, my battery is charged a little more than most. But he also talked about being at the end of his career, in the back end anyway. He said he savors every moment, and he said he loved getting the save last night. But another highlight was actually when Randy Dobnak got to the field, another reliever. He said that, you know, it's his first road trip. So when Romo saw him show up in sneakers and tube socks rolled down in a Van Halen t-shirt and shorts, he said one thing: I'm taking you shopping tomorrow in Texas. Don't make any plans. We're going shopping. So not only is he a great reliever, he brings the energy, and he's a heck of a teammate, I guess. He's going shopping.
Yeah, Jamie, he's beloved by teammates, whether it was in San Francisco, a brief time with the Dodgers, Tampa Bay, even the young Marlins and Don Mattingly just absolutely loved having Sergio Romo. And Dan, what was it that Rocco Baldelli said about Romo that he's learned right away, that he's not scared of anything?
No, you know what, and you can't teach that. And when you're going to have a team, there's a good shot of Rocco. When your team's going to play meaningful games, and listen, this Central's going to go right down to the wire. Experience does play into it.
Into center field. Braun turns second, turns it on. The throw's a good one, and he is safe. Perez still at first, at the corners, and nobody out.
Pretty good at bat there for Hernan Perez. Sergio Romo, a variety of breaking balls. Ryan Braun heads up, and a good base running there by Braun. Another breaking ball that's away. See, hits this right off the end of the bat. You couldn't have placed it any better. Romo almost deflects this. It deflects off of Jonathan Scope, and that gives Braun a chance. It slows it down just enough for Ron to go to first to third, and the Brew Crew in business with runners on the corner, nobody out.
Braun overshot the runway but kept the toe on, and Sano did not keep the tag on.
I think they had a little headbutt off Sano's cheek, maybe prevented him from being able to hold that tag on him. But a great at bat right there, able to stay through the ball, and I think that's the biggest difference between being an easy out, striking out, and being able to put the ball in play, and taking an ugly swing and still being able to produce.
You can see the sunlight now amped up for the Trent Grisham at bat.
And this is hard to see. Anytime the hitter's standing in the light, looking into the dark, makes it difficult to pick up really anything with spin. And this is a guy who knows how to spin it as well as anybody.
Grisham, the rookie, 1 for 3. Brewers with runners in scoring position has been an issue. Well, after Grisham, you get into the teeth of the order with Grandal, Yelich, and Hira.
He
doesn't give in.
He's a guy who's just gotten the most out of every ounce of talent that he was given. I mean, he's not afraid out there. He goes out there and he just keeps attacking. He keeps attacking. He keeps trusting his stuff. He doesn't shy away from the big moments, and he goes after guys, and he gets rewarded more times than not for that aggressiveness and that trust in his ability.
So he goes fastball, then he throws that whirly bird breaking ball away. But I think of Romo, I think of the last out of the World Series, slider, and freezes Miguel Cabrera, one of the greatest hitters of our generation, looking for the breaking ball and gets the express. So 2-0, he throws a fastball on a surprise, and he comes back with a 2-1 backdoor breaking ball, perfectly placed.
He appeared in 27 postseason games for the Giants, all 3 World Series championship teams, with an ERA right around 3 in the postseason. Drive to right and deep and gone. Trent Grisham, and the Brewers grab the lead. He saw that one.
Wow, almost identical of what happened here last night. A big 3-run homer late for the Brewers. An inning later than it was in the ballgame yesterday, but all the pitches away. Tried to sneak a fastball in by him right there and didn't get it in enough. Ran back over the plate, and he knew it from the second he hit it.
Sure did. Correct second career home run for Grisham. Just like that, the Brew Crew seemed like a harmless way to start the inning. Ryan Braun, it's a ground ball that should have been the first out of an inning. Poor throw by Polanco. Base hit by Hernan Perez, and then Grisham with a big 3-run bomb, and just like that, the Brewers find themselves on top.
Boy, and another 3-run home run in this series. Marwin Gonzalez last night. Remember, Grandal had one yesterday too. And here is Grandal, who takes a strike, and it's 0-1.
And these are the hardest to deal with. These are the hardest ones to take as a player. If the Twins aren't able to come back, they only have 3 outs left to play with. And you go from feeling good on that flight to Texas to all of a sudden you had another one snatched away from you late. And on the flip side of it, the Brewers, a team really grinding for the wild card, also not too far out of the NL Central race. That's a hit right there that can turn your season.
Not to think too far ahead, but you wonder, Craig Counsell, the wheels turning. Will he elect to bring Hader back? Will he stick with Guerra? Claudio warming up. It looks like Claudio and Matt Albers warming up in the bullpen for Milwaukee.
When we talked to manager Craig Counsell before the game, he said he was maybe looking to get Hader an appearance or two in a little less high leverage situation. Maybe get him out there, get him a little more settled in, more comfortable. Have a couple of appearances where he can just go out there and let it fly and not having to worry about getting the most important, 3 or 6 outs of the game. So probably going to see a little different look at the end of this game for these Milwaukee Brewers. But wow, what a series. I mean, these two teams are so closely, evenly matched. It's back and forth, and it's like playoff baseball in the middle of August.
41,000 here to watch this one. Rosario, and that's the first out in the bottom of the 8th. Play Ball is Major League Baseball's initiative to inspire all forms of baseball and softball participation, making play opportunities available and fun for everyone. To find a youth organization near you, go to playball.org. Yelich, who has lined out his last 2 times up, is 0 for 4 to face Romo. I think Brewer fans knew they had a terrific player last year, and they've learned pretty quickly they also have a terrific young man. I mean, if you paid any attention in the offseason of what Christian Yelich was up to in that Thousand Oaks area, that horrific shooting, the Malibu fires all seemed to come at the same time. And Yelich mobilized a lot of major league players, even his teammates, Ryan Braun, Mike Moustakas, guys in and around that area to raise funds for both of those causes. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
We're talking to their coaching staff before the game yesterday. They said that, he wasn't as well known when he played in Miami. Players around the league knew him, but on a national scale and fan-wise, and all of a sudden in the middle of the year he started to turn into that superstar. But the way he handled it, stayed humble, showed respect to everyone around him. He handled everything just so well as you could ask someone that's kind of thrust into the spotlight like that. And he's done a fantastic job, and he's been even better this year. So that's really the type of guy you love to build a team around.
Yelich strikes out there, a rare 0 for 5 for him. Baldelli out to the mound. I don't know if they saw something from Romo after that delivery, but they're going to take the baseball. Hira is coming up. Romo on his way out. A frustrating inning for the veteran in his 12th year in the big leagues. Of course, the door opened on the error by Polanco, and Perez had a seeing eye single off the end of the bat. Then the rookie Grisham hit his second big league homer to right, a 3-run shot.
Yeah, it can be the best of times and the worst of times, and I've experienced it all on the mound in that 9th inning or 8th and 9th inning. Feel like you throw a ground ball to short, okay, you have to pick your teammates up. Perez hits one off the end of the bat, an 0-2 pitch. It was a pretty good pitch, and next thing you know, the Brewers are in business, 1st and 3rd, nobody out. There's a look at Romo right there. It doesn't make it any easier no longer. As long as he's played 12 years, and these kind of games hurt. They know that the Indians have already lost 5-1, a chance to pick up a full game in the standings. You're with a new team and a new bunch of guys. You have a big win last night. You have a 2-run lead going into the bottom of the 8th inning, in any reliever. Listen, you're going to make an excuse, and the play should have been made. Your job is to get 3 outs and keep it at 5-3.
Well, Zach Littell warms up. We'll tempt you with our remaining schedule, the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube. Some great matchups. Diamondbacks at home. Then you get Braves, Mets, and Nationals. A lot on the line there, you would expect. The Rays at home, Indians on the road. That Rays-Dodgers matchup in the middle of September could have a lot of meaning for both of those teams. And then the Cardinals in the desert in that last week of the season. MLB.TV is now available at a lower price. $49.99 gives you every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand. And you get access to MLB At Bat Premium. Visit MLB.TV for details.
I think not to be overlooked in that last, sequence before the home run, in an era where strikeouts are pretty common, pretty prone, for a guy to be able to put an 0-2 swing on a pitch like that, get on base.
Hira stays in the park. Rosario makes the catch. The air opened the door, and the Brewers barged through with 3 runs. Trent Grisham, in his 11th big league game, pumps one into the seats, and the Brewers lead now going to the 9th by a score of 6-5. Now, one of the great games, and you think this is back and forth? One of the great games this year involved the Twins. Target Field, July 22nd, Twins and Yankees.
Another gorgeous night. Twins do battle with another first-place team.
A deep drive to right field, and we are tied.
That's what the big man could do with one swing. He can just absolutely change a ball game.
It's a ribby double for Mike Tauchman, and the Yankees are really making noise in the 8th. That ball is off the top of the wall. Urshela scores. Tauchman scores. Judge at second with a long, loud 2-run double. They're back in it. Kepler back at the wall, leaping, and he drops it. 2 runs will score. Gregorius in at second, and the Yankees have pulled in front.
Soto clobbers one, and the Twins retake the lead.
Hits this one deep in the air to left field. That ball is gone. Aaron Hicks delivers a 2-out, 2-run blow.
A drive to left center field. The Twins have tied it up.
Gleyber Torres delivers a ribby single to put the Yankees back in front. Inside, gets by the catcher. Garver coming home, Romine, and he will score.
Twins have the tying run at second. 2 down. A drive to the gap in left center field.
And he made the catch! Oh my goodness, what a catch! On a sensational, leaping, lunging grab, and a fitting finish to an unforgettable night.
Dan Plesac, were you on the desk that night of that wild game?
Yeah, that catch that Aaron Hicks made was one of the best catches of the year. That was a wild one. Not if you're a Twins fan, but what a wild game.
9th inning here, 6-5 game, and the Brewers in a decidedly different spot. Now it's Alex Claudio in to try to save it, and Claudio's season has been a really good one, a 1.34 ERA. Luis Arraez, good on base guy, takes a breaking ball that misses outside. We talked about him at the outset of the telecast. One of the young Twins who has come up and really helped Minnesota. Look at the on-base percentage. Not bad for a rookie, is it? Just 22.
And he's done it every level in the minor leagues. Now he's doing it in the big leagues. His knowledge of the strike zone. I mean, this tells you how much confidence they have in him. Bringing in a submarine lefty. You send up this rookie. He's going to pinch hit. He's going to work the count. He's going to try and find any way to get on base.
This might be the lone hitter for Claudio.
Yeah,
Matt Alvarez is warming up in the bullpen. Claudio does have some closing experience, so saved 11 games in 2017 for the Rangers. Pretty durable. That year was in 70 games, 82 innings. Last year, 66 games, 68 in the third. So he's not just a one guy, situational guy, but that might be the case this afternoon.
Arraez swings and misses, counts 2-2. You've got Garver, then Polanco, then Sano. So, yeah, Alvarez is heated up. He's ready to go.
Garver hits lefties as well as almost anybody in the league. So, yeah, more than likely this is a one batter appearance right here.
Fell behind, now it's 2-2. Arraez pulls it. Ooh, just foul.
You know, there was a time when you played no doubles defense in a situation like this, a one-run game where that first baseman's going to hug the line. Sam's not playing on the line, and Arraez almost snuck this by him. I think that was about as close to being a fair ball as it could be with Still being foul, but first base umpire on top of it. Right there, got a good look at it.
I think Claudio right now wants to get this breaking ball down and away. That one hung around the middle third of the plate. Be surprised if he doesn't go to this big sweeper down and away.
Lifted in the air behind third, foul territory. Moustakas, and there's the first out. And you expect over the top rope now will be Matt Albers, just the one hitter for Claudio.
Normally this would be a situation where you'd see their shutdown lefty Josh Hader come in, but prone to the home run ball, gave up a home run last night. So you're going to see Albers come in right here, try and get Mitch Garver out and try and finish this thing off possibly.
I'll tell you what, you have to give credit to Matt Albers. He's been really durable throughout his career. He's pitching in a variety of roles. He's been a middle guy, a setup guy. He's had a chance to close some games on occasion. And he's kind of been one of the unsung heroes in that Brewers bullpen until they can get Josh Hader figured out. Rich, you touched on it earlier. We talked to Craig Counsell before the game, and he would like to ease his way with Josh Hader in some non-high leverage situations to give him a chance to get his feet back on the ground.
There are no soft landings here in this two-game series, unfortunately for Hader. You can see that July through August. What have you guys seen with his stuff, with his approach? Why the different results?
He's a one-pitch pitcher, Rich. He's a fastball pitcher. He throws 90% fastballs. And I think it's a little bit two things. I think his confidence is a little bit shaken. When you've given up 13 home runs, you're not used to seeing the ball fly out of the ballpark. It is what it is. He's never thrown a lot of breaking balls, so you're going to see fastball after fastball after fastball. So he's allowed 7 home runs since the start of July. Most of the fastballs are down in the zone. He's really good is when he's up in that upper quadrant. He doesn't throw 100, he's 95 to 96, but his ball has great carry, great life. He has kind of what you'd call a sneaky fastball. He's a lot of arms and legs coming at a lot of different angles. He's hard to gauge, and when he's on, he's a nightmare against lefties. But you know what? His fastball is a tick down, not much, but I just think most of it is his confidence. He's used to seeing swings and misses. And what has happened a few times this year, like last night, he's getting ambushed on that first pitch.
But I'll tell you what, his teammates and his bullpen mates have really picked the Brewers up here. Remember, this was a 3 2/3 inning start for Gio Gonzalez. Jeremy Jeffress, Ray Black, Junior Guerra, Alex Claudio, and now Albers. And the bullpen has not given up a run for the Brewers today.
And one of the things I love about Matt Albers, very animated. You'll see he's not an overpowering guy. Good two-seam sinker. He pounds the strike zone. Pretty good breaking ball. It is what it is. And when he's on, he's throwing strikes. And he'll get after it. Hopefully we get to a situation with 2 outs. He'll get that last out. He's very animated. He pitches with a lot of passion, a sense of urgency. He's a fun guy to watch throw.
Garver can tie this with a swing. He homered in the first. He's knocked 23 home runs out of the park this year with a slugging percentage over 600. Pulls a ground ball, backhanded. Perez loads up and gets the out. Remember, he came in early in the game in a double switch. A nice play in the hole. There's 2 outs.
Really strong throw across the diamond.
Into the shift right there. He's playing right there. That's the one thing about being a pull hitter. When you hit the ball on the ground, there's 3 guys there. It becomes very difficult to find a way to get a hit other than in the air. So Twins down to their last out. Going to really need Polanco. And of course, it's fitting the guy who made the error that opened the door for the Brewers in the last half inning now gets an opportunity to possibly redeem himself right here.
And a pretty good matchup for Matt Albers. He likes to sink the ball down and away. It would be a tough guy for Polanco to try to get the ball up in the air, try to hit the ball out of the ballpark. This is a good matchup. If you're Craig Counsell, you'd like to get it done here with the big fella Sano on deck.
Trying to spin on that one.
If he continues to swing wild like that, he's going to play right into the hands of Matt Alberts. Might elect to go back to that breaking ball again. When Alberts is good, Rich, he'll have that good two-seam fastball. He's hard to get the ball up in the air against.
Big crowd, over 41,000 on their feet. The 1-1. Didn't come back far enough. That one just missed.
Pretty amped up, 95. That's about as good as you're going to see from Matt Alberts. Normally around 92, 93. Getting a taste of the 9th inning. Chance to pick up a save, pick up the bullpen. Big 3-run home run by Trent Grisham. Bottom of the 8th.
Polanco lifts that one fouling out of play, and now the count evens at 2-2. Polanco has power, 17 homers, 2-run single in the 4th.
Keep an eye here, Rich, on Matt Alberts' body language. If he gets this last out, you're going to see a very animated right-handed pitcher.
Infield playing Polanco to pull. He's a switch hitter. 2-2.
Big swing. Got in on him a little bit right there. I think that's the one that can sometimes fool you. Crowd lets out a big moan, but if he hit that ball, it probably would have been a pop up to second base. So Alberts shook to that. He saw something on the fastball that he threw him earlier in the at-bat. He wanted that pitch. Now I wouldn't be surprised to see him go back to that off-speed away. Especially if he's going to keep taking those real big, wild swings like we've seen.
Two again. It's buried. You got a big man on deck with a dangerous bat, Miguel Sano. Heck, every bat in this lineup is dangerous.
Well, if you're Matt Alberts right now, you have to throw whatever pitch you feel is you can throw over for a strike. The last thing you want to do is give the big fella Sano a chance to swing it. You're going to throw a breaking ball here, throw it with conviction and throw it that it appears to be a strike.
3-2. Takes it outside, checks his swing, and Polanco works a walk. And Sano will get a shot here in the 9th.
That's a really good at-bat right there. So once he got to 2 strikes, he took the one big swing at the fastball, but it seemed like he maybe shortened his stride a little bit, cut down on the swing, and then found some plate discipline and able to get.
Well, there are at-bats and there are big at-bats. That's like that money stolen bag when you really need one. That was a terrific at-bat at fighting by Jorge Polanco.
Now Sano 1 for 4, but that one went 415 feet. His 21st home run of the year, and this is only game number 71 for the big guy. No swing.
Might have to take a look at that one. That was
1 for 3 in his career against Alberts with a home run.
Oh, look at this. Well, I don't know. I think he.
Boy, that's as close as it gets.
I think he committed right there. That's tough.
Infield playing him to pull. Outfield very deep. Now Polanco, and we documented the Twins don't run much at all. Polanco has 4 stolen bases. He's been caught 3 times. There's the shift. And you see how deep Kane in center, Grisham in left, and Yelich in right are.
I think you have to stay at first base and let the big man try and put you up by 1 right here.
Almost got him. It's in, and it's 2-0. And remember, Josh Hader gave up a big home run late last night. Craig Counsell has stayed away from him here. Alex Claudio got the first out. Albers has come on. He got the second out, Mitch Garver, but walked Polanco. Sano sitting on a 2-0 pitch. And it's way out.
That's the difference between him earlier in the year and last year to compare to where he's at now. He's in an offensive count. A lot of times in the past, you'd see him swing wildly at that 2-0 slider right there. His plate discipline and his trust in his hands has just improved. And I think he should be have the green light right here. Why not give him 3 chances to hit a home run? He's got himself in a good count now. Let him swing free.
The 3-0. That's out, and he walks Sano on 4 pitches after the great at bat by Polanco. And now you've got Rosario. Eddie Rosario, the cleanup hitter, he homered in the first. And the Brewers pitching coach on his way out, Chris Hook.
And Eddie Rosario has a flair for the dramatic. He's hitting in the middle of this lineup for a reason. He's surrounded by so many big power bats, and he's been the guy to come up with a lot of big hits over the last few years. He's comfortable in this spot. He wants to be up there in that spot. The only thing he has to be wary of is expanding the strike zone. Sometimes in these big moments, he gets a little overexcited, and he'll try and do a little more than he has to with a borderline pitch or a pitch somewhat off the plate. So he's going to go up there. If he's able to stay within the strike zone, he's come through in these moments quite often for these Minnesota Twins.
You saw Hader, and you saw an empty bullpen mound. The Brewers are riding with Matt Albers here. Rosario, good night last night. He was 2 for 4 with a double. The home run has come in 4 at bats today.
Well, what makes it so difficult also in this ballpark, the ball flies to all parts. So there's not really a happy spot you can go to say, hey, I'm going to keep the ball away and make them hit the ball away. The ball flies out of here to left field.
That is way outside. Now the infield is shifted. You can see the outfield now has to shorten up. The tying run is at second. The go-ahead's at first. And the lead runner, Polanco, has pretty good speed.
To your point, Dan, he hit an opposite field home run earlier in this game, so it's not like you can just live out there.
That's out.
Well, if you're Matt Albers right now, you almost have to look at this like you have a base open. You have C.J. Cron on deck. You need to be really careful here with Rosario. He's going to be green lighted. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You have to make a pitcher's pitch right here. If you fall behind, you walk Rosario. You paint yourself in a corner and have to get C.J. Cron.
He's missed on 8 straight pitches.
Right now you have to almost go to the breaking ball right here. You can't just lay one in. It's all going to come down to the on-deck hitter, C.J. Cron. You'll have a good matchup, righty on right.
Cron is ready. Rosario, Albers has lost the strike zone, and he misses badly again. I mean, he has absolutely lost it. He's missed on 9 straight pitches.
I don't think he had his heart really in that at bat right there. As soon as he fell behind 2-0, you could almost see that he really wasn't about to throw anything over the plate. I think you'll see a much more aggressive Matt Albers. Nobody warming up in the bullpen. So this is all Matt Albers.
I think this is the guy they said they wanted to go after. Moustakas was playing basically a traditional shortstop position. They were actually encouraging the Twins to run right there with Rosario at the plate. They probably would have intentionally walked him. He threw off-speed 2-0. He threw off-speed 3-0. So this is the guy at that meeting. They said, you're going to go after Cron. Don't give Rosario anything to hit. And now it comes down to this moment right here. So we'll see how aggressive C.J. Cron is after those 3 walks in front of him.
If you're Yasmani Grandal right now, you really have to. You're going to go to that breaking ball. Make sure you knock it down and keep it in front.
Cron digs in. First pitch is low. It's 1-0. He has walked the bases loaded. He walked Sano on 4 pitches and Rosario on 4 pitches. He's missed with 10 straight. And finally, an arm is up in the Brewers bullpen.
This is why managers have gray hair. I mean, this is the tension in this ballpark right now. You could cut it with a knife. This is fun to be a part of this right here.
He gets a strike, and a borderline one at that. At the knees and on the outside part. And the 40,000 plus who have been on their feet have a little something to cling to.
That's a terrific pitch. It's a pitcher's pitch. It just catches the corner. Grandal does a nice job of laying that ball and presenting it as a strike.
1-1 pitch. 95. Threw it by him. He's back.
There's a method to the madness for Matt Albers. It's just load him up and get the crowd on their feet.
3 straight walks with 2 outs in a 1-run game. Albers, 1-2. Cron, left center field, deep. Kane is there, and he makes the catch. And Albers survives. The Brewers win. And an enormous sigh of relief from Miller Park.
Well, pushed to the limit. Walked the bases loaded. Falls behind, ball 1. I thought the pitcher really made that inning. The 1-0 fastball that was 95 for a strike. And there's a look at Matt Albers. He looks calm right now.
I know it was just 2 games, but what a series this was.
This felt like a 4-game set.
Felt like a 4-game playoff series right here. This was.
Well, here's the last pitch. A good sinker. 93 down, and C.J. Cron knew as soon as he hit it that he popped it up. Lorenzo Cain can cover a lot of ground and puts this one in his back pocket. There he is, Matt Albers. Normally, you'll see him more animated, like he steps in a big old bucket assassin. But a win is a win.
Time for our MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, post-game show. We change into our post-game outfits, and here we go. As the Brewers with a dramatic win, dramatic with that 3-run homer, which put them on top by Trent Grisham, and certainly dramatic as Matt Albers takes a walk on the wild side and then just in the nick of time finds the strike zone, gets C.J. Cron to hit probably a 380-foot fly ball out, and all is well. The Brewers and the Twins split this 2-game series.
You know, if you're Craig Counsell, he talked to us before the game and he said he would like to use Josh Hader in more of a lower leverage situation. We had a great shot of Hader in the 8th and 9th sitting there with his jacket on. If you're Craig Counsell, this is one of those games where you'd like to have some breathing room and not have it come down to a 1-run game, but a big Trent Grisham 3-run home run in the bottom of the 8th gave the Brewers the lead, and it set it up for the dramatics known as Matt Albers.
Yes. All right, wild card standings. This is an important one. You see the Nationals, the Cardinals, the Brewers a game back. And for the Brewers last night, they had the Twins come back on them, so Milwaukee turns the table. And it was a 22-year-old getting his first taste of the big leagues that did the trick with a 3-run homer, and he joins us now, Trent Grisham. Trent, congratulations. Big moment for you and for the ball club.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
All right, tell us about the at-bat and tell us about the moment. First go through the pitch and what you were looking for and what you got.
Well, I faced him the night before. Just kind of I saw a lot of pitches, felt like I had a good at-bat. And then so I had a lot on him going into this at-bat, and just kind of tried to wait him out and see what I could do. And ended up giving me a pitch to hit with 2 strikes.
Trent, it's Dan Plesac. Did you know it was gone when you hit it?
Yes, sir, I think so.
You did. What does that feel like when you hit one like that?
It's nice for sure. I mean, it's exciting, especially in the late innings.
And in front of 41,000, that's not bad either.
Yeah, exactly.
And the sun came out. It almost seemed like in the middle of your at-bat right there. Was it really, were you picking up spin, or did he kind of do you a little bit of a favor by throwing you a fastball right there?
Yeah, that was definitely a tougher at-bat, seeing the ball. But you just kind of, I mean, I saw a few pitches and kind of got the feel for it, and then went from there.
Speaking of feel, tell us about the way you grip the bat. Dan here pointed it out. We took a look at it. Your thumbs are straight up.
Yes.
Why did you change that, and what has been the result?
Well, when I was younger, I just held the bat in the back of my hands, and it got a little wobbly, and I couldn't really control the barrel. So coach told me just to get in the cage, and while you're in the cage, just put your thumbs on the bat for extra support and feel it in your fingertips, and just kind of get used to it, and then you can drop them down when you get out of the cage. But I liked how it felt, so I stuck with it, and I've been doing it a long time now, and it feels real comfortable.
Have you seen another hitter use that?
I have not, not to my knowledge.
Trent, are you starting to feel a little bit more comfortable part of this Brewers team now? Hitting a home run like that certainly makes you feel like you're part of the guys now.
Well, yeah, that of course, and then I mean, we have a great clubhouse. I mean, they made me feel welcome right from the get-go. Made me feel real comfortable. Just go out there and play.
Hey, you made a play. I think it was in the first inning. You crashed into the wall down the left field line. You tried to take on that gate down there. Did it hurt as bad as it looked from up here?
It didn't feel good. I kind of looked back and looked at the gate, wondering why we didn't have pads up there. But I mean, it didn't feel the best.
You know, anytime a rookie comes to the big leagues, importantly, and you just touched upon it, it's the veterans or it's an experienced player that will help. Who are the guys in the clubhouse that have helped you in this transition? Because this is only what game number 11 in your big league career.
Well, I mean, of course, obviously, just the outfielders, Bronny, Yelly, and Locane. But just really the present. I mean, we have Matt Albers, been doing it a long time. Just being around them, same agency, and just kind of talking to them and seeing how the day-to-day goes, and then just when getting out here on the field and trying to communicate and play together.
Well, you earned your way here with a terrific year in the minor leagues, and now you're doing it at the big league level. What a thrill today. A game-winning home run in front of 40,000 fans. Congratulations, young man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Stay healthy and good luck the rest of the way.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
That's pretty cool. I mean, that is really cool.
Second big league home run, his first one at Miller Park, and a game winner in a big game. This two-game series was filled with a lot of emotions. The Twins snatch him back win last night, a big home run from Marwin Gonzalez. It was kind of like the Brewers flipped the switch this afternoon.
Yeah, it was a tough one for the Twins. You know, anytime you lose a game, you're leading late. Unfortunately, Jorge Polanco, a play that he will make 9 times out of 10, was unable to make the play. It opened the door for the Brewers, and then they took advantage. And to see a young kid come up like that in a big situation and hit it way back, I mean, he knew it as soon as it came off the bat. To not let the moment get too big on him, not chase that backdoor breaking ball, to not go after that changeup. He got a pitch that he was looking for, a pitch that he wanted. And to hear a young hitter say that how much information he gained by facing him the night before, he said he felt comfortable in the batter's box as a result of it. And all of a sudden the Twins were looking at a nice little cushion there to have a game taken away late and then have an opportunity, because this team fights. They'll fight till the end. You need to get 27 outs against this team, but they loaded the bases in the top of the 9th, and they were just one swing away, one pitch away from taking it back again. But it's going to be an interesting stretch run for these Twins and for these Brewers. It's two good ball clubs.
All right, let's tag team these highlights, guys. So chime in whenever you want. Long ball when you play the Twins, right? How do you keep it in the yard? Well, you don't. First batter of the game. This is Mitch Garver, and that's opposite field.
A little Oppo taco right here, right? Gio Gonzalez had a funky first inning. He struck out the side. That's the positive. The negative is gave two solo home runs. Here's the second one right here to Jorge Polanco. And Gio knew it Eddie Rosario, as soon as he hit it. So Gio strikes out the side, but gives up 2 solo bombs in the first.
This is what Twins hitters will do to opposing pitchers. You see the frustration from Gio Gonzalez, but this Brewers team has fought. They'll continue to fight all the way to the end. They've got some young hitters. See Castanera coming through, driving in a run. The big hit that they were lacking last night, where they could have put the game out of reach. Today they had a few big hits.
Now looking for more. An error out at second base by Polanco, and all of a sudden you're thinking trouble, and Kyle Gibson is wobbling in the first.
And this is a play that has to be made. Unfortunately, it wasn't, but when your pitcher's able to come back, get you a double play ball, and then he gets another chance. Didn't look shaky on that one, looked confident, made the play, good feed to Scope at second base. They're able to turn it. And this was kind of a sign of things to come. Base runners, traffic all day for both starting pitchers, both bullpens. And another home run from Miguel Sano. Way back, you see the frustration from Gio Gonzalez, as so many pitchers who have faced this Twins club have seen all year.
That's up in the check deck. They measured that at 415 feet.
And that was all of 415 feet. Quick deposit right there. Here he is again. Keston here. He can swing it. Hits a bullet between third and short. And the Brew Crew in business.
Locane into center field. and Eric Thames would come up. Thames had probably the best offensive day until the swing by Grisham. He would go 3 for 3. This the first of his 2 singles. He also had a double, and that knocked home a run. But there's the escape act from Kyle Gibson, who would go 5 innings, 3 runs on 8 hits.
3-2 breaking ball right there, first and third, big out of the game.
Getting a start was Jonathan Schoop.
His playing time has been diminished recently with the arrival of Luis Arraez and him playing so well. The walk of the pitcher, Kyle Gibson.
The American League pitcher.
Yeah, this is a case of one too many changeup from Gio Gonzalez right here. Polanco gets a changeup and he hits a bullet right over the gap and left center field to drive in a couple of runs. And just like that, the Twins are in business. They're feeling pretty good about themselves. The bullpen was fresh and ready to pitch multiple innings if needed.
Yeah, it's a 5-2 lead at that point. To the 5th, Milwaukee's scratching back, and this is the last inning for Gibson. Mike Moustakas.
There it is. Get out the cell phone. Call the park ranger. The moose is loose.
Yeah.
Moustakas head first into second.
Yeah. Been waiting for that all day. And Moustakas would score. That one popped off the glove of Polanco. It's a hit for Thames, his 3rd. Gibson, though, keeps the lead, and into the bullpen, Sam Dyson. Dyson would get the 6th.
And after a rough couple outings to start his Twins career, back-to-back games, he's come in this ballpark and got Yelich to fly out on the warning track. He looks a lot more comfortable since he's come off the injured list for these Twins. He's going to be an important member of that bullpen down the stretch.
Now
Trevor May comes in.
Yeah, and you thought maybe this was an inning they get going. That was an 11-pitch at bat.
I'll tell you what, very impressed with Trevor May. Big time stuff. We saw fastball anywhere from 95 to 97. Good hard breaking ball. Very impressive inning from Trevor May. Gets Moustakas right here, overpowers him with a 4-seam fastball up, and strikes out Lorenzo Cain with a hard slider down and away.
Eric Thames pops out. That ends the threat. That was the 7th for the Brewers. The 8th. Now, this is a key play in the ball game.
Well, you're thinking an easy first route, right? Ground ball turns into an error. And then Hernan Perez on an 0-2 pitch hits it off the end of the bat.
That's a great pitch. Right?
In a great dive, they're trying to knock it down by Jonathan Schoop. Just like that, the Brewers in business, first and third, nobody out.
And here's the Grisham at bat.
This is it right here. Fastball. Romo tries to sneak one by him, and he hits it up into the Miller Lite beer pen. That was a no-doubter and a big swing, and just like that, the Brew Crew up 6-5.
Love it. Tip of the cap. Now, Matt Albers, remember Josh Hader getting a day off, and Albers gets wild. That was a tight at bat for Polanco, but then he lost the strike zone. 4-pitch walk to Sano, 4-pitch walk to Rosario, and up came C.J. Cron.
I thought the key to this was the 1-0 pitch. He falls behind 1-0 and throws a great pitch to get back into the count right here. He pops him up, and everybody in Beertown right now is going, hey, 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 Matt Albers. Matt Albers to the rescue.
That's some quality game recapping right there. Here's your scoreboard. 6-5, Brewers, the winners, 11 hits. Twins had just 6 hits, but remember, 3 of those were home runs. Keston Hiura, what a fascinating guy this is, and what a bright future he's got. And our Jamie Hirsch caught up with him moments ago.
Keston, that finish was a little too interesting for Brewers players there. How nervous were you in the 9th inning?
No, not at all. You know, Matty's given us quality innings throughout the whole year, and you know, just about being aggressive, and he was able to get that final out and you know, get us that win.
Especially after what happened last night, you guys come back here, you have a comeback win today. What was the message there in those late innings to keep fighting despite trailing most of the game?
Yeah, it's just be aggressive the whole time. You know, everyone in their lineup can do damage, and just matter of putting quality at bats together, get on base, and driving them in. So we were able to do that tonight. But a huge clutch 3-run home run by Trent Grisham over there.
Yeah, what did you see out of him, and how much did that lift this team, especially wrapping up this homestand?
Oh, it was huge. He's giving us, quality at bats every single time he's at the plate. Whether it's getting a hit, getting on base by a walk, or blasting a home run. He's definitely someone fun to watch up there, and all congrats to him.
Now, for you personally, you're having an incredible rookie season. How much fun are you having in the midst of this season trying to contend for a postseason spot?
Yeah, I'm having a great time, learning a lot of things along the way. And, as we come down this last month or so, it's about to get more exciting. So there's a lot more in store, and, we're excited for, what's left.
Well, thanks for the time. Congrats on the win.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
Think about it. I mean, the Brewers have this great, significant win here. And the two guys we're interviewing is Trent Grisham and Keston Hiura, two guys that certainly were well thought of in the Brewers system at the start of the year, but for them to play a significant role in a key win in August bodes well for the franchise.
It does. And for such a long time, when you thought of this Brewers franchise, you thought of Ryan Braun, right? But now it seems like it's Christian Yelich, Lorenzo Cain, Mike Moustakas. Braun came in to pinch hit later on in the game this afternoon. But it's a team now that's built that they have more than one or two ways to strike, and we saw that. That was a big home run by Grisham. I think the key for Craig Counsell is going to figure out how to get some length into his starting pitching the remaining 6 weeks of the season, and who they can go to in the bullpen until they get Josh Hader squared away. Because when Hader's good, they feel like they can win every game. They've got to get him back to being Josh Hader.
And Justin, for the Twins, look, they come out of here with the split. They still have possession of first place in the Central, and that's big. They'll look at this game, and they'll look at that back end of the bullpen, a refurbished one with Dyson and Romo, and say this is a ball game they should have had.
Yeah, and it's hard to put the blame on Romo in that situation. He gets the simple ground ball, a play that Polanco should have made and he didn't make, and looked like he kind of short-armed it when he was throwing it over there instead of just letting it fly. And then a play earlier in the game, a double play ball that he didn't catch. Gibson picked him up on that one. But this team has to win. Anytime you're in a pennant race and they're so close with the Cleveland Indians, anytime you give up something, especially leading late as they were, you've got your additions, guys you picked up at the deadline on the mound, you're expecting to win that game. And when it's taken away, those ones hurt. Those ones hurt a team. They can sting you for a while. But fortunately, in this game of baseball, it's not like football. You don't have to wait a week to make up for it. They'll be right back at it tomorrow. They're flying to Texas right now, and they'll go down there. It'll be hot. They'll get the ball, be flying all over the ballpark, and you got to just go back. And in baseball, you have to have a short memory. You have to be able to forget those things and let it go, move on, and understand they are still in first place. They're still in a good spot. So moving forward, they still count on those. They're going to count on those guys. They trust those guys down there. They've been through it enough. Romo's been, World Series champion multiple times, closed out ball games all over the place. It's hard to put the blame on him when the plays weren't made in front of him. And this team is good. And I think it's good for everyone to get a look at them to see what they are. They're not just the home runs. They do a lot of things well. And they were in both of these games. They battled back. And now the fun only continues for this team, for both of these teams.
That's right. Texas is a good place for Bomba Squad to go. This is the time where we go back to the very start of the telecast and find out how we did. And here we go. All right, so how'd we do? Here are the things we talked about. Bomba Squads. Well, Bomba Squad front and center. 2 homers in the first inning.
You were the one that brought that to our attention. The Twins are going to hit a lot of home runs. After the first inning, I thought we were going to see like 15 home runs from the Metropolitans.
All right, so check. I think we did pretty well on Bomba Squad. Now, all right, we're not done yet. See, Bomba Squad will not be denied.
Love the reaction there from Gio Gonzalez, too. That was the Little League reaction, right? You want to just throw your glove on the ground and end it.
All right, Keston Hiura time. This guy is really a fascinating player. Great college hitter, and it has translated through the minor leagues, and it's translated into the big leagues.
He sprays the ball all different parts of the ballpark. We see him hit a ball to right center field, and then he gets a pitch down and into the zone that he hits between third base and shortstop. Terrific young hitter.
Now
he's put together at-bats of someone who doesn't look like they've only been here since May the 14th. I mean, he's a
Minnesota mishaps. They were not sharp defensively.
And this has kind of been part of the theme of them going through a little bit rough stretch of the season. And the easy thing to do is point the finger at the starting pitching, but when those plays aren't made behind you, you have to throw extra pitches in an inning. You're not able to pitch as deep in the games as you'd like. So there's some mistakes that were made in today's game and yesterday's game, and unfortunately today it cost them.
It's funny, getting ready for Minnesota mishaps. In my ear, I was told it was sloppy D, and I thought maybe that was Dan's disc jockey
no, that was DJ
name.
Dan. No, I don't usually make an appearance in the afternoon, but I'll tell you who did. Trent Grisham. Big 3-run bomb off Sergio Romo. His second career homer in his first year at Miller Park.
All right. American League Central standings. So the Twins lead a half game over the Indians, who lost 5-1 to the Boston Red Sox. And obviously White Sox, Royals, and Tigers are way out of it, but they'll have something to say about the Twins and the Indians and who wins that division in the next month and a half. Let's go down to the podium and Brewers manager Craig Counsell.
I mean, honestly, no. I didn't think he got it, so yeah, I thought we were safe.
Craig, when Chris went out to talk to Albers, was the thinking just don't give Rosario anything, even if you load the bases, because it looked like he wasn't going to give him much to hit it.
Yeah, and that was it was a game plan, but it was also just be really, you know, I think Matty has that ability to kind of pitch around guys and nibble and try to make them aggressive, and so that it's what he was going to do anyway. Yeah, but we were just confirming it with him. Yeah.
Doesn't it make you nervous to load the bases and it's a one-run game?
It's a better chance for an out. Bottom line, yeah.
What was the Hader situation today? Just wasn't going to.
No, I didn't want to use him today. I was just going to stay away from him. He'll be good to go on Friday, but I wanted to give him a day, and he'll be ready to go on Friday again.
Was it more a mental thing or a physical thing?
No, yeah, I was going to just stay away from him. He's fine. Yeah.
Craig, it was kind of the opposite last night. Grisham had a big dramatic home run this time, and I mean, he really stuck in there against Romo. I mean, that was a nice at bat.
Yeah, well, we saw a ton of pitches today. We had a bunch of good at bats. You know, again, we put runners on base a whole bunch all day. It felt a little bit similar to yesterday, and we had trouble breaking through. But you know, we took advantage of a mistake that they made, really, with a leadoff single by Braun, and then Hernandez snuck a ball through because of that, because they were playing in a little different positioning. And then Trent had a great at bat, and we had a bunch of guys with really good at bats today, long at bats, leadoff innings. Hernan here, that at bat by Grisham right there. So good stuff, good offense today for sure.
Chris and Keston have found themselves in pretty big moments, but it seems like they haven't let it get the best of them. They seem very in the moment, not what you might expect usually from rookies.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting great opportunities and fun baseball and in a playoff chase, and they're making the most of it. I mean, Trent's been outstanding since he's been here. He's done a fabulous job, and Keston continues to put together good at bats. And you know, look, we got two young players, two rookies hitting in the leadoff spot and hitting number 4 or number 2 in our lineup. So they're making the most of it, and they've earned those spots.
I was going to say that's a lot of confidence you showed in him to put him up in the leadoff spot as well in a big game.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times young players can provide sparks for teams, and I think that's what Trent's been doing. And it takes pressure off some other guys, and you know, it's a little bit reverse of what we always think. But I think the young guys can do that, and I think Trent and Keston have been doing a heck of a job of it.
Craig, Gio never looked settled.
All right, 8th inning was a key in this short 2-game series. This was Marwin Gonzalez last night with the Twins down, and it proved to be the difference.
Ambush Josh Hader, first pitch, 3-run homer. This was one that the Brewers thought they had to bag, and the Brewers flipped the switch Wednesday afternoon.
And they just did it right back to them. These two teams don't quit. That's why they're both in playoff contention. That's why they're fighting for playoff spots. And the young kid comes up there, not a lot of experience, not overwhelmed by the moment. You see a fantastic bat flip on the end of that, but he hit that ball a ton, and he knew it as soon as it came off his bat. comes through in the moment. You know, the 8th inning, late innings, this is the first year we're going to see relievers with a higher ERA than starters, and a lot of the runs in this series were scored off of the relievers and some very good relievers. So you got to give credit to the hitters sometimes for going up there and putting together some good at-bats.
Well, last night, Craig Counsell had to answer to what happened in the 8th inning. Today, it's Rocco Baldelli. Let's go down to the podium for the skipper of the Twins.
Yeah, I think it's, it's kind of been a tough series defensively. I think collectively, I think we could play better. Today, I think Polo went over the top on that ball late in the game to make the throw, and he's been actually really good throwing from that lower arm slot that he's had pretty much the entire year. He chose to go up top on it, and obviously we didn't end up making the play.
Do you see anything unusual out of Sergio from your angle? He's been so good.
I thought Sergio was fine. I think Sergio threw the ball just like he's thrown it every outing that we've had. I mean, we're talking about an error and a soft, ball that's not really hit very hard to start the inning. And anything can, once there are a couple of guys on base, anything can happen. It's one pitch. A guy puts one good swing on the ball, and all of a sudden, there's a 3-run homer. But I think we have to stop that inning from getting to that point. And it was kind of self-inflicted tonight, and we just have to make those plays.
Does that hurt more after a loss like that, knowing that it probably could have been prevented?
I mean, anytime you don't make the plays, and you can look at that as maybe a reason why you end up not winning the game. I mean, of course you end up thinking about it. Nothing wrong with thinking about it after the game. You have to wipe the slate clean at some point. Hopefully before the next game, and get ready to go and get ready to play. Like you said, like Dan said, I mean, Polo's been very steady over there. His throwing he's been good. He's been accurate. He's been on target. I think the new arm stroke this year is done wonders for him, and today was just a tough one.
What did you think of Kyle Zunic today?
I thought he threw the ball really well. I think he put us in a great spot. I think everything was good. His stuff was good. I thought he commanded the ball pretty well. I think he attacked the hitters pretty well too, and I think he enjoys the National League game and getting out there and grabbing a bat too. So I think he put us in a good spot. I mean, we were in a great position to win the game, and a lot of it has to do with Gibby's effort.
Upcoming schedule, MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Rockies and Diamondbacks coming up next, but look down that schedule, some really good matchups. Mets and Nationals jumps out at you. Rays at Dodgers as well, and the Cardinals and Diamondbacks finishing in late September in the desert. But our attention, we turn now to Wednesday, next Wednesday, Rockies and Diamondbacks.
There's a line drive left field, base hit. Here comes the winning run. Carson Kelly delivers. For Kelly, his first career walk-off.
Oh, he hit a screamer. There was no chance for anybody to get it.
Oh, what a catch that was!
Ian Desmond with a stellar grab. That's one center fielder robbing another.
I'm not sure that ball was going to get over the fence, but that was a tremendous catch. Swing and a drive way out of here. Peralta! Oh, boy, did he crush that one, and we're tied at 2. Shallow right, that won't do it. And the ball falls. The winning run scores, and the Diamondbacks do it.
Ketel Marte walks it off and drops the curtain on this dramatic finish.
This ball is hit to left center field and deep, and it is gone. How about that?
Hit number 1,000 will be remembered for Nolan.
And one of the best players in baseball is having a night. Arenado, backhand. He's going to go for a double play, and he's going to end the game. A spectacular double play turned by Arenado. How many third basemen can do that?
Oh, my goodness. Dyson, Marte, Peralta. Back to back to back. And they make it 3 for 3.
Tony Walters, 3 hits in the day, drives into left field. Hoffman ready to tag. Wilkerson makes the catch. The tag, the throw home. It's offline.
Rockies win it. Tony Walters with a sac fly.
Who got it? Oh, Jarrod Dyson taking a home run away from John Peterson, taking a robbery away from Tim LaCastro.
Take a good look. You won't see it for long.
Grand slam from Desmond.
Ian Desmond stays on it and sends it the opposite way.
All right, guys, that's an interesting matchup because Arizona's still alive in that wild card. National League wild card race is pretty thick with contenders.
It is, and I think the disappointing team has been the Rockies. I thought going into the preseason, a lot of people thought with Arenado, Charlie Blackmon, their pitching staff, the issue has been they haven't scored runs, and their bullpen hasn't been as good. They put a lot of money into their bullpen, and it's kind of let them down this year.
Well, let's turn to the Rocky alum.
Well, anytime Nolan Arenado's playing, I'll tune in. That's my favorite player to watch in baseball right now. I've never seen a player impact the game defensively as well as he can, and then on top of it, the offensive side. But he is, in my opinion, my favorite player to watch.
All right, Justin Morneau, Dan Plesac, Jamie Hirsch down there as well. Terrific job on the Game of the Week here on YouTube.
A lot of fun, a lot of home runs. Matt Albers made it interesting at the end.
All right. Justin, good luck to the Twins down in Texas. Dan, you're on the road trip. We'll see you in D.C.,
I'm on the road trip.
right?
I'll be in D.C. with the Brewers for the weekend.
All right, we got the Diamondbacks and the Rockies next week. Coverage begins with our pregame show at 3 Eastern. For Dan Plesac, Justin Morneau, Jamie Hirsch, I'm Rich Waltz. Good night from Milwaukee. You've been watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube.